On that fateful day, the weather in Wenning City was terrible. The sky was covered with thunderclouds and lightning flashed. Ordinary passers-by were scared when they heard an announcement from a loudspeaker that the Galaxy phone store was closing and all smartphones were being sold at a discount. At this time, our main character, who was the owner of the store, was sitting inside and hoping that he would sell at least something today. A carefree Lee Singy sat and ate watermelon, complaining that he hadn't managed to sell a single phone this month. He was alarmed when he heard on the TV news that girls had started disappearing in the city and assumed that there was a maniac on the loose. After hearing that the investigation bureau was advising girls not to go out at night, the guy decided to call his girlfriend Wang Wei to warn her. The protagonist called his girlfriend and asked with a smile on his face if Wang Wei was at work now. The young man was shocked when the girl suggested that Li Xinghe break up. It was as if he turned into a stone statue. The girl accused the guy of not having earned a penny in his store for the last 3 years, so they should break up. Li Xinghe didn't want this. He begged the girl to give him some time and promised to find money to buy them a house. But the girl was adamant. She told the guy that he didn't need to do this and suggested that they just forget each other. The desperate protagonist begged Wang Wei to listen to him, but the girl hung up and the operator said that the subscriber was out of network coverage. The main character lowered his hands down and froze. He looked through the window of his store, trying to comprehend what had happened. And on the street of the modern metropolis, it was still raining. Bright lightning flashed, which made the guy even more sad. Li Xinghe trembled with anger. He squeezed his phone with all his might and threatened Wang Wei that she would regret her decision. The boy went outside, shouted at the sky, and swore that in 3 years he would earn so much money that he would be able to buy everything. And if he didn't, let lightning strike him. The higher powers heard our hero and fulfilled his request, and a moment later lightning struck Li Xinghe. Falling to the ground, he realized that even God did not believe him, and he wondered if he was destined to remain a bachelor and live in poverty all his life. His eyes filled with fear as the figure behind him asked what was wrong with being single, and suggested he find a wife. The young man, frightened, stood up abruptly and turned around to see who had just spoken to him. He demanded an explanation of who he was and who had just addressed him, and asked the man to leave. The protagonist was startled when a bright light filled the space, and a mysterious man in the form of a deity appeared before him. An elderly man with long gray hair introduced himself as the immortal god of thunder, and asked the boy if he dared to call him. Li Xinghe was taken aback because he thought that the thunder god was Thor, and had imagined this mythical figure completely differently. The grandfather was taken aback when the angry guy approached and demanded to know what he was doing in his phone store. The thunder god was visibly pleased when he heard that he had entered a phone store, his cheeks glowing red. He, holding the fighter at a distance with his hand, asked the guy to show him the mobile phones because his had just broken. Li Xinghe became kinder when he realized that he had a potential customer and kindly asked him to come into the store. The main character clenched his fists. He didn't want to miss the chance to finally sell the phone today, because his business was on the verge of failure. The guy showed the God of Thunder the current model and told him about all its advantages and characteristics, and also announced a personal discount. The Thunder God was puzzled because the thing in his hand, in his opinion, was not a telephone, since his grandfather was used to other devices. The elderly man, enraged, took out his old phone and shouted, asking the boy how dare he deceive him. The main character was shocked when he saw his grandfather's phone and assumed that he could only have acquired something like that in a museum in the 90s. Turning away, the Thunder God stated that the immortal still had something to do today, promising to buy the phone from the boy in the future. The grandfather left behind only fog, and the shocked hero did not understand whether this mysterious old man really had superpowers. The guy looked at his display case and saw that half of his phones had been broken by the lightning god, and he hadn't even paid for them. The protagonist turned around abruptly when he heard a message coming to his phone. He thought that Wang Wei had changed her mind. When Li Xinghe picked up his phone, he saw a strange app called Heavenly List on the screen and decided to go into it. The guy began to get acquainted with the mysterious Heavenly List that appeared on his phone with frightened eyes. He saw the order for Dianmu Tianze to gather, which said that whoever found information about Ben Xiang, the thunder god who had left the heavens, would receive 2,000 merit points. Seeing the comments from other mysterious members under this post, the hero wondered if this was a funny version of the Journey to the West fan forum. The guy still couldn't believe that the madman who had just called himself Thor in his store was a real god. When he wrote in the chat that his shop was struck by lightning, Dianmu Tianze, the group leader, immediately asked him if he had seen the thunder god and where he went. Li Xingyi told the girl that not only did he see it, but he also caused huge damage to the store and asked who would pay for it. He was taken aback when Dianmu Tianze offered to open a phone store in their world as compensation, calling Ben Xiang a great immortal tyrant. The guy was even more shocked when the girl actually awarded him 2,000 merit points for the information he provided. He asked what he could buy for these glasses and was surprised when, on the girl's tip, he went into the store and saw that he could buy magic pills and other items for them. The store had a whole assortment. The Great Return Pill instantly restores mana, Suifu Dan whitens skin and rejuvenates. But the hero couldn't afford them. There were also mobile phones in the store. A used one cost 100,000 points, and a refurbished one cost as much as 800,000 points. Li Xingyi was surprised that the antique phone models there were so expensive, expecting that he would make a fortune with his own in that world. He came across an item that the guy could afford, a golden pill that instantly increased strength and cost exactly 2,000 points. The main character decided to buy one of these pills and try it. He confirmed in the application that he wanted to buy it. Li Xingyi felt a strange sensation. The guy felt that his hands were going numb, and his phone began to vibrate strongly. The golden pill materialized in his palm, and he opened his mouth wide in surprise when he saw it. The guy was pleasantly surprised that this store was not a scam, and the mysterious medicine could actually be bought. The smell was strange, a bit like the pigs in the village pigsty, so Li Xingyi looked at the pill with suspicion. The aroma of the golden pill was so unbearable that our hero developed a gag reflex. He could not stand the smell. He froze in surprise when he noticed that just by sniffing the pill, the young man's health became much better. Looking at it, Li Xingyi began to believe that the pill was truly magical, because he felt that he was becoming more energetic. The guy had already begun to dream about how, thanks to the aroma of this elixir, he would become a god, find a wife, buy a car and an apartment, and climb to the top of life. He coughed and told himself to forget about it, admitting that his dreams were too ambitious right now. The protagonist became wary when he heard two hooligans with scars on their bodies behind him, making rude compliments towards the girl. The gang was discussing the head of the Yilan company, who walks along this road every day, and they were waiting for the girl to grab her. Li Xingyi remembered from the news that one could get 100,000 yuan for catching these bandits, and he realized that there was a chance to get rich. He cast a predator's glance at the hooligans. The guy understood that facing a whole crowd of villains would be a little dangerous. But Li Xingyi decided to leave the store because he had been seeking wealth and danger since ancient times, so he was willing to do so. The protagonist hid around the corner, keeping a close eye on the gang of hooligans in torn clothes, trying to remain unnoticed. The guy decided to take photos when those guys attacked the girl in order to send the pictures to the police and get a reward. One of the villains calmed his brother, claiming that he had been following the girl for a whole week, and he threatened to kill him if the lady did not come today. The hooligans' faces turned into evil smiles as the same girl with long purple hair appeared in front of them. They immediately pounced on the girl and asked her where she was going alone at such a late hour. And she screamed, demanding that they leave her alone. The frightened girl threatened the villains with the police, and when our hero heard her voice, he thought that he knew her. Li Xingyi remembered that she was recognized as a beauty and a genius at the college they attended together. But he didn't recognize her right away because he hadn't seen the girl for 3 years. The girl warned that her personal security would be here soon, but the villains were not afraid, saying that they had been watching her for a week and that she had no bodyguards. One of the hooligans grabbed the girl by the arms and demanded that she scream because he wanted to see her security guard. The villains were taken aback when someone actually appeared on the horizon. It was our hero, who turned to Miss Yu. The protagonist pretended to be the girl's personal bodyguard and apologized to Miss Yu for being late. The girl didn't want to drag a stranger into this mess, so she told the guy that everything was fine and asked him to just leave. The frightened bandits did not understand whether this was really her hidden guard, and the leader threatened to turn his subordinates into mincemeat for such a mistake. Our hero insisted on his own. He extended a helping hand to the girl and asked a friend from college to go with him. Miss Yu hesitated, but agreed to go with the stranger, thinking that he at least looked better than those 4 bandits. The hooligans immediately began to apologize to the main character for this misunderstanding and said that they would leave if everything was okay. The girl, when Li Xingyi took her away, told him that he didn't look like a bodyguard and asked what he was going to do. The villains noticed a poster hanging on a pole with our hero's face on it, and realized that it was a phone salesman and not the girl's personal bodyguard. Meanwhile, Miss Yu asked the savior who he was and why he knew her name, to which the hero replied that they needed to get out of here quickly. The main character screamed in pain when he unexpectedly received a powerful blow to the back from the bandits. The leader of the bandits, having pinned the guy to the ground with his boot, saw that the guy didn't even know how to fight, and jokingly offered him to become his bodyguard when he sold all the phones. The hooligans began to kick the guy lying on the ground, inciting him to get up and fight back. Miss Yu burst into tears and asked the bandits to stop beating the guy, claiming that he was not her bodyguard and she did not know him. The hero grabbed the villain's leg. He knew that he had paid for his lie, and he blamed himself for not being able to protect even the girl. The villain walked up to the girl and grabbed her by the chin, saying that they could let that boy go on the condition that she stayed with them. The man with the scars on his face grabbed the frightened Miss Yu by the arms while our hero lay on the ground, pinned to her by a boot. Suddenly, the golden pill fell out of Li Xinghe's pocket and rolled away. He turned his attention to it while Miss Yu screamed, begging them not to hit the guy. Remembering the properties of the golden pill he bought, the boy decided that he should become stronger with its help. He thought that he had to take a risk because he couldn't let the villains abuse the girl. So he ate the golden pill. The bandits continued to beat the boy, but Li no longer felt pain. He felt a surge of strength, and the blows of his enemies seemed like a tickle. The main character listened to his feelings. Changes were taking place in his body. Forces were raging in his body. With an overwhelming urge to release this power, Li Xinghe suddenly stood up from the ground and pounced on his opponents. The gang leader's eyes widened in sharp pain as the boy suddenly broke free and punched him right in the stomach. The strength the hero acquired was incredible. With a single blow, he was able to throw the gang leader into a pole so that it broke into two pieces. The girl was almost speechless from what happened. She asked the young man what happened to him. The other villains were scared when Li Xinghe approached them. They wanted to call the police and told the guy not to come closer. When Li Xinghe was threatened with death, he was not afraid, but looked his opponent in the eye and asked him to try it. The main character grabbed the bully by the hair, who immediately admitted his mistake and asked the guy to stop being so impulsive. When the villains were apprehended, the captain of the investigation team, Jang, thanked our hero for his bravery. Li was unhappy when the policeman waved his hand at the question of whether these could be the same maniacs, and left. Miss Yu approached the guy and said that he was absolutely amazing, and she wished she could always be protected by someone like him. The hero felt awkward. He told the girl that he could become her bodyguard, and she asked how much it would cost. He offered to walk Yu home, and on the way, the girl thanked him again and apologized for not recognizing him. The guy asked why she was constantly covering her mouth with her hand, and the girl admitted that Li had a strange smell. The protagonist was taken aback by such a remark addressed to him, and Miss Yu added that the smell was like a pigsty. When Li returned home, he asked himself to stop thinking about Yu Wangqiu and thought about Wang Wei, hoping that she was just angry with him. The guy received a message. He wondered who was writing to him so late and hoped that it was his ex-girlfriend. When the hero picked up the phone, he saw that Liu Shun was writing to him. The guy told his friend that he had something to look at. The protagonist opened a photograph. It showed his girlfriend, Wang Wei, who was standing hugging an adult man. An angry Li asked his friend where he got the photo. He was planning to settle scores with his ex-girlfriend and Jang, who was his classmate. The friend asked him to calm down, but Li was seething with rage, and Liu told him that Wang Wei and Jang would be at the class reunion tomorrow. The main character, sitting on the bed, understood that he wanted to let go of the past, but he couldn't. So he decided to go to the alumni meeting. He realized that the stench from the pill he had taken was so unbearable that he could not go there without getting rid of the smell. The young man decided to ask the guys from the heavenly list how to get rid of the smell after the golden pill. The Monkey King asked the boy why he needed the golden pill, since Li Xinghe, in his opinion, was also a deity. Nashin wrote that no one had bought the golden pill for a long time, and spending 2,000 points on it was a great stupidity. The others replied that the creator of the pill, Lao Jun, was very rich. And after reading the comments, the hero concluded that the life of the gods was very boring. The protagonist became wary when he received another message from a member of the heavenly list. Tang Sanzong asked the hero not to panic because the unpleasant smell would go away on its own in a few days. She said that the stench was the impurity in the mortal body, and to get rid of it, one could also buy an extra pill from the heavenly list. The boy asked the goddess how much such a pill cost, and Tang Sanzang replied that it was about 100,000 merit points. Our hero's jaw dropped when he heard the cost of the smell pill, because he had 0 merit points in his account. He then asked how to earn points, and Tang replied that the heavenly merit point was the salary of the gods, and that one could also sell magic weapons. Having lost hope, he fell onto the bed. because the guy had no magical weapons, only a bunch of stupid phones. The young man immediately jumped out of bed again and looked at the box of phones, realizing that they could help him. The guy picked up a few new phones and decided he needed to try them out. So he posted an ad on Heavenly List to sell the smartphones. Li Xingyi was surprised when the flower fairy told him that it just so happened that she had the scent pill. She admitted that she had not changed her phone for several decades due to the closure of the channel between mortals and gods, so she was ready to exchange it for the smell pill. The flower fairy explained to the guy that in the shopping area of the app, there is a button to scan the product, and it needs to be used to sell the phone. The protagonist was delighted when he scanned the phone and received a smell pill in return. Li Xingyi sniffed the pill. It smelled like flowers. The aroma seemed much more pleasant than the smell of the previous elixir. The boy immediately put the smell pill in his mouth to get rid of the stench that was coming from him. The following evening, in the city of Wenning, at the expensive Chaeyong Hotel, other events unfolded. A red-haired guy with glasses asked Jang what the secret of his success was, to which the man replied that the path to success only goes through difficulties. The man, holding Wang Wei on his lap, said that his father gave him $100 million to start his own business, and this is the result of his hard work. Zhang Xiaojun removed the cloth to reveal a gift from him that he wanted to please all the women at the event. The ladies were delighted. In front of them were the latest cosmetic sets from the famous brand SB. They thanked Zhang for his generosity. Wang Wei asked the girls not to be shy about using these products because they could buy more from their company later. Miss Yu, who was passing by, said that she thought Li Xinghe was much better than Zhang, when the girls said that Li was nothing compared to Xiaojun. The ladies who attended the event were shocked to hear a rude comment directed at the star of the evening. The red-haired man approached her and recognized the girl as the beauty from college, and remembered that she had never communicated with Li Xinghe. Another girl stood up for Jang, saying that she heard that the company where Yu works would be acquired by the gentleman. Li Xingyi was also already at the threshold of the hotel room where the alumni meeting was taking place. And with him was a guy with blue hair. Ms. Yu threatened to resign if Zhang bought the company, and the man expressed hope that the girl would keep her word. The main character saw his classmate and ex-girlfriend Wang Wei in front of him. The guy's gaze was full of pain and desire for revenge. Jang introduced his girlfriend Wang Wei to Li Xingyi, and she became quiet because her ex-boyfriend suddenly became handsome. Before saying anything to those present, the main character approached the table and filled his glass with red wine. The main character, with one hand in his pocket, drank a glass of red wine in one gulp and insulted his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend. Afterwards, he looked at the couple with a look full of hatred and wished them happiness, although the wish was accompanied by insults. The hotel room was filled with Zhang's screams. The man attacked our hero, insulting him as a poor man who has no car, no home, no company. Zhang Xiaojun froze. The man's eyes filled with shock as he saw the shocking scene before him. All the girls crowded around Li Xingyi, looking at him adoringly, showering him with compliments and asking him not to pay attention to Wang Wei. So, angry that he wasn't the center of attention today, he asked his close confidant Go Yun to teach the boy a lesson. The girls, clinging to our hero, asked him what skincare products he used and asked him to be their advisor. The protagonist, smiling shyly surrounded by ladies, did not notice how Go Yun crept up behind him and swung a bottle of wine. Our hero's expression changed dramatically when the guy was hit in the head with a bottle by Zhang's red-haired henchman. Miss Yu, who witnessed this, was afraid for Li Xingyi, who had just been attacked. Wang Wei covered her face with her hands, not wanting to see it, and a pleased Jang said that now she only needed to focus on him. Our hero's friend came up to him and helped him up, asking the young man if he was okay. Jang, lighting a cigar, provoked Li Xinghe, giving him permission to fight back if the boy still had strength left. The counterattack came immediately. The protagonist punched the impudent Zhang Xiaojun right in the face. Zhang Xiaojun, according to our hero, asked for it himself, so after a single blow, Li flew far back. The blue-haired boy was shocked by his friend's abilities. He didn't understand when Li managed to become so strong. Li Xinghe walked up to Zhang and grabbed him by the collar, saying that even though he had no money, he was capable of teaching the offender a lesson. Unexpectedly, the hero received a slap in the face. But not from Zhang, but from the girl, who told him not to go too far. It was Wang Wei who screamed at her ex-boyfriend that she was no longer his girlfriend and told him not to bother her anymore. But Wang Wei's words only caused even more rage in the guy. Our main character, clenching his teeth, hit the girl in the face. Afterwards, he turned away and adjusted his fist, declaring that from today on he was on his own. The next morning in the shower, Our hero noticed that his injuries from yesterday had completely healed and assumed that it was because of the pill. When the main character washed himself, his gaze was wary. The guy felt strange. He didn't understand why he was cold when he was taking a hot shower on the hottest day. And at that moment, someone was piercing him with a look. The guy was pierced by a strong fear. He froze when he saw out of the corner of his eye a girl with a long tongue approaching him. Lin Jing he screamed and ran out of the bathroom when he noticed the ghost. And the ghost in the form of a girl ran after him. The main character immediately ran to the nightstand where his phone was lying, and the ghostly girl was watching him. He showed her the phone, demanding that she stay away from it. Otherwise, he would summon the gods he communicated with on the app. Looking at the guy's phone screen, the surprised ghost asked Lin Jing if he could really see her. She approached the guy, and the frightened Lin Jing replied that every normal person can see ghosts. When the ghost pounced on her, he realized that she came because of his scent, and took the phone to figure out how to get rid of her. Lin Jing wrote to the fairy, who was happy with her new phone, and was surprised that the gods like to have fun like this. The flower fairy sent our hero a video, and he replied that he wanted to talk to her about serious things, not watch the video. The protagonist, while the ghost was still following him, wrote that he was not in the mood to admire the goddess now, even if she was an incomparable beauty. But when the guy finally turned on the video, he shouted that the flower goddess was beautiful, and even Miss Yu couldn't compare to her. The flower fairy, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, asked Lin Jing if she was really beautiful. Our hero's pupils turned into hearts. He was delighted with the girl's beauty, and once again told her that she was simply beautiful. But then he returned to the previous topic of conversation and asked the fairy how he could get rid of the annoying ghost. The fairy told about Jang, who created the spiritual power manual, and it can help the guy, but it is very expensive. She suggested that the boy go to the Monkey King to get help, but Lin Jing would have to pay a small price for it. The Monkey King was a deity who rented out technology to those in need and did not consider it theft. Lin Jing asked the fairy if she knew the composition of the scent pill, and the girl was confused as to why the guy needed to know this. The fairy advised not to use yellow flowers to create the pill. This will reduce its effectiveness, but will help get rid of ghosts. She offered the guy a deal: give the ingredients for the pills in exchange for 10% of the proceeds from the phones sold in the afterlife. The Monkey King immediately wrote to our hero. He said that he heard that Lin Jing was looking for him. The Monkey King happily rushed to our hero's aid when he offered him a new phone in exchange for renting the manual. When the hero received a copy of the medicinal materials, he wondered if he needed to somehow extract them from the phone. Within a moment, a set of herbs, stones, and other ingredients for creating the smell pill appeared on his desk. The guy was willing to concoct a dozen pills, make a fortune, and force Jang's company into bankruptcy in order to help Miss Yu. 2 hours later, the Monkey King wrote to him and said that the management was already with him and asked about the phone. The main character brought his brand new smartphone to the scanner to transfer it to the world of gods and give it to the Monkey King in exchange for a book. When Lee received the spiritual power manual, the app asked if he wanted to use it, and he clicked yes. The guy seemed to be pierced by a powerful electric shock when he agreed to use the manual. He only had time to open his mouth in surprise. The pain was so strong that the main character fell off the sofa and collapsed on the floor, a powerful electric charge still hitting his head. He woke up standing in a completely different space. Everything was filled with blue light, and there were clouds with inscriptions above his head. Taking the magic cloud on which was written "None," the guy did not understand what all these words meant. By choosing this characteristic, the cloud turned into a charge of magical energy. He crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself. As it disappeared, Lin Jing spread his legs wide, trying to maintain his balance. The floor beneath him turned into a magical whirlpool. Returning to normal reality, the guy suddenly opened his eyes, filled with fear, and screamed loudly. He grabbed his head and complained of a headache, not understanding why he felt unwell after sleeping. Lin Jing looked at the screen of his phone, and it said that the first level of practice in the manual had been completed. Now he felt completely different, and the frightened ghost had already run outside the guy's apartment. The next day, the guy went to the building of the company where his college friend Miss Yu worked. Looking up at the building, the guy called the girl and said that he was already at the entrance to their office. At this time, in the director's office, the boss was complaining about Mr. Jang, who had promised to leave him 40% of the company. Jang told Mr. He that his company was about to go bankrupt, so the man could not remain in this situation. The secretary knocked on the door and told He that the product manager, Yu Wankyu, had an important matter to ask the director. The director responded by yelling at the secretary. asking if she couldn't see that he and Jang were having an important conversation, and told Yu to wait. Yu, without listening to her boss, rushed into the office and introduced Li Xinghe, who had an effective product that could save the company. Yu and Li were surprised when Zhang Xiaojun stood up from his chair and said that this was the famous Li Xinghe, his classmate. Jang asked Li if his phone store had closed down and began to mock him, promising to feed him and invest money in the business if Li begged him. Li Xinghe asked Mr. Jang not to worry because his phone store was doing fine. It was just that the customers had changed. He told Director He that the product's formula was created by a specialist and he would not disappoint him. And Zhang continued to jab the mobile phone salesman. Mr. He, seething with anger, shouted, demanding that the two of them get the hell out of his office. Miss Yu and Li left, and the hero continued to prove to the girl that he was confident in his product and would simply find another company that would buy it. He said goodbye to Yu Wangqiu, who waved her hand at our hero with a friendly smile on her face. Walking down the street in the evening, Li thought that Mr. He was an idiot for not seeing a good product that could make money. He stopped and was surprised when the flower fairy suddenly wrote to him on his phone. The girl said that 7 fairies were interested in the guy's phones and asked if he could sell them to them. Enchanted by the beauty of the fairy, the main character asked the girl not to worry and said that he had not forgotten about the interest he owed her. The boy looked up from his phone and was frightened when suddenly his grandfather, who was walking nearby, collapsed onto the asphalt. The main character noticed that the old man had fallen and began to worry about him, so he decided to go up and help. Li Xinghe ran up to his grandfather and helped him up. The old man was clearly feeling unwell, and the boy asked if he was okay. A passing lady advised the guy not to contact this man, but to look at him through his phone, because the old man had strange clouds over his head. Li didn't listen to her. He sat his grandfather down on a bench and asked how he was feeling, and the old man assured the guy that everything was fine. The boy began to ask if his grandfather heard any voices when he slept, or if his family was currently suffering from bad luck, because he also noticed clouds above his head. All of Li's guesses turned out to be correct. The clouds above his grandfather's head became even bigger, and he asked the boy how he knew all of this. The old man confessed that his son's company was in trouble, and he did not know who was the cause, and even the Feng Shui masters did not give him an answer. Seeing hope in the boy, the old man promised Li a monetary reward if he helped his grandfather solve the problem with his son's company. Li replied that it was his duty to help others and offered to take his grandfather home and talk about money later. In his head, our hero giggled. He was very happy that the grandfather he agreed to help would reward him. When Li Xinghe brought the old man home, the son shouted at his father at the door, asking why he had gone out alone again. It turned out that his son was Mr. He, our hero, and the man were stunned when they unexpectedly met each other. Grandfather asked his son if he also knew the little god, and Mr. He was surprised why his father called him that. Li Xinghe asked permission to look around the house, and the old man allowed the little god to do whatever he wanted here. The boy's gaze became wary when the main character noticed something strange in this house. There was a dark spirit behind Li Xinghe. The guy wasn't scared, but asked the guy if he really thought he could hide here. The protagonist asked the power of heaven and earth to help him destroy evil, activated the power, and went on the attack against the spirit. The evil spirit only raged in response. It grew in size and growled at our hero, opening its huge mouth. The demonic creature swept around the boy like a whirlwind, causing intense pain to Li Xinghe's body, causing him to grit his teeth. The dark spirit returned to the old man's body again, and the frightened grandfather asked the little god what had happened. An evil creature took over the grandfather's body and mind. It yelled at our hero, telling the damn Taoist priest to mind his own business. He ran up to his dad, asking what had happened to him. But the old man who had grown claws hit his son, screaming at him to get lost. Li Xinghe saw that the old man was possessed by a ghost and tried to calm him down, asking him to stop touching people. The evil ghost pointed his finger at Mr. He and asked Li Xinghe to ask how he killed the young girl. He trembled in fear. He guessed that this ghost was now referring to the girl named Guo Wei Wei. The ghost of the murdered girl screamed that it was he who, 6 months ago, while drunk and driving, took her life and escaped punishment. The man began to justify himself, claiming that Guo Wei Wei had crossed the road on a red light, and the event had brought him many misfortunes in the family. But the evil ghost did not calm down, he screamed, wishing for He Jian and all his family members to leave this world. The protagonist stood up for He Jian, and the ghost released dark energy from within, wishing for the damn priest to die too. Guo Wei Wei's restless soul went wild. She rose into the air and released a powerful charge of dark energy, wanting to kill everyone. Lee Singi realized that the resentment that lurked in the soul of the dead girl was truly very heavy. The boy landed on the ground and called out to the sacred treasures to hear his call for help. The protagonist released several golden sacred cards to overcome the evil ghost that was raging with anger. Lee ordered the gods to know the soul and seal the spirit, and attacked the ghost of Guo Wei, who, frightened, tried to escape. The boy grabbed the dark spirit that had burst out of the poor old man's body and tried to defeat it using sacred power. He was surprised when only the girl's head materialized, and Guo Wei screamed, demanding the damn priest to let her go. When the spirit was finished, Grandpa slept peacefully, and Mr. He thanked our hero for his help. Guo Wei's head was still resisting. She didn't want to leave, and Mr. He promised to pray for the girl every year and take care of her family. When the main character left, he was unhappy because the old man promised to reward him, but did not do so. Passers-by were stunned when they heard screams from girls coming from our hero's store, one demanding that the other get out of there. An argument broke out between the two ghosts, and the first girl told Guo Wei to leave because she had come to the master's house first. She put the girl's head in a baseball cap to drive the competitor out of our hero's house. They continued to argue. The blue ghost kept saying that Guo Wei should leave and provoked her to fight. The protagonist realized that the ghost women were causing her more trouble than ordinary women. Listening to the curses of ghosts, Guo Wei complained about the second ghost, and she told the owner that he should understand that she came first, so the girl should obey her. The protagonist couldn't stand the abuse and loudly slammed his hand on the table, ordering both ghost girls to shut up. He stood up and raged. The ghost girls were scared and jumped to the sides, and Lee Singi tried to keep them at a distance with his energy. The guy knew that his spiritual power was weak, and he could only hold them off for a while, so he had to come up with something before they drove him to death. Lee turned to the heavenly list for help, promising a smartphone as a reward to anyone who could tell him what to do about the ghosts. Zhang Tianqi responded to our hero, asking if he meant a phone like the flower fairies. The old man said that the immortal could provide the boy with a protection kit, but he wanted to get the phone right away, and Li Xinghe didn't mind. He scanned the phone to hand it to Zhang Tianqi and thought that the immortals still didn't know that he had a bunch of these smartphones. In response, Zhang Tianqi sent our hero a set of 5-yin contemplation array, and Li pressed the button to use it. The magic room of the pentagonal room immediately surrounded the two ghosts. They were outraged and asked what it was. The female ghosts tried to escape from the magical cage. They ran into the transparent wall with their faces, but the barrier did not let them through. Satisfied with Massive's work, the protagonist fell asleep and yawned loudly the next morning. The guy was surprised when he met Mr. He at the door in the morning. He asked what he needed since he came to the store so early. Mr. He said he came to thank Lee and even invited him to join the company, but Lee replied that he didn't know anything about cosmetics. The protagonist frowned. He thought what a hypocrite Jen was, since he kicked him out of the office yesterday and invited him today. The man in glasses placed his hand on his heart and bowed his head before our hero, and then apologized. He said he believed Mr. Li Xinghe was trustworthy based on what happened last night. Jin was taken aback when the boy simply smiled and asked him not to remember the past, suggesting that they go on their way. Already in the office, Jang was shouting, being against he trusting Li, and our hero handed Jian the recipe so that he could make a sample of the product. Satisfied. He grinned and asked Mr. Zhang not to be offended and said that he was simply interested in Li Xinghe's recipe. An angry Mr. Zhang Xiaojun snatched the piece of paper from Hejian's hands, on which the recipe for the mysterious product was written. The man looked closely at the contents of the note and laughed arrogantly when he heard that it was Li Xinghe's recipe. He threw the paper on the floor, saying what a terrible paper it was, and that even his toilet paper was much better than this one. The protagonist responded by saying that the recipe was worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars, and Zhang couldn't just throw it away. Mr. Jang stood up and said he was willing to give the guy $1 million if the recipe worked, and Li Xinghe asked if he wanted to bet. The man came closer and offered Li Xinghe a condition. He must kneel down, apologize, and leave the city if the recipe did not work. The protagonist asked Jang if he would also agree to run naked down the street if Li Xinghe's recipe worked. Mr. Jang was confident that he was right, so he agreed to these conditions, claiming that he was not afraid of the guy. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face. He also agreed to this argument with Mr. Zhang, being confident in the effectiveness of the recipe. After 4 hours had passed, Zhang reminded the protagonist of this and advised him to start practicing asking for forgiveness in front of him. Zhang and Mr. He perked up, and our hero was showing calm when someone knocked on the office door. It was Miss Yu. She walked in holding a small box and announced that the sample was ready. Mr. He looked at the sample and said that this product did not look like a cosmetic product. The main character said that the effect can be tested after the first use, if you boil ginseng powder with water. Jang asked the boy not to rejoice too soon when Li Xinghe advised the man to stay in the office because it was cold outside. Miss Yu volunteered to be the test subject, and Li replied that the girl was already beautiful and did not need any cosmetics. The protagonist suggested testing the product on a cleaning lady, and Miss Yu agreed to go and look for her. Aunt Q agreed to try the product because she thought her face was already ugly, and Yu promised that the company would be held responsible if anything went wrong. The woman began to apply the cream to her face. She noted the pleasant smell of the cosmetics, saying that she had never felt anything like it. Even Jang was delighted with the scent, and the protagonist told the man that the smell came from a sample of a cosmetic product. Mr. Jang found it hard to believe that Li Xinghe's sample could actually be effective. He Jian, the protagonist, and Zhang Xiaojun quickly walked out of the office when they heard a scream outside. Aunt Q covered her face with her hands. Miss Yu asked her not to be afraid and open her eyes, and he thought that something was wrong with the sample. Worried. He ran up to the cleaning lady and said he was very sorry and promised to compensate the woman for all losses. When the cleaning lady Miss Q uncovered her face, her appearance was transformed. She became a beauty and thanked Mr. He was amazed by the result. Miss Yu was also stunned, and our hero, pleased with himself, quietly smiled on the sidelines. He Gian was jubilant, shouting that his company was now saved. And Ku was surprised that the director reacted like that to her changes. Zhang Xiaojun trembled, trying to convince himself that such a result was simply impossible, and he knew that he had lost. The negative emotions raging inside the man were so strong that Mr. Zhang fainted, unable to bear the strain. Li Xingyi grabbed the man's hands, asking him not to faint, but rather to give the guy his million and perform a nighttime performance on the street. Mr. Jang walked away cursing that damn bastard Li Xinghe, the man seething with rage over his loss. However, the man kept his promise, and after some time the main character received $1 million in his bank account. Li Xinghe screamed in rage when he saw the notification on his phone, his eyes shining with happiness. Now not only Mr. He Jian but also our hero were jubilant. They were jumping and laughing, because now they would be rich. Mr. Jang also kept the second part of his promise. The man ran down the street at night in a mask and underpants, and the police were chasing him. Sitting in his phone shop, our hero was confused and puzzled. He was wondering what he should do with this $1 million now. An idea came into his head to buy many more smartphones with the $1 million he received from Mr. Zhang. The guy immediately slapped himself in the face, dismissing the idea because $1 million wasn't that much and he could spend the money quickly. He wondered whether it was worth finding celebrities to promote the new product, since he would receive half of the profits from sales. Li Xingyi turned his attention back to his smartphone screen when he received a new message from the Flower Fairy. The girl told the guy that 7 more gods want to buy his smartphones, and they are offering 5 million merit points for this. The guy asked the Flower Fairy if she knew any celebrities and if the girl could help him with PR. He received a new video from Fairy. She advised him to post it on the internet so that it would become popular and help promote the product. The protagonist was surprised when his phone rang and he saw that it was Liu Xun, his faithful friend from college, calling him. The guy said that he was celebrating his birthday today and invited him to a blues bar where there would also be several girls. Li Xingyi told his friend that he deserved better and suggested that instead of going to a mediocre bar, they go to the Diamond Establishment. Liu Xun accused his friend of being crazy because this is one of the most expensive bars in the city. But our hero remained mysteriously silent in response. In the evening, the guys went to an expensive bar. Inside, there were a lot of girls who were having fun and dancing to the music. Liu Xun was rude to the waiter because a bottle of wine here cost almost $700, and the employee suggested that he go somewhere else because it was the cheapest wine in their bar. The guy sitting at the next table asked Liu Xun not to pretend to be rich in front of beautiful girls. The platinum-haired young man winked at the beauties who were with Liu Xun and asked if he was right. The 3 girls got angry at Liu Xun when they saw that he had no money and accused him of being a guy who doesn't pay for the ladies. Meanwhile, the handsome stranger invited the girls to sit at his table, introduced himself as Chao Heng, and said that he ran several cosmetic stores in the city. Liu Xun cursed Li Xinghe, who still hadn't come, and the girls went to that guy, disappointed in the liar. The blue-haired boy found himself in an awkward position, sitting alone, clenching his fists in anger. When Li Xinghe arrived, he patted his friend on the shoulder and asked why there were no girls next to him and where they all went. The protagonist was frightened when Liu Xun threw himself into his friend's arms and cried loudly. Gritting his teeth in anger, Liu Xun pointed his finger at the girls who had abandoned him and were now sitting with Chao Heng. Li Xinghe cast a cold, intent gaze at those girls and asked his friend if his lady love had been taken away. Their conversation was interrupted by the host, who congratulated Table 66 over the microphone, saying that they had won the most expensive bottle of wine. The girl who came to the diamond bar with Liu Xun turned around abruptly when she heard who the reward was. The waiter came up to Liu Xun and our hero again, apologizing and bringing an expensive bottle of wine. The main character, angry at the waiter, ordered that the most beautiful girl be called to them and that Mr. Liu be given a drink. The girls who dumped Liu Xun watched this with stunned expressions and did not understand what was happening. A beautiful girl sat down next to the embarrassed Liu Xun and handed him a glass of red wine, inviting him to drink it together. The blue-haired boy's cheeks turned red from embarrassment when the bar's hottest babe started flirting with him. Suddenly, the girl who had dumped Liu Xun ran up and slapped the beauty in the face, ordering the lady who wanted to take his man away to get out of here. The main character invited those beauties to sit with them and, grinning, offered to sit on his lap if there was not enough space. The furious girl's friends offered her to sit with Li Xinghe, and she, blushing with anger, stared at the beauty. She approached Liu Xun with tears in her eyes and said that she was very sorry for what she did to him. Liu Xun was happy. He thanked Li Xinghe in his mind and thought that he didn't expect that he had such a wonderful friend. When the evening at the bar ended, our hero put the girls in a taxi, saying that Liu had asked him to take them. He looked back warily and asked if there was anything he could do to help when Cao Heng approached him from behind with his retinue of guards. When he recognized the guy who started threatening him as Chao Heng, the guy smiled and apologized, saying that he was busy right now. The guards' retinue became angry with our hero, and they were ordered to stop talking and take Li Xinghe's life. The boy readied his fists as several strong men in dark suits gathered to attack him in a jump attack. It only took one blow for the protagonist to push back Cao Heng's strong bodyguards. The leader of the guards began frantically calling the police and asking law enforcement agencies to come quickly because they were being beaten. A call to the police did not help the man in dark glasses, because a second later he received a punch right in the face from Li Xinghe. Our hero's blow was so strong that the strong man dropped his phone from his hands and his sunglasses broke. When Officer Jang arrived, he asked Li why he kept getting into trouble, and the boy explained that he had been provoked into a fight. When he noticed that an evil spirit was hovering over the officer, he asked the man if everything was okay at home and if he felt strange. The police officer admitted that the case of the girl's disappearance has not yet been solved, so he feels a little irritated. Officer Zhang advised the boy to think better of himself because Cao Heng would sue Li and he would get into big trouble. The security guard called Mr. He and started complaining about our hero, saying that he didn't even care that they worked for his company. He asked the bodyguard who it was, because in Wenning City, no one would dare to cross his people. He Jin's eyes widened in surprise when the guard reported that the attacker's name was Li Xinghe, and he was a mobile phone salesman. A security guard named Chen Xiaotian froze in shock when Mr. He formally told the man he was fired. Later, Mr. He called our hero and apologized for not keeping an eye on his subjects yesterday. The worried man asked Mr. Li if he was hurt and said he had fired Chen Xiaotian yesterday. Li Xinghe replied that he was fine, but he was not going to pay for the medical expenses of the beaten guards. The guy was startled when a blonde girl suddenly walked into the phone store and loudly threw her bag on the table. The stranger, who was covering her face with sunglasses, asked if it was really Li Xinghe in front of her. Putting away his phone, the main character confessed to the stranger that he was Li Xinghe in person. The girl introduced herself as Tian Xiaoxi and said that she heard that the guy could exorcise ghosts. Li Xinghe fell in love at first sight. He thought that the girl's appearance and figure were no less than Yu Wanqiu's. He coughed and asked the girl how she knew he could cast out ghosts, because few people knew that. Tian Xiaoxi said that He Ye, who is also the father of He Jian from Yilan, told her about this. The hero waved his hand, not wanting to deal with exorcism, and the girl said that she was the daughter of Tang Gaoyi, the president of a large company, and her grandfather was sick. Tian Xiaoxi promised to pay Li Xinghe a good sum if he could really exorcise ghosts. The hero's mood immediately changed, because in front of her was the heiress of the famous Chinese company Tang Group. The main character was knocked off his feet when the girl said that she was ready to pay as much as 10 million for the help provided. She said that after the procedure was completed, she would give him another 10 million and shares in the company, and the guy immediately agreed. Tang Xiaoxi honestly didn't understand why Li Xinghe was so excited, because 10 million didn't seem like a big amount to her. The guy began to frantically pack his suitcase to set off on his journey, and the girl stopped him. Because this place was in the city of Wenning, the girl doubted that everything was okay with this guy, because our hero did not listen to her, continuing to pack underwear into the suitcase. Tian Xiaoxi asked Li Xinghe to somehow demonstrate his strength, because at first glance the guy did not seem like a master. The main character was not against showing his strength, but warned the blonde not to regret her request. Li Xinghe was taken aback when the girl started pushing him and asking him to take his dirty hands off her. Tian Xiaoxi was confused when Li Xinghe started making strange gestures to summon his female ghosts. The girl became worried when dark energy began to hover around her, and the ghost woman tried to scare her. Li asked Tian Xiaoxi how she was feeling, and the frightened girl did not understand what was happening, assuming that the guy turned on the air conditioner. The main character thought about it when the idea of showing his ghost to the blonde appeared in his head. To do this, the guy used the psychic mirror technique to activate the eyes of heaven, which see spirits. After casting a spell on Tian, he made her look around, and the girl warned that Li would regret it if he did anything to her. When Tian Xiaoxi turned back, she saw a ghost-like head of Guo's, giggling as it floated in the air. The blonde was terrified and began to scream, driving away the ghosts that surrounded her from all sides. Her eyes filled with tears as the second ghost woman approached her and extended her long tongue, trying to scare her. Tian Xiaoxi's heart was torn apart by fear as she screamed, ordering the ghosts to keep their distance from her. The protagonist became scared for the girl and shouted at her to be careful when she turned around and ran away. While trying to escape, Tian Xiaoxi hit her head hard and lost consciousness, collapsing to the floor, leaving the store in silence. However, our hero proved his abilities, and after some time he received a transfer to his card in the amount of 10 million yuan. Tian Xiaoxi, who had a bump on her forehead after falling, suggested that Li Xinghe follow her because he had proven his abilities. She turned away abruptly, calling Li Xinghe a pervert when the hero suggested that she take a bath first since he had hot water. The girl stood up, put on her glasses, and told the young man that she would be waiting for him at the intersection in a red Ferrari in 5 minutes. The main character was confused. He did not understand what he did wrong, because he just wanted to show concern for the girl. The boy's eyes widened as he looked at his phone and saw another shocking notification. Passers-by were shocked when they heard a loud scream from the phone shops. It was Li Xinghe who was happy and received a whopping 20 million. Tian Xiaoxi sighed heavily, saying that Li was a stingy pervert and didn't understand how Grandpa could recommend such a person. Meanwhile, another exorcist, a fair-haired guy in a hat, called upon blue skies, sacred land, and a bright sun. The young man, raising his staff above himself, turned to the light forces to help him destroy this evil spirit. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes, made a gesture with his hand, and activated the magic circle under his feet. A crowd was watching this ritual. Among them was Tang Gaoyi, Tang Xiaoxi's father, and also Tang Xiaoxi's second uncle named Tang Gaotian. One of the old man's relatives told the man that she believed that her grandfather would not recover, and it would be better to immediately determine who would get what. While they were whispering behind the heads of the family, Tang Gaoyi told the second brother that the old man would remember his concern, since it was he who invited Tao Xingming from Hong Kong. Tang Gaotian told his brother that as long as there was any hope of saving his father, any money spent would be a mere trifle. At this time, Tao Xingming called upon heaven and earth to show him the evil spirits that had taken up residence in the old man's body. Tang Gaotian asked the evil spirit exorcist if he was finished yet and expressed his hope that his power would help them. When Tao Xingming turned around, his cheeks turned red and his pupils turned into hearts because he saw beauty in front of him. The girl who stood next to Tang Gaotian and Tang Gaoyi blushed in embarrassment and fixed her hair, looking at the boy with a puzzled expression. Tao Xingming scared the girl because he started acting very strange in front of her, and blood started pouring out of his nose like a fountain. Tang Gaoyi asked the boy if he was okay, and he turned away so as not to show everyone that he really did have a nosebleed. The guy warned everyone that the devil was sitting in this place, and then called on the heavenly law of the nine paths to hear his call. Smiling, Tao Xingming showed the creature to the family and declared that it was the devil that had been harming them. Having finished, Tao passed by the old man's relatives, all of whom thanked him and called him a god, looking at him with admiration. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoxi burst into the room. Accompanied by our hero, the girl screamed. stopping Tao Xingming. The exorcist stopped and cast a wary glance at the blonde girl. The father asked the girl where she had been and who the man next to her was. And Xiaoxi said that it was the guy who had cured Grandpa He. The protagonist stated that Master Tao is a really good actor and that he is admired only because of a couple of tricks and sleight of hand. Tang Gaotian was seething with rage, and his relatives whispered behind his back, accusing him of calling not a master but an actor to get all the property. The second brother of the Tang family shouted, demanding that Tao Xingming explain everything that was happening to him. Master Tao asked the man not to be fooled by this bastard, and said that they themselves saw how he caught this devil with his own hands. Tao panicked as Li Xinghe walked up to the devil and grabbed the creature to see what it was. The protagonist touched a small creature that looked like a black dog, shrouded in magical energy. In order to check what this entity really was, the hero decided to remove the psychic mirror technique. He channeled his magical energy into the creature and commanded the psychic mirror technique to dissipate, filling the room with blue light. When the illusion disappeared, in place of the said devil, there was an ordinary good-natured dog who barked and smiled. Li Xinghe laughed and said that it was actually a puppy devil, and accused Master Tao of being a common liar. The boy walked closer to the liar and said that he thought Master Tao used high-level techniques, not low-level illusion magic. Sweating from the strain, Tao Xingming shouted that this was outrageous, but now he was willing to show his true strength. The Tang brothers and the girls surrounding them were stunned when they saw that Master Tao was a liar. Master Tao showed off all his awards and asked, standing in a proud pose, how they could compare him to this child. Tao Xingming was furious when he saw that no one was admiring him, and the girls were all swarming around Li Xinghe, calling him handsome. The guy approached our hero and asked why Elder Tang was sick if he was sure there were no ghosts here. Master Tao smirked. He thought that our hero would not get out of this situation and was determined not to let him lie. The main character raised his index finger and declared that it was all simple and that the grandfather was sick because of his old age. Tao Xingming's jaw dropped in shock. He screamed and cursed and couldn't believe that the kid actually dared to say that. Trembling with fear, Tang Xiaoxi asked Li Xinghe if everything he had just said was really true. The protagonist swore by everything he had and was absolutely serious, claiming that he was telling only the truth. The old man's blue-haired relative once again stated that it would be better to save time and divide all the old man's property. Another relative began to demand that the grandfather be found immediately and brought here, while someone assumed that he had already died. Tang Xiaoxi's father shouted and told everyone to calm down, asking if everyone really didn't care about the old man that much since they were already ready to bury him and divide the property. One of the family members advised the man not to deceive himself, because at the hospital, they were told that the grandfather had about 2 days to live. Tang Gaodian stepped forward and admitted that Master Tao's invitation was just a show and revenge for the fact that his father trusted his brother the most. He laughed evilly and shouted, declaring that the old man had promised to give him all the territory in Hong Kong for inviting Tao Xingming. Tao Xingming's face sank as he realized that he was just a tool, a puppet in Tang Gaotian's hands. Tang Xiaoxi yelled at her relatives, asking where their conscience was and whether they really didn't care about their grandfather and only thought about how to grab a piece. The protagonist shouted, asking the girl not to be so impulsive, but she asked him to leave her alone because it didn't concern Li Xinghe. She turned around and looked at the guy when Li Xinghe said that he didn't say that he couldn't save her grandfather. Tang Xiaoxi looked at Li Xinghe with hope, tears streaming down her cheeks, and asked if he could really save her grandfather. The protagonist replied that it was nothing to him, especially since Tang Xiaoxi had already paid him 10 million. Master Tao asked if Li was going to go against the laws of nature, and our hero confirmed that this was exactly what he was going to do. Li Xinghe froze in fear when two spirits appeared behind him. One of them was a man, and the other was a girl with a scythe. He shouted that Black and White had already arrived and that they needed to hurry. They were spirits that take away people's souls after death. Meanwhile, the dying grandfather lay in a hospital bed, the man looking exhausted. Black and White were hovering in the air above the old man. The sister shared with her brother her suspicion that the boy could see them. Whiteby was frightened when the main character burst into the hospital tent with a roar, wanting to save the old man as soon as possible. Li Xinghe threw his hand forward and shouted with a frightened face, calling for the death spirits to stop. Black asked the boy how he dared to disturb them, and White giggled because she was right that Li could see them. She noticed that there were no traces of ghostly energy on the guy's body, and he did not look like a ghost at all. Master Tao told the boy to stop his show because he didn't see Black and White here. and was going to subjugate Yan Wang, the ruler of the Kingdom of the Dead, to cure the old man. Black and White were angry at Master Tao. They shouted at how arrogant he was and how dare he insult Master Yan Wang. Tao thought that Li Xinghe was hitting him, violating the ethics of duels. When Black and White began to hit the guy on the head, Li Xinghe told the boy that he was being beaten by Black and White, and then Master Tao asked him to help him, and in return, he would worship him. The angry spirits of death did not stop beating the boy. They hit him hard on the head so hard that he fell to the floor. After dealing with Tao Xingming, the three of them turned their attention to the old man. The spirit of their grandfather was already leaving his body. The protagonist was afraid for Grandpa Tan and screamed when he saw that the elderly man was already on the verge of death. White, happy that she would now complete her work, asked the boy not to interfere with them but rather to cooperate. Bai was visibly surprised when the protagonist, unwilling to cooperate, demanded that she not touch her grandfather. Tang Xiaoxi ran into the room and asked Li Xinghe what he was doing there, and the sudden question made our hero freeze. The girl asked the boy who he was talking to, and Uncle Tang Xiaoxi guessed that Li Xinghe was trying to fool them. Without turning around, Li Xinghe asked Miss Tang to leave this room and not let the others enter it. Tang Xiaoxi and the others left the room. The door slammed behind them, and Uncle Tang didn't understand why they would listen to a stranger. All the relatives began to accuse Tang Xiaoxi of wanting to take all the old man's property for herself, and she would be guilty if Grandpa died. The girl burst into tears. She did not understand why their close-knit family had become like this, because she just wanted to save her grandfather. Tang Gaoyi appeared in the corridor, the man ordered to do as Mr. Li Xinghe required. The man forbade anyone to enter the room where the old man was lying until Mr. Li came out. Meanwhile, the main character, making a respectful gesture with his hand, asked Black and White to let this old man go. The spirits did not want to do this. The Black one asked if he really did not want to live anymore, since he ignored the laws of the underworld and resisted them. The old man's soul had already left his body. A bright ghost, the image of his departed grandfather, hovered over the bed. Li Xinghe smirked. He asked if it was true that they couldn't take away Grandpa so quickly, whose soul hadn't fully come out yet. The Black one said that the old man's life was ending and even the gods could not help. And the White one said that he would never escape from them and they would not let him go. But the protagonist did not feel any fear in front of them. He put his hand forward, released his energy, and declared that he would stop them then. He walked up to the bed and placed his hands on the shoulders of his grandfather's spirit. The boy hesitated, not knowing what to do with the ghost. Black and White laughed when they saw a mere mortal trying to go against the will of heaven, and they wanted to take this funny boy with them. They were puzzled as to why Li Xinghe did not beg for mercy, and the hero wrote to the heavenly list to ask how to return the soul to the body. The Monkey King wrote that it was enough to hit the spirit with a stick, and the Flower Fairy wrote that she could not help in any way since Li had decided to go against the will of heaven. Taiyi Zhenren also did not help our hero with advice. He wrote that there was no point in doing anything, but it was better to just go with the flow. The protagonist was outraged when he saw that these gods were useless, because they could not give any advice. But then a message from Zhang Tianxi appeared. The Celestial advised the guy to simply use the resurrection pill. Li Xinghe asked Zhang Tianxi in a correspondence where he could find this pill, and the old man told him that it was made by ordinary Tauists. Jang wrote that he had a treasure brought from the ordinary world before ascending to the immortal world. But the problem was its price. The guy asked how many merit points were needed to buy it, and Jang replied that he was willing to sell the treasure for 500,000, although it was a bit expensive. The protagonist was burning with anger because the pill was too expensive, but he told the old man that this was a good deal. He confirmed that he wanted to buy the Supreme Resurrection Pill, thinking that Zhang's products were very expensive but of high quality. After purchasing the Resurrection Pill, it immediately materialized in the hero's hand. It was an orange ball releasing energy. Black and White panicked when they saw the pill. The girl asked her brother if this was the pill that was lost centuries ago. The spirit of death immediately prepared to pounce on the boy, shouting that they needed to stop Li, who was about to give the pill to the old man. However, Black didn't have time to stop the guy. Li Xinghe gave the resurrection pill to his grandfather, and the old man successfully swallowed it. Black and White were dumbfounded as they looked at the grinning Li Xinghe, who had defeated death. Taking a look at the spirits who wanted to take the old man's life, the protagonist apologized to his brother and sister. As he left, Black warned that he would report this to the management and Li Xinghe would be in big trouble. Master Tao grabbed our hero's legs, screaming and begging him to accept him as his disciple, because he wanted to learn from him. The protagonist choked when Taming asked if the boy wouldn't feel guilty for rejecting such a wonderful student. Enraged, Lin Jing kicked the guy in the face, ordering the pervert to leave him alone. A smile appeared on Li's face when he saw Mr. Tang wake up and already stand firmly on his 2 feet. When they sat down on the sofa, the old man asked our hero whether such a young and promising guy as he was already married. The main character felt awkward, scratched the back of his head and replied that, unfortunately, he was still a bachelor. Grandpa Tan was delighted and told the boy that it was very good that he was still single. Tang Xiaoxi asked her grandfather to just pay Lin Jing the remaining amount and stop asking him unnecessary questions. The protagonist was startled when the phone in his pocket began to make loud notification sounds. Lin Jing was scared when he saw what Miss Yu Wangqiu had written to him, and the content of the message was alarming. The girl wrote that she was grabbed and held in some black car, and she was very scared and asked a friend for help. Our hero immediately jumped up from the sofa and walked away, telling Grandpa Tan and his granddaughter that he urgently needed to leave. Tang Xiaoxi ran after the young man when her grandfather told his granddaughter to take Mr. Li. Soon the red car, which belonged to the beauty, was already racing quickly along the city street. The girl asked our hero, who was sitting next to him, whether this Wangqiu was really so dear to him, since he was so worried. The protagonist asked why such questions were necessary, since his relationship with Miss Yu was similar to his relationship with Tang Xiaoxi. Tang Xiaoxi was indignant. She replied that she was just worried that the greedy pervert Lin Jing had seduced some girl. When the red car passed the black car, our hero looked out the window and focused his attention on it. Lightning flashed from Lin Jing's eyes when he noticed who exactly was sitting in the mysterious black car. The protagonist saw Miss Yu sitting tied up in the passenger seat, and a bald-headed giant with scars on his forehead sat next to him. Lin Jing shouted, ordering Tang to catch up with that black car. The girl turned around abruptly, almost causing an accident. The guy yelled at the girl to be careful because she passed within millimeters of a large truck. Tang Xiaoxi asked Li if he was sure it was the same car because she herself at speed did not notice who was sitting in it. Lin Jing admitted that he has been improving his body, and all his physical indicators are at their best, including his eyesight. The girl was so delighted that she took her hands off the wheel, blushing as she dreamed of the guy, and Li shouted at her to keep her eyes on the road. When the black car stopped at a private house, the protagonist stopped nearby and got out of the car, running towards Yu Wangqiu. The protagonist opened the door of the black car, screaming, but neither Yu Wangqiu nor the kidnappers were inside. Tang Xiaoxi guessed that Yu was in that house, and the protagonist suggested that the girl go and take a look. The guy ran towards the house and the girl reluctantly followed him, asking if what they were going to do wasn't penetration. When Lin Jing opened the front door, he immediately started shouting out his friend's name, trying to find her. Tang Xiaoxi blushed because she never expected that she would ever stoop to accompany a guy looking for his girlfriend. She took Lin Jing's arm and obediently followed him. Inside the house, there were women's boots and things scattered around. The blonde girl screamed loudly in fear, covering her mouth with her hand when something scared her in this house. Using his mobile phone screen as a light, Lin Jing asked Tang if everything was okay, while the girl stared at the ground in a daze. Shining the light of his phone in front of him, the main character also noticed the floor, where many women's things were scattered. Tang Xiaoxi guessed that the many scattered items might be related to the missing girl's case. The main character was startled when he shone the phone screen forward and saw something else frightening. The heroes did not notice how in the darkness they were surrounded by a whole crowd of muscular and tall men in dark suits. The leader of this gang laughed evilly and ordered his subordinates to kill the boy and seize the girl. Tang suggested that Lin Jing distract them while he ran away and called his grandfather. But the guy asked her not to worry, because he would not drag the old man into such a trifle. A crowd of enraged men, on the orders of their leader, pounced on our hero in a jump, smiling maliciously. One of the big guys swung and tried to hit our hero on the back of the head with a bat. But Lin Jing remained absolutely calm. Dodging another blow, the protagonist punched the offender in the face without looking, surprising Tang Xiaoxi. The main character continued to deal with the attackers. He punched one of them in the face, knocking out his teeth. Afterwards, the guy quickly dealt with a couple of thugs, attacking one of them with a kick in the stomach and throwing the other one aside with a fist. Lin Jing landed back on the ground with an arrogant expression after neutralizing the entire gang of villains. Only one enemy was still not defeated. He grinned evilly and praised the boy for his good skills, standing to the side. The protagonist visibly tensed up when he heard his voice. There was a man standing behind him pointing a gun at his head. Remaining calm, Li asked the villain at gunpoint where they hid the girl they had recently kidnapped. The villain asked our hero, holding a gun to his temple, if he thought he could still ask any questions. Tang Xiaoxi was afraid for the boy. She asked Li Xingye not to take risks, otherwise they would all die here. The protagonist raised his hands up and offered to make a deal with the villain with long blue hair, getting him interested. Li Xingye admitted that he didn't want to lose the girl they captured, but he could exchange her for the one who came with him. Tang Xiaoxi asked the guy if he was really going to do this to her. But the protagonist only remained mysteriously silent, smirking. The main character scared the blonde when he hit her with an evil and crazy smile on his face, ordering her to be silent. The girl burst into tears and called our hero a bastard when he hugged her and said that he was sorry that he didn't have time to enjoy her. The mysterious villain replied that 2 girls were not enough for him if Li Xingye was so eager to save his life. While still holding Li Xingye at gunpoint, the villain received a question from the boy asking if there were any other conditions. He said that he had seen Li's skills and they were not bad, and offered to spare his life and let him get rich if he joined their organization. The villain was shocked when Li Xingye agreed and said that he had always dreamed of joining some big organization. The boy's eyes lit up with delight. He made a gesture with his hands and asked the villain to let him serve the man. Tang Xiaoxi, who was watching this from the side, looked at Li with disdain and thought how disgusting his behavior was. The villain threw his head back, spread his arms out to the sides and laughed loudly, shouting how smart the boy was. The man loaded the pistol and pointed it in the other direction, removing the barrel from our hero's head. He pointed the gun at the frightened Tang Xiaoxi, and Li Xingye took his hand and asked the man to try this instead. The long, blue-haired bandit trembled and tensed as the boy gripped his wrist tightly. The protagonist tried to snatch the gun from the man's hand, causing the villain to accidentally fire it. Our hero failed to do this. The villain grabbed the gun again and fired. This time the bullet hit Li. Having been wounded, the boy began to lose his balance. Tang Xiaoxi, afraid for Li Xingye, ran up to him. Another villain ran into the room, shouting to Brother Liang that they had been discovered and that they needed to retreat because the police had already arrived. When one of the criminals asked Brother Liang what to do with the kidnapped girl, he replied that there was no time and they had to leave. An indignant Tang Xiaoxi asked the boy if he really wanted to give her to that scoundrel, to which he explained that he would not give her to them. She began to beat him with her fists, and Li, grimacing in pain, said that he would sell her if she hit him again. The protagonist was injured, so the girl's beatings seemed even more painful to him, and Tang Xiaoxi stopped. The girl looked at our hero intently and mysteriously, thinking that this guy wasn't so bad after all. Afterwards, Li Xingye smashed the door to the room to look for his kidnapped friend, Miss Yu Wangqiu. When they entered the room, they saw that the girl was lying on the floor. She was tied up, and her mouth was taped. Having freed herself, the girl immediately threw herself into the arms of her savior. She was scared and crying. Yu Wangqiu burst into tears and hugged our hero, screaming that she thought she would never see him again, and the guy calmed her down. Tang Xiaoxi stood to the side, watching this, feeling awkward and thinking that it seemed like she was out of place here. When the police arrived, the officer told Li Xingye that he was sorry, but they were too late to catch the criminals. Li asked Captain Jang if these were the people involved in the serial kidnapping of girls, and the officer confirmed his suspicions. The protagonist noticed that the black fog on Captain Jang's head was getting thicker and thicker, and concluded that something bad would soon befall the man. Tang Xiaoxi decided to introduce herself to Yu Wangqiu and said that she was indeed beautiful, so it was no wonder that Li risked his life for her. Yu Wangqiu, after examining the girl, thought that Tang Xiaoxi was very beautiful, with snow-white skin and a perfect figure, and suspected that Li had met with her behind her back. The girl thanked Tan for saving her and also complimented her appearance, adding that Wangqiu was also beautiful, but she didn't flaunt her beauty in front of everyone. Tang Xiaoxi tensed up when she heard Yu Wangqiu's ambiguous hints and realized that the girl was using wordplay on her. Xiaoxi replied that she envied Yu's natural beauty, but she couldn't hide her own, because there was no way to get rid of her peculiarities. Yu Wangqiu realized that Miss Tang was also a gifted talker, and replied that she too had been bad at hiding her beauty since kindergarten. The conversation turned into an argument, and Tang Xiaoxi replied that she was not qualified to evaluate a school flower. They looked at each other with eyes full of hatred, and at the same time recognized each other as worthy opponents. While the girls were arguing, they didn't notice that our hero was already lying on the floor, asking them to call an ambulance. Otherwise, he would leave this world from blood loss. The next day, events unfolded at the First City Hospital in Venin, where our hero was undergoing treatment. The doctor told Li Xingyi that the bullet had been removed from his body, and Captain Jang had already explained everything to him, so he wouldn't ask for details. The first thing the main character did was ask the man where the two girls were who had brought him to the hospital yesterday. The man replied that the girls had some business to attend to, and that they had left in the morning after seeing the guy fast asleep. As she was leaving, the nurse told the boy that in his condition he needed to stay in the hospital for at least 3 days, resting and not straining himself. Li Xingyi assumed that the doctors would think he was some kind of alien if he admitted to them that he could recover overnight. The protagonist felt completely healthy, but lay back down on the bed, deciding to pretend to be sick. The boy opened his eyes and quickly turned his attention to his phone when he received a notification from the Heavenly List. The Flower Fairy wrote that all 7 fairies had enough merit points, so Li Xingyi needed to quickly sell them the phones. The protagonist knew that he couldn't leave the hospital now, so he decided to ask his friend Liu Xun. The boy called his friend and asked Liu Xun to go to his store and bring 7 phones to hospital number 1. After the phone conversation, Li turned on the TV, and the news said that recently the entire internet had gone crazy over one girl. The news interested the main character. He stood up and stared at the TV screen with puzzled eyes. The hosts said that the video was posted by a user named Xingyi, and he is now called the God of PR, and the person depicted in the video was the Flower Fairy. The news reported that after the popularity of this video, a new style of dance appeared. It was called fairy tale style. The main character was stunned and screamed, asking if he had really become an internet celebrity. The presenter said that many companies were ready to sign a contract with that mysterious beauty at any cost, but they were unable to find her. The guy saw a video on his phone of a girl who looked like a fairy, but introduced herself as Angela Baby. The protagonist stared at the phone in shock, seeing that even Chinese celebrities were trying to imitate the Flower Fairy. The girls, the star spectators, were also shocked. One of them screamed that this fairy had a real face without plastic surgery. Afterwards, Li saw that there were tons of comments under his video. All the netizens were admiring the fairy who stole their hearts. Li Xingyi felt embarrassed and realized that he shouldn't ask the Flower Fairy to help him next time. Soon, Liu Xun burst into our hero's hospital room and shouted, announcing his appearance. The guy walked up to Li's hospital bed and brought him a small cardboard box, saying it contained his phones. Liu Xun was scared. He asked if someone had beaten his friend and shouted that he would find and drive to despair the bastard who did this to him. Scratching the back of his head, the main character replied that nothing like that happened. He just fell into a hole last night. Liu Xun hugged his friend and asked him to be careful because there had been demolition of houses in their area and they had not yet restored the lighting. The hero assumed that Liu had a lot of work in his phone repair shop and offered to give him a job with a good salary. Li Xingyi said that Yilan Company had recently released a new product and they needed a new sales director, and Liu could approach Yu to arrange for him. At this time, a joyful girl was walking down the corridor of the city hospital. She was happy that little Yue would be discharged tomorrow. Filming a video on her phone, the girl, ignoring the passers-by, said that she hoped that everything would go well. She screamed loudly when she suddenly ran into an unfamiliar guy. It was Liu Xun, who had left his friend's ward. The collision caused the girl to fall to the floor and drop her phone, and Liu quickly apologized to her, saying that he was in a hurry. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. She had a desire to call the police because that guy just apologized to her. Liu Xun stopped and looked at the stranger in shock when the girl said into the phone that little Yue had just been knocked down. The girl burst into tears. She said that she had not yet recovered, and the pain had now intensified, and the fans became angry at the scoundrel live on air. A wicked, cunning smile appeared on Yue's face when Liu Xun approached her and asked the miss to take her to the doctor. She pointed the camera at the blue-haired guy and screamed that this was the same man who had just knocked her down. A stunned Liu Xun began to justify himself to the girl's spectators, claiming that it was just an accident. Yue cried and complained to her viewers. She offered them to pay her medical bills if they felt sorry for her. The guy realized what was going on, got angry and shouted, asking if she was using him to get attention. The girl no longer cried. She laughed maliciously and called Liu Xun a fool, asking if he had only just realized this. He attacked the girl, demanding that she give him the phone so that he could explain everything to the audience, and told her not to pretend to be an innocent lamb. When Liu Xun grabbed the girl's hand to snatch the phone from her, she again pretended to be a victim and screamed. Someone immediately came running to help the girl, and the guy with blue hair got hit in the face with a mop. The cleaning ladies stood up for Yue, accusing Liu Xun of being a pervert, and one of them said that he had previously followed her in the toilet. Meanwhile, One of the hospital patients ran up to little Yue, and the delighted fan recognized her as his idol. The man fell at the feet of his idol and began to shout that he was a big fan of hers and loved her very much. The muscular giant glowed like fire. He looked at Liu Xun with burning red eyes and asked if he was the one who pestered Yue. The girl began filming her admirer attacking the guy, claiming that he intended to teach him a lesson in the name of little Yue. Yue smiled slyly. She thought that her live broadcast had already become a hit, filming the fight on video. Meanwhile, the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief as he passed the last phone through the scanner to sell it to the fairies. Li Xinghe was scared when he heard screams from the hospital corridor. Someone was loudly calling for help. The guy turned around and thought he had just heard the voice of his friend Liu Xun. The protagonist immediately ran out into the corridor. A stunned crowd stood in front of him, and he asked them what happened. Li Xinghe was horrified when he saw his friend lying on the floor while an unknown man applied makeup to him with a brush. Yue's fan told the boy that only if he turned Liu Xun into a girl would he stop pestering his idol. Our brave young hero decided to stand up for his friend and shouted, ordering the man to let Liu Xun go. The orderlies grabbed the man and apologized, saying that they had accidentally let a patient from the psychiatric department go and would take him away right away. Little Yue laughed awkwardly as the man finally confessed his love to the girl once again and asked her not to forget him. Li Xinghe asked his friend if he was okay, and the boy said that he didn't know how he could look people in the eye with his face like that. The hero reassured his friend, saying that his face was fine, but he turned away and felt sick because it was disgusting to look at Liu. The blogger turned around to leave, but our hero shouted, ordering the girl to stop. Little Yue stopped and turned around, and Li Xinghe asked if she was going to just leave after what she did to his friend. The girl smiled evilly and replied that Liu Xun pushed her first, so the guy deserved it. The protagonist stood up and grabbed the girl by the shoulder, demanding that she apologize to Liu Xun. Yue pointed the camera at Li Xinghe and began to fake cry in front of the audience again, claiming that the hooligan's accomplice was trying to grab him. Li Xinghe was dumbfounded when he saw the girl's viewers criticizing him in the chat, calling him a disgusting person and a beast. The girl said she had 1,000,000 witnesses who would prove Liu Xun's guilt and asked what evidence Li had. The blogger pushed our hero away and said that they could do whatever they wanted, but her fans would deal with them. Gritting his teeth in anger, our hero asked the girl if she really thought she could do whatever she wanted if she was popular, while Liu Xun was still sitting on the floor with a dumbfounded expression. Li Xinghe noticed that there were surveillance cameras hanging above them. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face. He was ready to teach the little girl a lesson because an idea appeared in his head. Soon, Tang Xiaoxi approached the boy and said that she asked her father to get the video from the surveillance cameras and handed him a flash drive. She also said that she had researched the blogger and found out that she had more than 1,000,000 followers, so she didn't understand what Li intended to do. The protagonist replied that the girl shouldn't worry about it because he has his own methods. Miss Tan was indignant, saying that she didn't care about the guy and wouldn't have even bothered to come here if it weren't for her grandfather's request. Remembering her grandfather, Miss Tang Xiaoxi handed our hero some kind of gift and said that it was from the old man. The main character looked at the gift with shining eyes. He was in shock because he received the keys to a Mercedes. The guy was very happy with such a gift, and Miss Tan did not understand what was wrong with it because it was just a car worth a little more than 1,000,000. Li Xinghe looked at his phone screen warily when he received a new notification. It turned out that Liu Xun called him. The main character answered the phone and asked his friend what happened. The boy's eyes widened in horror when Liu Xun screamed that our hero's smartphone store had been destroyed. Meanwhile, White and Black were sitting on the pier. The guy told his sister that he was going to study the techniques of exorcists from Western countries. Belaya cried. She knew that her brother was leaving for a long time. The girl told him that he should remember her as long as the moon shines. Black smiled, calling his sister a little fool, and said that he would always remember her because he was her brother. After a long time, the white woman's brother returned, and the girl was happy when, after a long separation, she saw him on the pier. He now stood in a black robe, not looking at his sister's face. He asked her to address him not in Chinese but in English. White was stunned by her brother's behavior. She froze, her eyes wide open, not understanding why he had changed so much. The girl fell off her feet and choked when her brother, moreover, declared that he was no longer a Chinese spirit but death. Liu Xun, who had angered his friend with the news about the store, took the phone away from his ear when Li started shouting, asking who did it. The guy told his friend that this was being done by Yue fans and advised Li Xinghe to hide for a while because these crazy people might attack him. Our hero was furious, he shouted, asking if the madmen thought they were immortal and could get away with it. The protagonist calmed down. He thought that little Yue had gone too far, and now let her not blame him for his rudeness. The guy posted a video and claimed that he was Lin Jing, a PR god who wanted to open everyone's eyes and show the truth. In this CCTV video, it was clear that little Yue had deliberately pushed Liu Shun while smiling slyly. When netizens saw the new video from the PR god, the girls' fans realized that little Yue had been fooling them all along. Meanwhile, the blogger was at the performance. The host announced that the rising internet star Yue would perform for them today. The presenter suggested that the girls see how her fans would support her and asked the blogger not to be afraid. Little Yue and the host of the event opened their eyes wide when they saw how much support the blogger received from fans. The girl was bombarded with angry comments. Everyone insulted her and wished her death, asking how she dared to turn on the stream. The blogger was horrified. She screamed, not understanding how this could happen and why her fans turned against her. The girl saw that all her million fans had disappeared, and now only 3 people were following little Yue. The presenter apologized and shouted that due to some technical problems they would have to pause this episode. Afterwards, she spoke to someone on the phone and promised to punish the blogger. And Yue was already tearfully apologizing to Shu. Zhu was furious, as if she had turned into a devil with anger, and screamed, asking if Yue knew that she had angered the PR god. Pointing her finger at the girl, Zhu shouted that the god of PR has a beautiful model, and many people want to sign a contract with her. But she was at a loss because she didn't know who she was up against. The pink-haired woman said that the blogger's account was blocked, and now their company will not support the blogger who ruined everything. When asked what she should do, Shu, gritting her teeth in anger, said that Yue would have to apologize to the PR god and force him to delete the video. The girl's producer clarified that the blogger will have to achieve our hero's forgiveness at any cost. Little Yue looked at Shu with fear. Thinking about her words about at any cost, Yu said that they need to attract the PR god to their company if possible, and then the girl has a chance to get into the world rankings. Little Yue was angry. She thought that she was not so easy to break, and was angry at the one who was trying to destroy her. She challenged the god of PR and thought they would see who would win, and the hero's profile already had more than 8 million subscribers. When evening fell again on the street, the action took place in the city hospital, where our hero was still lying. The guy spent his time in the hospital bed, and due to idleness, Lin Jing fell asleep. He lay with his mouth wide open and snored. Lin Jing opened his eyes abruptly when he heard a nurse enter his room with a tray of medicine. Looking at the girl, the stunned protagonist screamed, advising the nurse to change her revealing outfit. The boy blushed and looked at the nurse with fear when she came up with a thermometer and offered to measure his temperature. He felt awkward, and Lin Jing asked why she needed to measure it for him. Since no one had taken his temperature last night, the nurse replied that yesterday's was yesterday's, and it would be better to measure the temperature now in case it suddenly rose. Sweating from awkwardness, the girl apologized to our hero for her clumsiness when she almost fell right on top of him. When Lin Jing realized that the girl's voice sounded familiar, he became suspicious and abruptly tore the medical mask off her face. The guy saw in front of him the frightened and embarrassed face of little Yue, who had been successfully exposed. The girl bowed before our hero and admitted that she was very sorry, and she came to apologize. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl awkwardly looked at Lin Jing and asked him to accept her apology. The girl screamed that she was ready to do anything in exchange for the forgiveness of the PR god. The boy got angry when he turned his head to the side and saw something suspicious standing on a tray nearby. He realized that the girl was trying to set him up because there was a bottle on the tray with a small camera on it. Lin Jing grabbed the camera and demanded an explanation from the girl. She screamed when she saw that the guy had found her. The girl started crying and screaming that she was very sorry. She just wanted to film him to blackmail him. Holding a small camera in his hands, Lin Jing asked what he needed her apology for and suggested calling the police. Little Yue begged him not to do it because it would get her fired, and threatened to do something to herself if the guy didn't delete the video. But the hero cast a cold glance at the blogger and declared that he would never forgive her for what she had done before. He picked up his phone and asked if he should take a couple of photos of the girl in this costume and post them, so that she would definitely become popular. The guy turned on the camera and began laughing and filming the blogger on her phone, who was standing in front of him, bursting into tears. The girl looked back in fear when she heard her phone, lying on the table, start ringing. The blogger picked up the phone. It was her producer Shu. Little Yue asked why she was calling so late. In response, she was met with shouts. Shu told the girl not to forget that her father was in debt, her mother was in the hospital, and her brother needed money for his studies. Yu screamed that if the girl didn't force the PR god to delete that video, then little Yue might not come to her. Little Yue answered the producer in a dejected voice that she understood everything. But the woman had already hung up and only beeps could be heard. Hearing what problems little Yue faced in life, our hero looked at her with a sad look. The tearful girl apologized and promised not to bother him anymore, and the main character became kinder and agreed to forgive her. Lee Xingyi said that he deleted the video and wrote under the post that it was a misunderstanding. But next time he will not feel sorry for her. The blogger was visibly surprised. She stopped and looked at the guy and asked if he felt sorry for her. The main character replied that he felt sorry for those for whom the girl was doing this, and his help would help the blogger's loved ones in this hopeless situation. The girl replied that she would return the favor to the guy in the future, so she would not thank him now. Lee Xingyi was saddened because he felt sorry for this girl who looked cute, but took a dirty path to popularity. When it became light outside again, our hero was informed that he could be discharged from the hospital today. When Lee Xingyi walked out onto the street, Miss Tang's red car was already waiting for him on the side of the road, the girl honking the horn to get his attention. She invited him to get into the car and told him that her grandfather had asked her to help Lee Xingyi test his new car. Tan asked the guy if he had driven a car before, to which a frightened Lee Xingyi asked him to underestimate him. The guy asked why she assumed he couldn't drive, but Tan saw that the hero felt extremely insecure behind the wheel. On the road, the guy drove the car awkwardly and very quickly. Tang Xiaoxi screamed in horror, telling Lee Xingyi to drive more slowly. As Lee Xingyi was racing down the city street in his new Mercedes, he passed by Miss Yu Wangqiu, who was standing on the sidewalk holding a bouquet of flowers. The main character's expression changed dramatically when he noticed his friend, the beauty Yu Wangqiu, on the side of the road. The purple-haired girl was also noticeably surprised to meet Lee Xingyi so unexpectedly. She felt disappointed because she thought Lee was a good, goal-oriented person. But it turned out that all he needed was to become a member of a rich family. The girl was angry and disappointed. She felt like a fool because she fell in love with the wrong person. Miss Yu Wangqiu walked over to the trash can and threw out a bouquet of flowers that was meant for Lee Xingyi to celebrate his discharge. Lee Xingyi got out of the car and asked the girl why she didn't tell him in advance that she was coming to congratulate him on his discharge. And Yu replied that she was just passing by. The protagonist tried to stop the girl, but she removed her hand and apologized to him, saying that she would not interfere with his date with Tan. Tang Xiaoxi screamed and ordered the girl to stop and asked how she dared to consider Lee Xingyi as her boyfriend. Yu Wangqiu stopped and asked if she wanted to deny it after Tang had taken care of him in the hospital and driven around the city with him. The protagonist shouted, asking Yu Wangqiu to stop talking nonsense and demanded that she tell him directly what she wanted. In fact, our young hero was very flattered and pleased that two beautiful girls were fighting for him. Tang Xiaoxi decided to tease the girl even more, angry that Yu Wangqiu considered her and Lee Xingyi as a couple. Lee Xingyi asked Miss Tang what happened to her when she came over, called him cute, and handed him his gold card. The boy was taken aback when Tang Xiaoxi placed her hand on his shoulder and tried to hand him the card, saying that she admired him. Yu Wangqiu was seething with anger and jealousy. The girl puffed out her cheeks in anger as she watched the cute behavior of the couple in front of her. She screamed that Lee was shameless, turned around and said goodbye, and our hero begged him to listen, claiming that it was a misunderstanding. After the girl left, Lee Xingyi asked Miss Tang if what she said was true, and she giggled and asked for her card back. The guy was in a stupor when Tang Xiaoxi got into our hero's car and promised to return it, asking to borrow it for a while. The main character froze, perplexed. He was very upset that the car that had just been given to him had left without him. He turned his gaze back when he heard Tao's shouts. He stated that he, the disciple, had come to pick up his master Lee Xingyi from the hospital. When our hero looked back and saw Tao Xingming sitting in the car, smiling and giving a thumbs up, he was surprised. The guy agreed to get into the car, and when they drove off, he asked where Tao was taking him, since his house was on the other side. Smiling, Tao's disciple admitted that he was taking him to a Taoist organization experience exchange meeting, praising his attentiveness. The hero screamed and looked at the student in bewilderment. He was shocked that he was being taken to a Taoist organization to exchange experiences. At the threshold of the organization, its leader was already greeting the guests. He invited the highly respected gentleman to come inside. The leader of the city's Taoist association, Kui Gong Yuan, came out to greet the guest, and Taoist master Dui Genren arrived. Kui asked the chief if it was true that they had also invited Tao Xingming, to which he justified himself by saying that it was a mistake due to the ignorance of their people. Kui Gongyuan replied that it didn't matter and said that the old man would put Tao in his place, just like he did 10 years ago. When Tao Xingming and our hero got out of the car, Tao told Li Xinghe, calling him master, that they had arrived. Li Xinghe was burning with rage at Tao. He screamed, demanding that the boy not call him his master anymore. A sad Tao said that he brought Li here to help him defeat the opponent who defeated Xingming 10 years ago. The boys turned around when they heard a woman's voice saying that no one was allowed to enter this building. The girl tried to explain to the uninvited guest with a cigarette in his teeth that they would not let him into the Taoist Association without an invitation. The man said that he should have received an invitation because these are events for the exchange of Taoist experiences. And the girl replied that she could not check whether he had strength. She was scared when the mysterious man in the hat was ready to show her proof of his power. The association member froze in fear, clenching her teeth and looking at the intruder with eyes full of horror. The girl was enveloped in the man's magical energy. She writhed in pain, and another worker asked Xiaolin what was wrong with her. The man, seeing the girl suffering, only grinned and asked if she now understood that he had the right to enter there. The main character was already ready to fight the villain. He pricked the bastard for mocking ordinary people. Li Xinghe reached out his hand towards the girl to use his palm to remove the man's magical influence. Meanwhile, the girl screamed in pain and horror, her body enveloped in the magical power of the stranger. The mysterious man in the hat turned around and looked at the girl in fear when he saw Li Xinghe saving her. The main character managed to remove the spell from the defenseless girl. He picked her up and asked if she was okay. Tao Xingming stopped the man, warning him that he would not leave if he tried to harm anyone again. He stopped, turned around and justified himself to our heroes by saying that he was simply trying to open the eyes of a fool who did not see his strength. Tao, showing all his awards, accused the man of harming an ordinary person and violating the Taoist code, and he now has every right to reproach him. He grinned and pointed at his master, saying that Li Xinghe liked this woman, which meant she could become his girlfriend. The protagonist blushed with embarrassment. He asked Tao Xingming what he was saying, and the girl asked if Tao's words were true. The man laughed and called our hero a young and romantic Taoist, and Li screamed, justifying himself by saying that he had simply protected the girl from his bullying. The frightened leader of the Taoist organization, Kui Gongyuan, ran into the room and asked the guys what was going on here. He asked Tao Xingming who the two were, and the blonde man proudly replied that the person standing in front of him was his master Li Xinghe. The leader of the Taoist Association twisted his face when he heard that this young man was Tao Xingming's master. When asked about the second man, Tao Xingming chuckled irritably and stated that he didn't know this guy. The man finally introduced himself as Wuhai and asked if he could enter without an invitation, and Kui Gongyuan hospitably allowed him to enter. Wuhai followed the association leader, looked at our hero with a sly smile, and mentally allowed him to look at the girl. Li Xinghe was scared when he saw Xiaolin faint and collapse on the floor, with her worried friend sitting next to her. After examining the girl, the hero said that yin energy was overflowing her body, and this was very dangerous, and the woman complained about how cold she was. When she was taken to the room for Li to help her, the girl outside asked Master Tao if he would cure her, and he told her not to worry. The sick girl's friend was delighted when she heard from Master Tao what abilities Li Xinghe possessed. Master Tao responded by leaning his hand against the wall, bending over and telling the girl that he was an idol among all Taoists and just as strong. The guy started showing off in front of the girl and then asked if she wanted to get to know him better. Tao Xingming screamed in pain as the girl became angry and slapped him in the face, telling him not to touch her. Meanwhile, the hero was transmitting his chi to the sick girl. He warned that the clothes had to be removed, because this is how it is described in the books on martial arts. After the hero completed the procedure, the girl suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. She asked in fear where she was. Xiaolin began to shake her head from side to side, trying to understand how she ended up here, and our hero felt awkward. The protagonist explained to the girl that she was overwhelmed with yin energy, so he had to stabilize this energy with his qi. Xiaolin, complaining that she was hot, approached Li and wanted to thank him, frightening our hero. The boy started calling for help, and Master Tao, who was standing outside, was proud of Li Xinghe and said that he was a worthy master since he came up with this way to win the girl. Tao Xingming was startled when the association leader approached him and asked what he was doing here and where his master was. Master Tao blushed and sweated from embarrassment. He hesitated, Not knowing how to explain to the leader where his master Li Xinghe was now, the boy announced to Li Xinghe that Kui Gongyuan had come to see him, and the association leader asked if he could examine the injured girl. Meanwhile, Shaolin continued to try to pester our hero. The guy, trying to break free, shouted, asking the men to wait a minute. When Master Tao and Kui entered the room, they were horrified to see Shaolin lying on the bed tied up. Scratching the back of his head, the hero explained that he had used his qi to neutralize the yin energy, but had gone a bit overboard. Ku Gongyuan concluded that Li Xinghe's strength was not inferior to Wuhai's since he had neutralized the yin energy in such a short time. The association leader told the guy that it was no big deal and took out a round pill, saying that it could help the girl. The protagonist thanked the chairman, and he replied that there was no need for thanks, since all responsibility for the event lay on his shoulders. Li Xinghe put the pill into Shaolin's mouth, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed, for the girl to swallow. When the girl woke up, she asked if she had behaved wrongly, causing Li Xinghe to blush and scratch his nose, looking away. The hero replied that everything was fine and it was just a dream, and Shaolin thanked Master Li for his concern and promised to remember his kindness. The world meeting of the Taoist organization's exchange of experience began. The leader sat on the stage on the throne. Guests gathered around. Tao Xingming brought our hero and announced to the entire hall that he had brought the true master Li Xinghe, who was also his teacher. Dui Zhenren asked if this simpleton was Master Tao, and said that he didn't think that the battle 10 years ago would affect the guy like that. Wuhai, smoking a cigarette, said that if he had known that such trash would gather here, he definitely would not have come to the meeting. Angered, Tao Xingming asked Wuhai how he dared to say such a thing, since our hero had already taught him a lesson the day before. Dui Zhenren, sitting on the throne, noticed Wuhai's comment and wondered why he hadn't noticed such a blunt and straightforward person before. When an argument broke out in the hall, the old man shouted, ordering the boys to be quiet and calm. The Taoist master rose from his throne and walked closer to the edge of the stage, declaring that he would now announce the rules of their meeting. Dui Zhenren said that they would first test the knowledge of the Taoists to determine the winner of the first round. Afterwards, according to the man, they will test their skills, and there will be no restrictions for the participants to demonstrate their strength. The leader announced the start of the first round and addressed the audience, asking who among them wanted to share their knowledge first. One of the Taoists stepped forward and bowed down, saying that the peaks of the Jui Mountains were incredibly high, and that was where he had been able to temper his character. Dui Zhenren accepted him as the first participant and asked the guests who was willing to fight this guy from Mount Juyi. Tao Xingming, with an enthusiastic smile on his face, immediately raised his hand high and volunteered to be the opponent. The man pointed his finger at Tao and shouted at him, asking if he really wanted to embarrass himself again after being ridiculed. The protagonist was taken aback when Tao Xingming laughingly replied that he had been misunderstood and that it was his master who wanted to participate. Angrily, Li Xinghe asked the boy what he was doing, and Tao asked the master to stop being modest and tell them something that would make their mouths drop. Dui Zhenren greeted the second member with laughter, asked the audience for applause, and invited Li Xinghe to come on stage. Li Xinghe walked out onto the round concrete stage hesitantly. He didn't know what to tell him, but then he calmed down, because he wasn't a contender for victory anyway. Our hero's opponent laughed arrogantly. He thought that he was lucky because this was a great chance to win the tournament and earn money by fighting against this stupid guy. The Taoist from Mount Juyi asked the question first. He asked his opponent if he knew how many worlds there were in total. The guests who were watching the competition laughed, saying that the question was too simple and that everyone knew the answer. Dui Zhenren didn't laugh. He waited attentively for our hero's answer, because he knew that the question was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The guy came closer to our hero, poked his finger into his chest and asked his opponent if he could answer. Looking his opponent in the eye, the protagonist honestly admitted that he did not know the answer to his question. The audience began to get indignant. The other Taoists called our hero an idiot who didn't even know the basics. Tao Xingming tensed up, biting his nails and looking sideways at his master, suspecting that Li Xinghe's knowledge was even worse than his own. Li Xinghe stepped forward and shouted, urging everyone not to be mistaken, because they too could not know the exact answer. Dui Zhenren sat on the wooden throne and silently listened to the participants. He thought that Li Xinghe made an interesting statement. Crossing his arms over his chest, Li stated that the only thing they knew was that other worlds existed. Li Xinghe shouted that the ancestors were not true Taoists who knew all the secrets of this universe, and there was no need to believe in something that was only known in words. Having calmed down, The guy smiled and summed up that he could not give the correct answer because he had not studied other worlds. The other participants stopped being angry with our hero and admitted that his words sounded logical. They agreed that they had no way of knowing the truth, and one of the Taoists called our hero a sage, and he was surprised by this because Li was so young. Tao Xingming smiled and said that his master's answer was worthy, and he did not regret becoming his disciple. The Taoist from Mount Juyi shouted and accused Li of being delirious, and that everything he had just said was simply unheard of. Dui Zhenren stood up for Li Xinghe and said that the answer did not necessarily have to be standard because in the Tao, anything can happen. He announced that he would count this round as a draw, and now it was time to move on to testing the participants' skills. Wuhai, smoking a cigarette, carefully watched what was happening on the stage, where the guy from the mountains was already standing in a fighting stance. The mysterious Taoist in the hat took another drag and thought that this Li Xinghe was indeed an interesting person. The leader of the association read out loud that in this test they need to lift some object into the air using any skills. Ku Gongyuan listed the items that could be chosen, such as a ruler, a peachwood dagger, a grinding wheel, a water barrel, and more. Tao Xingming told the protagonist that at the last meeting, the old man managed to lift the stove into the air with his skills. Li Xinghe suggested that he should lift the stove in the same way, but Tao sighed and said that no one had succeeded in doing this in many years. Ku Gongyuan asked those present who wanted to go out first to show off their skills. The first one to want to go on stage again was Gao Shan. He declared that he was ready to show his strength to his brothers. The protagonist was irritated by the guy's behavior. He called Gao Shan an upstart out loud and looked at him with contempt. The guy walked up to the table and began, with all his might, to use his magical powers against the sword, trying to lift it. Gao Shan's magical energy swirled around the sword lying on the table, and the object gradually began to rise into the air. The mountain Taoist began to rejoice, a smug smile appearing on his face as he was able to remotely lift the sword into the air. He was startled and jumped back. When a moment later the sword finally fell and the leader shouted that he had almost managed to pick up the peachwood sword. One of the Taoists who was present at the meeting admired the boy's skills and admitted that he had performed well. Gao Shan apologized to the leader and the audience, smiled and admitted that he was not experienced enough for this. Ku Gongyuan asked the boys who else wanted to try, and everyone started raising their hands, shouting out what they wanted. Another Taoist came forward next, making every effort to call upon the name of all that is holy, and raised an iron sword into the air. Then, a large burly man came onto the stage, gritting his teeth as he tried to lift a heavy grinding disc into the air. An old man followed him, the elderly man shouting for praise when he managed to lift this incredible mass. Pleased with the way the competition was going, the association leader asked if there were any other people who wanted to test themselves. The four Taoists stood aside and did not dare to show their abilities. They believed that only great masters would dare to continue. Tao asked the master why he didn't try it, and the despondent hero replied that he was tired of this association because it was a complete madhouse here. Ku Gongyuan smiled and said that if no one had any objections, he was ready to announce the champion of the competition. Wuhai, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, smiled evilly and called everyone present pathetic. The leader of the association was furious. He shouted, asking who said this and who dared to insult the great masters. All the Taoists, angry at Wuhai, were ready to pounce on him, while the guy remained calm, not even considering them masters. Wuhai laughed in the faces of the great Taoist masters and said that the ants and beetles would appear strong. The angry Taoists surrounded the man in the hat, shouting at him, complaining about the nonsense he was talking and urging him to demonstrate his skills himself. The man in the raincoat with a cigarette in his mouth agreed. He came out on stage and arrogantly asked if this was all when he saw a stone oven in front of him. Tao Xingming was also furious at the guy. He shouted, shutting the bastard's mouth, and declared that his master was 1,000,000 times stronger than Wuhai. Wuhai was ready to show the furious crowd what he could do and put out his hands to release his power. With a scream, he enveloped the stone furnace in a red magical light and managed to lift the object into the air in an instant. The other Taoists couldn't believe their eyes, their mouths wide open in surprise when they saw that he actually picked it up. The main character suspected that something was wrong, so he put on magic glasses that allowed him to see the truth. Li Xinghe saw that Wuhai was cheating and was actually using a spirit, a girl who was holding a stove on her back. The guy understood that the girl would not be able to withstand such a load because it was clear that she was suffering, and a second later the stove crashed to the ground. Wuhai shouted out that his performance had come to an end, and asked if there were any more people willing to compete with him. Ku Gongyuan, no longer so happy, looked tensely at Wuhai and was ready to announce the competition champion again. The other Taoists, sweating from the strain, were frightened, and they hesitated whether they should also show what they were capable of. The main character silently watched everything that was happening. His loyal disciple Tao Xingming stood behind him and remained silent. Wuhai smiled evilly, spread his arms out to the sides and declared that since they had no objections, they were all trash. The man in the hat started when he heard the old man's voice behind him. Dui Zhenren addressed him, calling him little. The elderly Taoist master decided to challenge the impudent Wuhai and declared that he would also try to show off his skills. Raising his fist, Dui shouted that he intended to prove the strength of the Taoist organization even though he was beyond his years. And everyone began to support him. Tao Xingming pointed his finger at the old man and shouted at him not to dare lose, because he could only lose to Master Li. Dui Zhenren asked the guys not to worry and promised that he would not let them down and would show them what he was capable of. The old man activated his power, turned to the vast expanse, and commanded the furnace to fly into the air by the law of this world. The master directed his palms at the stove, influencing it with magical energy. The heavy object began to tremble. The Taoists were frightened when they saw that the stone oven was not rising, and they concluded that the old man would not succeed. Tao Xingming thought that Dui Zhenren was much stronger 10 years ago, and he would have been able to lift this furnace back then. Everyone shouted that the old man was beginning to succeed when Dui Zhenren, enveloping the stove with power, made it rise slightly above the ground. The boys started shouting, supporting the elderly master, and Dui Zhenren managed to lift the heavy furnace above his head. A moment later, she fell back onto the stone stage. The elderly master was unable to keep her in the air for long. When this happened, Master Dui bent over and coughed. The old man became visibly ill. He spat out a large amount of blood. Seeing that something was wrong with the old man, Tao Xingming was afraid for the master and shouted, asking what had happened to him. The Taoists came over to help the grandfather up, and Wuhai, standing to the side, said that the man was no longer the same as he used to be. With a sly smile on his face, Wuhai beckoned with his fingers and asked who else would dare to challenge him, and called for everyone to come forward. The protagonist stood silently to the side and stared at Wuhai with a disdainful gaze, knowing that he was cheating. Tao Xingming was furious at Wuhai's arrogance and shouted at the man to shut up so he wouldn't offend them. The fair-haired guy clenched his teeth and fist in anger. And suddenly, the main character slapped the angry boy on the shoulder. Tao Xingming's eyes lit up when Li Xingyi asked the boy not to worry and agreed to try it. The protagonist walked onto the stone stage, silently walked past Wuhai, and past the small stone furnace to approach the large one. The other Taoists were furious, shouting that this was too much, that some young brat was defending the honor of their community. Standing in front of the large furnace, Li recalled the spiritual power manual, which said to infuse true qi through the fingertips into the object. Shouting, the protagonist directed true qi into the large furnace. A bright blue magical light enveloped his body. Silence fell over the room. Our brave hero's first attempt to lift the stove into the air ended in failure. Li Xingyi felt awkward and ashamed, thinking how shameful it was because his energy had no effect on the object. The Taoists began to shout at our hero, declaring that with such strength he could only lift a ruler, and urged him to leave and not disgrace himself. One of the Taoists asked the others not to insult the guy because he was trying to do his best. The three men were frightened when Tao Xingming, enraged, shouted at them, claiming that they did not know the true strength of his master. Sweating with shame, our hero realized that he really couldn't do it, but Tao Xingming urged him not to stop. Wuhai smirked and called the protagonist an ignoramus and advised him to concentrate first and then lift the object. Tao Xingming shouted, begging the master not to panic, and advised him to change the trajectory of the object and imagine how he was holding it. The protagonist listened to his student's advice and decided that he first needed to understand what he would be grabbing. Mentally holding this object, Li Xingyi finally knew what to do when he saw a texture on the stone stove that gave him an idea. The boy concluded that he needed to feel the entire object and again released his true qi, affecting the furnace. A bright blue magical light surrounded Li Xingyi as he screamed, concentrating on finally lifting the object. The huge flow of powerful true qi still helped the protagonist lift the heavy stone stove high above his head. Wuhai was stunned when he saw this. The sly smile disappeared from the guy's face, and he tensed up when he saw his opponent's ability. Tao Xingming gave his thumbs up and praised his master, genuinely happy with our hero's success. The other Taoists were shocked that Li had seriously raised her. They assumed that the guy was at the Supreme Master Realm or even higher. Li Xing's entire face turned red from the strain, and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. This thing was too heavy for him, and he could no longer hold it. The boy's entire body trembled as he tried to hold the stove in the air. And Wuhai admitted that he had underestimated Li Xinghe. Turning to leave, the mysterious Taoist in a hat and with a cigarette in his teeth told Li that he would remember him. Meanwhile, Black reported to His Excellency that they had discovered the man who had interfered with them, and his name was Li Xinghe. Blushing, White told her ruler that, besides, the guy was incredibly handsome. His Excellency, whose head was covered with a white robe, asked the spirits where a mere mortal could get a resurrection pill. After Black's excuses, the man ordered him to forget about it, and stated that he wanted to meet this Li Xinghe in person. After Li dealt with the furnace, he sat on the throne, and all the Taoists rejoiced, congratulating their savior on his victory. Dai Genren knelt down and bowed his head before our hero, thanked him for restoring the prestige of their association, and asked for advice. Tao Xingming became angry, shook his fist at the old man, and told Jang that Li was his mentor and he did not dare take Xinghe away from him. The guy grabbed onto Li Xinghe's legs and he tried to push him away, screaming for the Drama King to get out of here. The main character looked at the phone screen with concern when he heard someone calling him. Li Xinghe saw that it was Yu Wanqiu calling him, so he decided to answer the phone immediately. Laughing, the main character asked the girl if she missed him since she was calling. The smile disappeared when Yu Wanqiu told him to stop talking nonsense and invited him to come to the company because an urgent matter had come up. When our hero hung up the phone, he began to worry even more because Wanqiu's voice was not very cheerful. After the gathering of Taoists to exchange experiences, Li Xinghe immediately went to the building of the company where the girl worked. While adjusting his hair, our hero was very pleased with himself because Yu Wanqiu had finally contacted him. When Li Xinghe entered the office, Yu Wanqiu was immersed in work. The girl was sitting on the floor, surrounded by a pile of papers and folders with documents. Seeing Li Xinghe, Miss Yu asked where his rich girlfriend was and why they didn't come here together. The girl turned her head away, still feeling resentful towards the boy. And Li Xinghe realized that Yu Wanqiu was still angry because of Tang Xiaoxi. Smiling awkwardly, Li told the girl that she had misunderstood everything and that he and Tang Xiaoxi were not on that kind of relationship. Turning her head away, Yu Wanqiu snorted and replied that she didn't need his explanation, and stated that she and Li Xinghe were still very different. Sitting down in the chair, the girl put the folder on the table and said that she called the guy here today to talk about work. The main character looked thoughtfully at the piece of paper that the girl handed him and asked if she wanted to hold a competition. Yu Wanqiu explained that to promote the new face cream, they are collaborating with Lu Kui to create a talent show, and our hero will be appearing as a judge. Li Xinghe was outraged that she chose him for this role without asking her, and the girl said that they invited Ouyang Haochen to collaborate. Yu Wanqiu placed a photograph of a young blonde guy on the table, the man with whom our hero would have to cooperate. The protagonist remembered that Lu Kui was the woman who produced Xiao Yue Yue, but he didn't know who the hell Ouyang Haochen was. Meanwhile, Ouyang asked Lu, sitting in her car, if she really wanted to meet Li Xinghe in person. Lu explained that Li Xinghe was a PR god, the most popular internet celebrity, so she needed to win his favor. Ouyang Haochen laughed and replied that he had had fun with many girls, but there were few famous fairies in his life. The guy was already licking his lips, and Lu screamed, warning him to behave more modestly at the competition and not to meet with those girls. Li Xinghe told the flower fairy in a phone conversation that the video of her and the 7 fairies had become very popular. The girl replied that mortals judge by beauty, but in heaven old loners call her only an old witch. The hero asked the fairy how the smartphone sales were going, because he wanted to sell more and earn points to improve his abilities. The flower fairy answered the guy that everything was great, and many inhabitants of the heavenly world wanted to buy a smartphone. While the main character was chatting with the fairy, a woman suddenly entered the room and asked if the god of PR was there. It was Lu Kui. The guy confessed that he was the god of PR and asked in return who she was. The woman adjusted her glasses, said hello, introduced herself as Lu Kui, the talent competition planner, and said she wanted to talk to him alone. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when the woman placed the paper on the table and declared that she wanted the flower fairy and the 7 fairies to pass over to her. Li Xinghe was even more shocked when he saw the blank check for the gigantic sum that Lu was willing to spend on buying the fairies. The woman said that with her abilities, she would definitely be able to grow first-class inflorescences from fairies within a year. The promises of fame and fortune had no effect on our hero. Lee Sinke tore up the check, refusing to sell the fairies. The protagonist calmly threw away the scraps of paper, and an indignant Lu Kui came up and asked why he refused. Lee Sinke said that fairies would never work for others, and advised her to ignore them. The producer did not give in. She asked again how much money he wanted, to which Lee replied that you can't make saints dance for money. She turned around, waved her hand and said that she would not push any further since the PR god was so unshakable. Lu Kui also gave the guy a list of contestants. Some of the circled ones are newcomers that the woman wants to sign a contract with. The main character noticed one contestant. It was Lin Jing, a pretty girl he knew. Lee Sinke was wary because this Lu Kui almost forced Yue to sell herself for the contract. So he was also worried about Lin Jin. The guy decided that he needed to dissuade the girl from signing a contract with the producer because he was worried that she would suffer the same fate as Yue. The building already had a photo of Ouyang Haocheng on it, and at the top was a welcoming message for the competition participants and the program team. Ouyang Haocheng stood in front of the mirror in his office, adjusting his tie. The guy looked at his reflection, admiring it. He was pleased with himself because he was confident that there was no woman who could refuse Ouyang Haocheng's stunning beauty. The guy was distracted from his reflection in the mirror when there was a loud knock on the door and they started shouting the young man's name. When Ouyang opened the door, Lin Jing was standing at the threshold with blushing cheeks. The guy allowed the girl to enter. A smug smile appeared on the guy's face. He was once again convinced that there was no woman who could resist his beauty. Confused, Lin Jing asked the guy what she wanted, to which he replied that he wanted to give her some private acting training. Lin Jing was visibly frightened when she heard that he had read her questionnaire and asked how exactly he would train her. She got even more scared when the guy came closer and said that he wanted to practice a scene from the movie World of Forms with her. Ouyang told the girl that if she wanted to become a star, this was pretty standard training when she asked if it was too much. He brought his face close to hers and offered to start the show, and the girl began to scream, begging the guy to stop, because she was not ready for this. Luckily for Lin Jing, a moment later, a man with a parcel in his hand knocked loudly on the door and called out for Mr. Ouyang. Without opening the door, the young man shouted, asking who was there, and said that he was busy at the moment. Ouyang had to go to the door and open it when the delivery man said that Madame Lu asked him to give the guy something. It turned out that the delivery man was our main character. He asked Ouyang to open the box and see what was inside. Ouyang was confused when he opened the cardboard box, confused by the delivery at such a late hour. The boy's eyes popped out of their sockets and he screamed in fear, cursing when the head of a ghost girl was in the box. Terrified to the point of horror, Ouyang Haocheng lost his balance and fell to the floor, and the ghost's head circled around him, making angry faces. The guy reached out his hand to the door, trying to crawl out of the room. But our hero stood in front of him, not letting him go. Lin Jing took the box and saw that there was nothing inside, and asked our hero why Ouyang was so scared. The protagonist took off his courier uniform and declared that he would also like to learn acting from Mr. Ouyang. The ghost woman's head also grinned angrily and said that she wanted to learn from him, and Ouyang begged to be let go. The protagonist raised his fist and asked to be allowed to teach Ouyang himself if he didn't want to teach him. A moment later, our strong hero's fist landed right in Ouyang's face, and the guy winced in pain. Lee Singe suggested that Ouyang act out an action scene, to which he quietly admitted in a trembling voice that he didn't know how to act them out. The protagonist then kicked the guy in the stomach, causing Ouyang Hengchen to fly back until he collided with a wall. Our hero warned that he wanted to teach Mr. Ouyang a few more tricks because the guy wasn't up to par. Ouyang Hengchen screamed and asked Lee who the hell he was and how dare he beat up an actor who was hired at a high price. The guy, looking down at the beaten Ouyang, introduced himself as the PR god Lee Singe and ordered him to get out of here. Ouyang immediately ran away, and the girl asked Master Lee what he was doing there, to which he replied that he was also a judge for the competition and had come to see her. The protagonist was frightened when the girl threw herself into his arms, sighing with relief, and screamed that Ouyang had scared her. Lin Jing asked what Ouyang saw that made him so scared, and the hero explained, hesitating, that he had performed a magic trick that only that guy could see. He awkwardly waved his fingers at the ghost to go away, and the girl was upset because it wasn't enough. When Lee Singe told her everything, Lin Jing was outraged that he was asking her to give up the competition since she had already signed the contract. The hero promised to try to help here, and the girl admitted that she didn't want to live here anymore because she was afraid of this Ouyang Haochen. She took the guy's hand and asked why she shouldn't stay at our hero's house for the time being. Lee scratched his face and replied that it was not a good idea for contestants and judges to live together. And Lin asked why he was afraid. Lee Singi felt even more awkward when the girl pressed herself against him and shouted that she now believed that the river gods were good people. Lin Jing felt comfortable resting against the boy's shoulder. She was confident that this man could be trusted. Meanwhile, Lee tried to fight himself. He told himself that he should remain calm and not take Lin Jing to his home. Yang stood in front of the mirror and cursed Li Xinghe for almost ruining his face, and threatened that he would not spare the boy for it. The boy looked back warily as the bald-headed man told him to calm down and stick to the plan. Mr. Yang bowed respectfully to the man and agreed to listen to his instructions. The next action took place in our hero's phone store. Lin Jing promised the guy that she would not become a parasite in his house. The girl loudly claimed that she could help the guy with cleaning, laundry, and also cook food for him. The protagonist realized that what Lin Jing was offering was a pretty good deal, so he didn't want to refuse it. Li Xingyi became visibly wary when the phone in his pocket began to ring loudly because someone was calling the guy. When he picked up the phone, Wan Qiu yelled at him, asking if he really went to the party, to which Li replied that he had been at the phone store the whole time. He pretended to be talking to a customer and advised the gentleman to look at that phone, which was very convenient to use. Wan Qiu remained silent in response, her expression changing when she heard that Li Xingyi couldn't talk to her right now. Li Xingyi continued to pretend to talk to a customer and stated that there were a lot of customers today, so he couldn't talk now. The protagonist felt very embarrassed that Wan Qiu called him to scold him in front of Lin Jing, so he blushed. Lin Jing was upset. She turned around and said that she had already realized that the PR god had a girlfriend, so he didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, Ouyang Haocheng was having a fan meeting in the form of a talent competition, and female fans gathered in front of the stage and shouted his name while looking at his huge portrait. The host loudly greeted the judges, leaders, and spectators who had gathered in the Yilan community through the microphone. Mr. He, Lu Kui, Yu Wangqiu, and our hero were already sitting at the table as judges, with papers in front of them to write down the scores. Li Xingyi asked Wang Qiu why she didn't answer his call that evening, to which the offended girl replied that she didn't care who he was hanging out with yesterday. Lu Kui asked the boys to be quiet because she came here to listen to Ouyang Haocheng sing. The host announced into the microphone that the singer was finally there and invited Ouyang to come on stage to sing for everyone present. The host fell silent, expecting Mr. Ouyang to come out on stage, but the guy never showed up. The girls became worried when the singer did not appear on stage, and some became angry and began threatening not to buy Yilan's products anymore. Producer Lu Kui was also furious. She shouted, asking if Ouyang Haocheng couldn't come today. The woman stood up from her chair and asked Mr. He if this was how his company treated its customers. Mr. He became nervous and asked Mrs. Lu in confusion what she was talking about. Taking off her glasses, Lu Kui shouted that last night, an important guest from the company had beaten Ouyang severely, so he wouldn't come today. A stunned Mr. He stood up and tried to stop her when the girl said goodbye, left and told them to deal with it themselves. The protagonist remained calm while staring at his phone, and Mr. He came over and shouted, asking Mr. Li what was going on. The singer's female fans began to shout, demanding that they return their Haochen, standing with placards in their hands and repeating this slogan. Li Xingyi didn't pay any attention to the commotion as Mr. He begged the young master to help him out. Wan Qiu said that even the gods could not help in this situation, to which Li smiled and thought that the gods had a solution. The boy wrote to the fairy asking for help. He asked if she had an elixir that would allow him to sing like a nightingale. The flower fairy laughed, covering her mouth, and asked why he needed such an elixir. Did he really want to become a star? The main character began to beg the girl to help him quickly, because there was no time, to which the fairy wrote that he could buy the elixir in Zunyan's shop. Li Xingyi entered this store on his phone and found the pill he needed. He pressed the buy button to get the product. The purchased elixir immediately appeared in the guy's palm. It was a magical big round pill that would allow him to get a good voice. Mr. He and Wan Qiu asked in unison what the hell he was doing when they saw Li Xingyi taking some pill with water. The fans were disappointed and decided to leave, complaining that they had wasted their time and decided to never trust Yilan again. When the pill worked, the main character went on stage and asked the girls over the microphone not to disperse. Ouyang's fans stayed when they saw our hero on stage. They did not understand who this handsome man was in front of them. The main character introduced himself as the river god of PR and said that he wanted to perform a song for everyone who came. Yu Wangqiu saw that the protagonist's voice had suddenly changed slightly. The audience was delighted. The man and the girl who were standing in the hall were happy to see the famous god of PR in person. The others were also delighted with our hero. One of the spectators shouted that he did not expect the god of PR to be so charming. Our hero raised his hand above his head and announced that he would now present to the public a song called I Want. Mr. He whispered to Yu Wang-kyu whether Lee sang well during school, to which the girl replied that he was tone-deaf. Immersed in the song, our hero began to sing, remembering that many years ago he had a dream of becoming a singer. The girls were delighted by the guy's voice when Lee Sing-hae began to sing about how he wants to return to his first love and regain the appearance of pure innocence. One of the viewers was so delighted by the PR god's voice that she fell to her knees and screamed that his cover was much better than the original. Meanwhile, Lee Jing sang about saying goodbye when leaving without leaving any regrets. Yu Wang-kyu felt awkward. She didn't expect Lee Sing-hae's singing to be so beautiful, and she couldn't believe it was his voice. Mister. He cried with delight. He shouted that the guy's voice was clear and ringing, but with a hint of sadness that reminded him of his youth. Even outside the Yilan office building, the admiring cries of girls could be heard, complimenting Lee Sing-hae and saying that they wanted to become their wives. When our hero was already standing by the car after the performance, Mr. He thanked him and asked him to allow his driver to take the guy back. Yu Wang-kyu intervened in the men's conversation, asking the boss to allow the girl to take Mr. Lee home. Lee Sing-hae looked at Yu Wang-kyu with fear in his eyes because he felt that the girl had no good intentions. The trip went smoothly. When the hero got out of the car, he told Yu Wang-kyu that she should also hurry up and return home. The boy headed towards his house, and Yu, who remained behind, asked if he wasn't going to invite the girl inside. Our hero felt awkward. He didn't understand what she meant and was not prepared for such an unexpected proposal. She came up to him and asked him menacingly if he was hiding women in his house if he didn't want to let her in, to which the guy began to justify himself by saying that he wasn't doing that. The protagonist remembered that he kept 2 female ghosts in his house, and it was better not to cause them trouble by inviting guests. Yu Wang-kyu decided to enter the guy's house without an invitation, and said that she would find everything, no matter whether Lee Sing-hae was hiding a ghost or a girl. When the girl entered Lee Sing-hae's house, she immediately turned around and looked at our hero with an enraged gaze. The protagonist immediately ran after Yu Wang-kyu to find out what terrible thing the girl had discovered. Yu Wang-kyu saw that the TV was on and said that there was no one at home. But the TV was showing dramas that only women liked. Lee Sing-hae was furious when he saw his female ghosts, the scoundrels, watching TV without permission. An angry Yu Wang-kyu turned around and told Lee Sing-hae that it seemed like she had underestimated the guy's capabilities. Lee Sing-hae stopped her and asked for a few minutes to explain everything to her, to which she replied that she just wanted to go home. The ghost women saw that their master seemed to be having a romantic crisis, and they wanted to find a way to help him. The ghost woman's head asked her friend if they needed their help at all, since they looked like a match made in heaven. The ghost with the long tongue said that if the master's heart was broken, they would definitely suffer because of his anger. And if he succeeded, they might get a couple of days off. The arguments had an effect on the pink ghost woman. She clenched her fist and declared that she was ready to help her master. She was furious at her idiot master when she saw Lee Sing-hae, blushing with embarrassment, send the offended Yu Wang-kyu home. The girls watched closely what was happening and concluded that their master Lee Sing-hae was a very anxious guy. An embittered Wang-kyu complained about why Lee didn't want to persuade her to stay, to which the guy replied that he couldn't do anything. The ghost women tried to reach our hero, shouting that Wang-kyu didn't really want to leave when he said he did. The blue ghost girl stuck out her long tongue and asked her friend for permission to help their master. The protagonist was frightened when the ghost's long tongue grabbed the offended Yu Wang-kyu right by the leg. Miss Yu Wang-kyu's face also showed fear. She froze and screamed when she felt something touching her. Screaming in fear, Yu Wang-kyu tried to run out of the store while the ghost still held the girl's leg with its tongue. The protagonist was standing right at the threshold, so Wang-kyu, when she tried to escape, tripped over him and fell into the guy's arms. Yu Wang-kyu fell right on top of the guy, so their faces met and they accidentally kissed, causing both of them to blush. Lee Sing-hae lost his balance and fell straight onto the tiled floor, causing a dull thud to be heard while they were still kissing. The frightened girl recoiled back, and the guy began to frantically apologize to Yu Wang-kyu for this incident. The girl ran towards the exit of the house, covering her face and claiming that she would not forgive Lee Sing-hae, and the guy tried to stop her. The ghost women realized that they had screwed up and were afraid that the master would blame them for everything that had happened. Lee Sing-hae, after giving the ghosts a hard time for what happened, made Wang-kyu stay and asked her not to be angry. Yu Wang-kyu, who was offended by our hero, perked up when she heard someone calling her. Horror and fear appeared on the girl's face when she answered the phone and was told the bad news. Yu Wang-kyu ended the phone call and fell silent, and the protagonist, seeing her reaction, asked what happened. The girl's whole body was shaking with fear. She looked ahead, biting her fingers, and admitted that all the contestants had gone missing. When the boys went outside, Li Xingze called Captain Jang and reported that all the female contestants had disappeared. Captain Jang told the guy that they had already received a report of a suspicious silver car heading towards Bull Mountain. The protagonist briefly replied to the police officer that he understood everything, and that was the end of his conversation with Jang. Walking to his car, the boy asked Wang-kyu to go home while he went to Bull Mountain alone. Meanwhile, the search for the missing girls was already underway on Bichiagora. One of the police officers informed the captain about the discovery when he found the car. The detective investigating the case, Xiaofeng, shone a flashlight on the car and saw that there was nothing inside, and there were no footprints on the ground. The man squatted down next to the car and noticed that there was a drop of blood on the grass. The second policeman loudly informed Captain Jang that he had also come across a drop of blood near the tree. The law enforcement officer began calling someone when he squatted down and discovered a third trail of blood. Another policeman, using a flashlight from his phone, shouted out that he had found a fourth drop of blood on the grass nearby. The policeman called and told Captain Jang that they had found a total of 9 drops of blood, forming the Nigon, a constellation in the southern hemisphere of the sky. Dai Genren appeared and said that it seemed to be done intentionally, and the marks did not look like blood left over from an escape. The spiritual teacher approached the map and told the police that if his guess was correct, the tracks would form an array of 9 stars. The frightened policeman was perplexed and asked the spiritual teacher what this array of 9 stars was for. Duai explained that only by hacking the array would they see what was hidden, and now they cannot distinguish reality from illusion. The old man sighed heavily as the policeman asked the strongest Tauist in Halaxia how to break this star array. The policemen perked up and pointed their flashlights at the red car when one of them suggested that he try to do the same. The protagonist got out of the car, raised his hands up and asked Captain Jang not to shoot, saying that it was him. Dai Genren was surprised when he saw Master Li in front of him. He asked the boy why he was here. Captain Jang was also shocked that Li Xingye had come here, and the guy explained that his friend had also gone missing, so he was worried. Li Xingye asked the spiritual master if it was impossible to break the 9-star array, to which the old man replied that one would need to be at the innate realm level to do so. The protagonist looked at his palm with concentration when he heard Dui Genren talk about the innate realm. Jingyi went into the forest, asking the police to give him 10 minutes to do this, and one of the officers was indignant. Why should they listen to this madman? Dui Genren ordered the policeman to shut up, saying that he could doubt the old man, but he could not doubt Master Li. Li Xingye wandered through the forest. He wrote to Tianxi and asked the god if there was any way to get to the innate realm. Tianxi showed Li an imperial spirit pill that could quickly gather spiritual energy and help the guy break through to the innate realm. The old man, looking angrily at the pill, said that he would sell it to a simple immortal for 300,000, but it would cost our hasty hero 3 million. The main character choked and became embittered at the old man, writing in response that he was trying to profit from someone's misfortune. But Tianxi was not going to give a discount to our hero, so Li Xingye agreed to buy the pill for 3 million. He was amazed when he bought the pill and received it. The guy saw with the naked eye the spiritual energy that the pill emitted. The boy put the imperial spirit pill into his mouth, hoping that it would help him break through to the innate realm. The protagonist became visibly frightened as spiritual energy began to accumulate around his body, illuminating everything around him. Li Xingye screamed, his face filled with terror as a powerful accumulation of spiritual energy rushed into his body. The guy raised his hands up and threw his head back, screaming, and a bright magical flash formed around him. When Li succeeded, the policeman was taken aback because the surroundings had changed, and Dewey laughed and recalled his words about trusting Master Li. Li Xingye walked ahead of everyone else. He guessed that the kidnapped people were inside that cave and suggested that they hurry. Everyone entered the cave. The policeman, lighting the way with a flashlight, complained about the stench and admitted that he was going to throw up. Stepping on a puddle, one of the officers thought there was water in the cave, but when he shone a light in front of him, it turned out to be blood. The frightened policeman pointed his finger at something and asked Captain Jang to look at what he had found. It turned out that in the cave, there were many people suspended from the ceiling upside down, like cocoons. The main character was horrified when he saw this terrifying picture. He immediately guessed that this was the curse of the bloody soul. Dui Genren sighed heavily and said that there was no point in doing anything because all those people had already passed away. In horror, Li Xingyi heard many tragic cries in the cave. God only knew how many people were trapped here. The boy understood that only by breaking the blood soul curse could these souls be freed. But there was no solution in the book on spiritual communication. He urgently wrote to Tianxi. The old man told him that the blood soul curse was needed to stimulate the cultivator's spiritual energy, and was angry at the bastard who used this method. Li Xingyi asked if Tianxi knew how to destroy it, to which the old man replied that it was his duty to uphold justice and he would not take money. The protagonist was touched by the fact that Tianxi, although he usually shows pettiness, is actually a serious and fair person. Everyone in the cave became scared when they felt a strong wind and some sounds that indicated that they were not alone here. They saw a man in a black robe. The main character immediately ran after him, and everyone else ran after him. The policeman asked Captain Jang how these mysterious men in robes could run so fast, to which the captain told him to stop talking. When they stopped, the officers asked the spiritual master where Li Xinghe was, and the old man replied that there were 3 entrances and he did not know where exactly the boy had gone. Captain Jang suggested that they split up. He and Xiao Feng would go to the left cave, the old man to the middle one, and the other 2 employees to the right one. Meanwhile, our brave hero tried to catch the creature in the dark robe, which was running away from him through the cave. The boy had to stop abruptly when the man in the robe led him to a cliff, from which he jumped down. The protagonist walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. He assumed that the man in the robe had fallen there. Without hesitation, Li Xingyi decided to jump down as well, wanting to catch the unscrupulous cultivator at any cost. The guy landed successfully on one knee. Finding himself in a new cave, he immediately asked if there was anyone there. Li Xingyi was startled when he noticed the presence of 3 tied-up girls who had been kidnapped from the competition behind him. The main character was upset when, among all 3 girls, he did not see his friend Lin Jing, who was also kidnapped. The guy approached them and asked the girls not to be afraid, promising that he came here to free them. The girls were moaning, trying to tell him something. Li didn't understand what was wrong until he saw the reflection in the eyes of a man in a robe. When the protagonist noticed that the cultivator had snuck up on him, he had already swung his shovel to hit Master Li. Li Xingyi turned around abruptly when he noticed that he was about to be attacked, his face showing a look of fear from surprise. Luckily, the guy managed to jump back in time and land with one knee on the ground, so the blow from the shovel missed. He immediately kicked his opponent, hitting the handle of the shovel, which immediately broke into 2 pieces. The evil cultivator did not give up. He raised a huge stone above his head, intending to hit the guy with it. The terrified kidnapped girls closed their eyes so as not to see how the cultivator would deal with their savior. Our hero turned out to be stronger than the stone. He managed to crush the boulder into small pieces with one blow of his fist. The man in the black mask and green robe looked at Li Xingyi in confusion when he saw what his opponent was capable of. Wishing death to the black cultivator, the protagonist pushed off the ground and jumped on him, attacking him with his fist. Li Xingyi was ablaze with spiritual power. He didn't feel any pain at all, and he guessed that it was because of the innate realm. He extended a fiery hand, remotely freeing the girls from their shackles, and told them that they were now free. The protagonist approached the defeated cultivator and tore off his mask to find out who was hiding behind it. The guy was shocked when, after revealing the man's true face, he saw the frightened singer Ouyang Haochen in front of him. Ouyang fell to his knees in front of our hero and began to beg God and Li Xinghe not to kill him. And the guy asked him why he did it. Haochen admitted that a year ago he noticed that he was getting older, and he couldn't accept it as an idol who relies on looks. He said that he had consulted doctors, but to no avail. And then he met the young lord who promised him eternal youth. Ouyang said that the effect was great. Thanks to the young lord, his appearance was improved, including his skin. Li Xingyi asked if he had grown younger at the cost of the girls' lives, to which Ouyang justified himself by saying that he had not known at first, and that he had only been tasked with bringing them here. Grabbing the boy by the collar, the enraged hero asked Ouyang who this young lord was, and the singer replied that he did not know his real name. Gritting his teeth in anger, the protagonist asked where the other girls were, and if they existed at all. The frightened Ouyang Haochen frantically confessed that the young lord had locked the girls in the second base, which was next door. Li Xingyi asked the girls to tie up Ouyang and do whatever they wanted to him while he went next door to watch. Meanwhile, spiritual master Dui Genren entered the middle cave and also jumped off the cliff, successfully landing at the base. Dui Genren was frightened when he heard Wuhai's voice behind him. He told the old man that he had recovered quite well. When the old man turned around, he was shocked to see Wuhai standing in front of him, staring at the old man. The spiritual master guessed that Wuhai was behind all of this, and the boy asked if the old man really thought he could stop the best cultivator of the heavenly realm. Dui Genren, holding his weapon at the ready, replied that no matter whether he could defeat the guy or not, he would not sit idly by. Wuhai told the old man that he had asked for it and screamed and attacked the spiritual master while he was defending himself. When Wuhai hit the old man, Dui saw that the guy was very fast, and it was not for nothing that he was so close to the heavenly kingdom. With a mad expression on his face and holding a cigarette in his mouth, Wuhai shouted that anyone who stood in his way would die. But things didn't go according to Wuhai's plan, because a moment later the guy received a strong kick to the face from our hero. The blow was so strong that the helpless Wuhai fell backwards onto the ground immediately after Master Li's first strike. Seeing our hero in front of him, Wuhai became angry and asked Li Xinghe what he was doing here. The guy replied that he heard that the strongest person in the lower level of the heavenly realm was here, so he came to check. Wuhai realized that it was better to get out of here quickly, because now he realized that together with the old man, Master Li was much stronger than him. The cultivator promised Li Xinghe to repay him in the future if he allowed him to complete the final step of the Blood Soul Curse. As he prepared his fist, Li asked if Wuhai had shown any mercy towards the girls he had hurt, since he was now asking him to let him live. Without waiting for a response from Wuhai, the protagonist swung his fist, using his spiritual power to strike. There was a loud sound as he did so, but the boy's blow hit Wuhai's protective field of bright blue light. Holding a magical protective barrier in front of him, Wuhai asked Li Xinghe if this was really what he was capable of. Our brave hero did not give up. He jumped above the ground and hit the protective barrier again, destroying it with his fist. And the second punch landed right on Wuhai's face, and the shards of blue magic glass flew apart. The surprised spiritual master asked Li Xinghe if he had really managed to break through to the heavenly realm. Wuhai lay defeated on the ground. Dui Genren and our hero were startled when they heard loud sounds in the cave. The frightened Li Xinghe and the spiritual master turned around and asked each other in unison what had happened. In Wuhai's place, only purple mist remained. He fled, saying at the end that even at the level of the heavenly Li realm, he could not be caught. Li Xinghe told the old man that it was better to leave him for now and instead go and find the others. And the two of them ran towards the exit of the cave. When the main character came to another room, he saw police officers calming the girls down and saying that they were now safe. Li Xinghe was genuinely happy when he found Lin Jing safe and sound, and the girl was also happy to see him. The girl shouted to Master Li how happy she was to see him, which made the hero feel awkward, and he asked her to just call him by his name. The boy turned his attention to Lian, the man who shot him last time, and he felt sorry that he had passed away before he could take revenge on him. Li Xinghe and Lin Jing turned around abruptly when they heard the policeman scream, begging Captain Jang to wake up. When Li approached them, the policeman said that they had fought with the guys who had kidnapped the girls and that something had happened to Captain Jang. The protagonist checked Captain Jang's pulse and discovered that he was not breathing at all, and even doctors, in his opinion, would not help in this situation. He decided to try using the method from the Book of Spiritual Communication, hoping that there would be a chance to save the policeman. Li Xinghe ordered the policeman to lead everyone outside while he kept Captain Jang company and tried to revive him. The policeman hesitated. Li Xinghe asked him if he didn't trust him, and he replied that he believed everything the guy said. Li Xinghe, having made a circle of stones around the captain, decided to drive the man's soul into his body and fill it with spiritual energy. The main character was worried because he had never tried this method, but decided to take a chance. The guy shouted a spell about forming a collection of souls and put his palms together. Spiritual energy accumulated in the cave. A girl appeared in the cave and asked Li if he was trying to challenge fate and if he wasn't afraid of death. Li Xinghe looked up worriedly and asked who was there, while the mysterious stranger hovered in the air above him. The stranger advised the guy to give up quickly, because a natural-born cultivator like Li Xinghe would not be able to bear the consequences of fate. The hero asked the girl again who she was, and he concluded that she was not alive since she looked down on even natural-born cultivators. Landing on the ground, the stranger asked who this man was, since Li Xinghe was willing to risk his life to save him. When Li replied that he was just a good person, the girl began to circle around him and ask why she had never met any good people in this world. The protagonist was sweating from the tension. His pupils narrowed in fear when the stranger came close and asked who Li Xinghe was. He cried out, asking how she knew his name. And the girl laughed, answering that nothing he did in the world of the living would escape her eyes. The mysterious stranger perked up when our quick-witted hero suggested that she was from hell, since she was not from the world of the living. She screamed back at him not to make things up because she was not from the hell world, and she herself was frightened, knowing that she had been exposed. Lee continued to work on saving the captain. He realized that the soul-gathering formation was working, since he even managed to attract creatures from hell. The girl tried to stop him, she screamed, asking if the guy wasn't afraid that lightning might strike him. The stranger began to shout in his ear, begging him to say something and not ignore her. But Lee Sing-hye did not listen to her. The offended girl flew away and told the main character to do whatever he wanted since he didn't want to talk to her. The girl from hell was scared when a powerful explosion was heard right below her, and the cave was filled with thick smoke. The main character felt ill. He began to beat his chest and cough, freeing his lungs from the acrid smoke after the explosion. The smoke began to clear. The boy fell to his knees, and a worried stranger ran up and asked Lee Sing-hye if he was okay. A police officer came running to the loud sound, and seeing our hero, he asked what was going on here. Xiaofeng was taken aback when he found Captain Jang, who cleared his throat, opened his eyes, and asked his friend if it was him. Lee Sing-hye told Xiaofeng that the captain was currently very weak and told him to take Jang to the hospital immediately. A stranger from hell was stalking our hero. She threatened to send him to hell for judgment because he had forcibly revived Jang and changed his fate. She became even more indignant when the hero suggested that she pick him up later, when he finished his business here. The boys were frightened when they heard loud and incessant screams, sighs, and coughs, and also noticed the appearance of spiritual power. The girl from hell was terrified. She screamed with a frightened face and asked the main character if these were ghosts. Lee Sing-hye asked if she was from hell but was afraid of ghosts, and she began to scream indignantly, justifying herself by saying that she was simply tired of seeing ghosts every day. She became wary when she noticed that all the ghosts in this cave spoke in the voices of girls. The stranger became angry with our hero and screamed, asking what he had done with all these girls, and Lee replied that he had come to save them. She said that she didn't expect Lee to be such a kind person when the hero explained that they needed to be saved to end the suffering of the girls' souls. Lee Sing-hye asked the girl for help because he lacked spiritual energy, but the stranger flatly refused to help for free. He sat down on the floor and started working on it himself. The guy asked the girl not to yell at him if she didn't want to help him. The protagonist shouted that he would do everything himself and put his palms in front of him to begin working on the restless souls. The guy sat in a meditative pose and closed his eyes. Purple energy began to accumulate around his body. The girl from hell was amazed that the guy was so capable, even though he was only at the innate realm level. She was afraid for Master Lee when the young man suddenly became ill and began to fall to the ground, coughing. Then the girl offered her help. She extended her hand forward, opened her palm, and released her spiritual power. Afterwards, the souls of all the girls who lost their lives here appeared in the cave, and they thanked the guys in unison. The stranger said that she would now take them all to hell so that they would be reborn in good families, and promised to leave the hero alive for a couple of days so that they could chat some more. The main character, smiling a little, plucked up the courage to ask the girl from hell what her name was. Flying away, the stranger laughed. She was surprised that the guy asked her about her name only now. Turning around, the girl finally introduced herself to Lee Sing-hye as Chin Weiwei and waved goodbye to him. Already in the car, our hero was stunned when the spiritual teacher grabbed him by the legs and began to beg the guy to accept him as a student. Dui Genren shouted that he would not give up and would come to Master Lee again to achieve this, while Wuhai watched the car leave the cave. Wuhai gritted his teeth in anger and threatened Lee Sing-hye that he would definitely make him suffer 10 times more later. Passers-by were frightened when they heard screams coming from the phone store. It was Dui Genren who was still begging the boy. The man grabbed Lee by the legs and asked him to pay him and give him anything he wanted, be it cars, houses, or gold in exchange for mentoring. At first, Lee Sing-hye was staring at his phone and didn't pay attention to the old man's pleas. But then the guy suddenly changed his mind. He looked at the old man and said that his sincerity was very touching, so he agreed to accept him as a disciple. An offended Tao Xingming said that in that case, Lee should ensure that Du Yi would be his junior disciple and he would remain the senior. The main character had to interrupt his conversation with his students when someone called him on the phone. Looking at his smartphone screen, Lee Sing-hye saw that it was his dad calling him, so he immediately answered the call. The worried Lee Sing-hye first asked his father, who had called him so unexpectedly, what had happened to him. A distraught man wearing glasses confessed to his son that his mother's illness was getting worse. The man sat on a chair next to the bed where his sick wife lay, whose illness was progressing. A frightened Li Xinghe shouted into the phone to his father that he would come to them now because he was very worried about his mother's condition. He was taken aback when his dad asked the boy not to forget to take his girlfriend with him so that his mom would feel better. Li Xinghe was devastated. He said that he was finished because his parents didn't know that he had broken up with Wang Wei, and he was afraid that the news would make his mother feel even worse. Tao Xingming told Dui Zhenren that they should help the master who was in trouble, and the grandfather asked him to provide it to him. The spiritual teacher, as a sign of respect, knelt before the master and said that he had to leave, but he waved his hand indifferently. The protagonist was surprised when a joyful Yu Wangqiu unexpectedly came to his house and asked if he was there. His eyes immediately lit up. He decided to ask Wangqiu to pretend to be his girlfriend to bring her to his mother, which would solve all his problems. The girl brought a bowl of apples and said that she had come to thank him on behalf of the entire company, to which Li said that there was no need, since he had simply done his duty. Blushing with shame, Yu Wangqiu said that she also had misunderstandings with him because of those female students, and admitted her guilt. Puffing out her cheeks from resentment, she took a step towards the guy and shouted that he shouldn't think that she would apologize to him because of this. Yu Wangqiu crossed her arms and turned away, saying that in return the guy could ask her for anything, and she would do it. But only today. Li Xinghe was happy when he heard this, and Yu Wangqiu hoped that the guy finally understood what she meant. The girl blushed and thought it was a confession when our hero invited Miss Yu to go with him to his parents today. Although Miss Yu thought this confession was straightforward, she meekly agreed to visit her lover's parents. The protagonist was startled when someone entered the house and shouted, announcing a surprise for Li Xinghe. It was Tao Xingming. He brought our hero a maid, a model, a secretary, a cosplayer, and others so that he could choose which of them would become his girlfriend. Li Xinghe knew he was finished when Dui Zhenren and Tao started bragging about how much work they had done to find all these girls for him. Yu Wangqiu clenched her fists and teeth in rage and asked if Li Xinghe had asked him to bring the girls here, and the hero justified himself by saying that he didn't know anything about it. Seeing Yu Wangqiu, who was also there, the bewildered Tao Xingming offered to help her choose a girl for the master. An enraged Miss Yu said that she would help him choose a girl, knowing that it was the day Master Li was supposed to choose a mate. Tao Xingming asked the girl not to be angry, explaining that Li Xinghe was simply looking for a fake girlfriend to console his parents. Li Yinghe explained to Miss Yu that he didn't expect guys to find so many girls for him, and Wang Qiu asked if he asked her to visit her parents just to pretend. Burning with embarrassment, Li Xinghe honestly admitted to Yu Wangqiu that she was right and thanked her for agreeing to help. Yu Wangqiu calmed down and said that she understood everything and realized that she had imagined too much. She turned around and said goodbye, saying that she shouldn't have come here, and our hero tried to stop the girl. When Miss Yu had already gone outside and caught a taxi, asking the driver to take her to Yilan Company, Li Xinghe ran out after her. Yu Wangqiu had already left, and the hero, looking after her, did not understand why he was so angry if she could have simply not gone if she did not want to. While the protagonist was standing on the street, Lin Jing, the girl he had saved 3 times already, ran up to him from behind. Li Xinghe turned around and saw the happy and embarrassed face of his friend behind him. He asked why she was here. Angrily, Lin Jing asked Master Li if he had a girlfriend, a question that made our hero feel awkward. The girl admitted that she came here to say goodbye to her boyfriend because she decided to sign a contract with Li Kui. Li Xinghe was shocked and shouted, trying to convince her by telling her that the entertainment industry was too complicated and she couldn't handle it. He tried to stop her, but Lin Jing explained that she didn't want to be a simple servant, but a celebrity to be closer to Master Li, and then turned around and said goodbye. The main character decided to leave the girl alone. He looked at her with sad eyes and thought about how stupid she was. After some time, our hero's expensive red car was already racing along the overpass of the city of Wenning, surrounded by mountains. Master Li Xinghe drove with concentration, thinking about how he was going to explain to his parents why he came alone. An idea popped into his head to tell his mom and dad that instead of a relationship, he decided to become rich, and then they would react more easily. When he arrived, he got out of the car with gifts. He did not understand why everything had changed so much in his life, although only 6 months had passed. The guy opened the front door, holding a basket in his hand, and loudly announced that he was home, but there was no one inside. The protagonist was stunned when he met Tao Xingming running after a chicken in his parents' house. Li Xinghe was even more shocked when Tao Xingming, without noticing the master, bumped into him and accidentally kissed him. The student apologized to the master, saying that he did not mean to kiss him, and Li Xinghe asked the boy what he was doing there. Tao Xingming led the master inside, holding his hand, and explained to Li Xinghe that he had not come to his parents' house alone. Li Xinghe was stunned when he saw his spiritual teacher and his friend Liu Xun arguing and making dumplings together in the kitchen. The boy was glad to see them there, and Tao explained that it was his idea because they couldn't let the master go home alone. Master Li was shocked when Tao Xingming delighted the boy by telling him that Miss Yu Wangqiu had also come here. They looked into their parents' room and saw Mom and Dad asking Wangqiu where she worked and how old she was. With shining eyes, the mother asked the girl whether she wanted to live with her husband after the wedding or stay with her parents. The girl felt awkward when her mother began asking her how many children she planned to have with Li Xinghe and what gender they would be. Watching the parents' conversation with the girl, Li Xinghe said that they really treated her as their daughter-in-law. Mom and Dad started whispering to each other. They both agreed that Yu Wangqiu was a good choice for their son. Father suggested choosing a wedding date, and Mother decided to look for a priest for this, to which Tao Xingming said that a Taoist priest was already right there. Dui Zhenren and Tao Xingming told their master's parents in unison that they were the best Huaxia Taoists. They sat in meditative poses. The old man began to recite wise quotes, and Tao Xingming also tried to advertise himself to his mother and father. Dui Zhenren stood up and shouted that May 5th was the best date for a wedding, and Tao shouted that next year they would already have a grandson or granddaughter. The joyful mother grabbed her daughter-in-law's hands and shouted that she and Li Xinghe were destined to be together. And the girl suggested that they listen to Master Li first. The main character was shocked that these two, his parents, were so easy to fool. Mom suggested that her husband prepare as much money as possible for the wedding, and Dad suggested selling the house for this. The woman took out a box and offered to sell all her jewelry, and her husband agreed because Xinghe had not yet earned so much. The hero, eavesdropping on their conversation, saw how they were still thinking about him, and realized that he could no longer lie to his parents. The parents were startled when their son suddenly appeared in the room and addressed his mom and dad. Scratching his chin with his finger, Li Xinghe prepared to tell his parents something about his relationship with Yu Wangqiu. The main character had not yet had time to say anything to his mother when the woman suddenly froze, looking at her son. Worried, everyone surrounded the woman and began calling her, asking what happened when she fainted from the excess of emotion. The father, adjusting his glasses, explained that it was his fault because the woman faints when she gets too excited. Dui Zhenren asked the master to take his mother to the bedroom where he would try to cure her, and Li Xinghe replied that he was counting on him. Fear and horror appeared on our hero's face when he heard an incomprehensible loud sound, and an explosion was heard behind him. Outside stood an excavator that was already tearing down the house, as well as a man and a woman who claimed that they also owned the land and that they would decide whether or not someone moved. Li Xinghe's father ran outside, accompanied by Liu Xun, and told Xingchen and Xian that they had already agreed to move if the price was right. Yu Wangqiu also ran out into the street at the noise. When she saw a man and a woman, she assumed that they were our hero's aunt and uncle. The enraged woman screamed at the girl and asked who she was to dare interfere in their family's affairs. Wangqiu calmly replied that she was not an outsider at all, but the future daughter-in-law of the Li family and the future mistress of this place. Liu Xun thought that Miss Yu was playing her role so well that he couldn't even tell whether she was pretending or telling the truth. Our hero's aunt shouted that since Yu Wangqiu was a member of their family, she intended to be honest with the girl. The uncle shouted that this project belonged to the manager of Zhenxing Gu Corporation and ordered the workers to destroy the house. Liu Xun and Mr. Li were stunned when the excavator began to destroy their house. The walls already had cracks. Meanwhile, the boys were working on reviving Li Xinghe's mother, and our hero asked the spiritual teacher if the revival pill he had just found would help. Dui Zhenren put the pill in his mother's mouth and reassured the master, saying that with the help of this pill, the woman's illness would soon pass. Li Xinghe and the spiritual master were startled when a piece of concrete fell from the ceiling, almost landing on their heads. They looked up and saw that there was a gaping hole in the ceiling of the room, through which the sun's rays were shining. Putting on his cloak, Li Xinghe told his disciples that he was leaving his mother to them, because it was time for him to go out to the outlaws. Yu Wangqiu stood in front of the excavator and told them to stop working. Mr. Li tried to calm her down because this house was already old anyway. The protagonist's aunt walked up to Yu Wangqiu, pushed the girl and shouted, ordering her to get out of the way. Liu Xun and our hero's dad got scared, shouting the girl's name when they saw that she was in danger because of the evil ant. Fortunately, the protagonist came to the girl's aid in time and caught her. So Yu Wangqiu was fine. He told his cousin that he heard they wanted to tear down his house, to which the man pointed his finger and asked if the guy was stupid if he couldn't see that they were already tearing it down. Li Xingyi turned to his aunt and reminded her that this place was very auspicious for the gods themselves, so it could not be demolished. Looking menacingly at the woman, the guy warned her that the heavens themselves would punish her if they caused any more damage to the house. Aunt Li Xingchen only smiled in response and asked her nephew not to throw around superstitions, because she did not believe in such things. Holding the phone behind his back, the hero asked the gods who was free now, because he needed to summon the wind and flash lightning in exchange for a new smartphone. Heavenly Lord Jang replied that it was absurd to bribe them with a smartphone, because the elements must follow the rules of the heavenly court. He didn't understand why they suddenly became so serious, because even the Monkey King wrote in the chat that he was a deity with values and a purpose. Li Xingyi grinned slyly when people started sending him private messages, because he realized that few people could resist the temptation of a mobile phone. Sun Wukong promised the hero to make wind and rain for him, and Li Xinghe asked the great sage if he could control the weather. The Monkey King told the boy that he had his own methods, reminding him that he had received a fan made of banana leaves. The protagonist replied to Sun Wukong in correspondence that he would then count on him, calling him a great sage. As the excavator continued to destroy the roof of the house, a strong wind suddenly arose, blowing the tiles off the roof. The excavator driver was stunned when he saw the strong wind blowing off the roof and all the tiles falling on his cab. Our hero's cousin tensed up, and his aunt screamed at him to shut up because it was always windy here. She got angry, urging the frightened driver to demolish the house as quickly as possible, and the guy agreed to follow her order. But the guy didn't have time to do this, because a moment later, a destructive lightning bolt struck directly into the excavator. The driver immediately ran away, shouting that he was not going to demolish the house no matter how much these people paid him. The boy suggested that his mother leave because he was scared, and his aunt threatened Li Xinghe to find a master to destroy his feng shui. Li Xinghe's aunt and cousin fled in disgrace, and our hero waved his hand after them, saying that he would wait for his dear aunt. Li Xinghe's dad was perplexed, looking at his son's abilities. He did not understand what the main character had been doing for the last 6 months. The man felt awkward because he had the feeling that a completely different person was standing in front of him now. Li Xingyi brought his parents to a hotel and suggested that they stay there since their house was in ruins. And his mother asked why he chose such an expensive place instead of a hostel. The girl at the reception asked Li Xinghe how many people the room was for, and the guy hesitantly replied that it was for 4. The protagonist froze when Yu Wangqiu approached him and asked him to wait before booking a room. He was shocked when Wangqiu suggested that they take a separate room so that his mother would not suspect anything, since she was still weak from her illness. Our hero's entire face turned red, and he looked away in embarrassment, thinking about the prospect of being in the same room with Wangqiu. When the guys finally got a hotel room, the main character happily opened the door to his room, taking Wangqiu with him. Entering the room, Yu Wangqiu stunned the guy by embarrassingly saying that today she would sleep upstairs and Li Xinghe downstairs. The hero's nose started bleeding from excitement. He couldn't imagine that such a modest girl as Wangqiu would suggest such a thing. The boy was unpleasantly surprised when Yu Wangqiu threw the mattress on the floor and declared that he would have to make do with this today. Li Xinghe was angry and indignant that she meant that he would have to sleep on the floor, and Miss Yu, confused, asked what else she could have meant. The protagonist was very upset, and Yu Wangqiu grabbed a towel, said that she was going to take a shower, and asked him not to enter. A malicious and cunning smile appeared on Li Xinghe's face, and he wondered if it would be a bad thing if he looked with one eye. Blinded by love, our young hero imagined how he would approach the girl with his arms and confess everything to her. Imagining that he would hug Yu Wangqiu, the boy did not notice how he did it with the floor lamp and hit his forehead on the lamppost. Having gotten a bump on his forehead, the protagonist pulled himself together and ordered himself to stop dreaming, because Wangqiu is not like that. Li Xingyi sat on the bed, not knowing how to calm down, and decided to pick up the phone to ask one of the deities for help. He asked Tianxi if there was a pill that would make him as calm as Buddha, and the old man suggested that the guy had dirty thoughts since he wanted to calm down. Tianxi sent our hero a sedative. Li Xingyi thanked him and asked if he could give him the phone in 2 days because he didn't have any with him right now. The protagonist looked at the pill with suspicion because it didn't look like the kind of pill that could calm someone down, but there was no other way out. So Li Xingyi put the pill in his mouth and washed it down with water, hoping that the old man had not deceived him. As Wan Qiu washed herself, she thought that Jingyi didn't look happy and wondered if she had been too cold to him. A thought appeared in the girl's head. Maybe she should give the guy a second chance when her heart melted a little. But then she immediately pulled herself together and shook her head, screaming that the thought that had come into her head was terrible. The protagonist was scared after he took the pill. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt so hot. The guy didn't understand what was happening and why, after the pill, he not only didn't calm down, but only got worse. He asked Tianxi if the old man was sure he had given him the right pill. And Tianxi replied that it was impossible for the guy to get the right elixir without giving him the phone. The enraged protagonist screamed, asking the old man what he had given him in that case, if not a pill to calm him down. Giggling, Tianxi replied that he had given him a rhino pill that nourished the yin and yang energies within the boy, increasing blood flow and strengthening the energy. In a hurry, the main character ran out of the hotel room, realizing that Tianxi had given him a pill to balance yin and yang. As he ran away, he shouted that he could make an irreparable mistake if he stayed, so he needed to leave the room immediately. When Yu Wangqiu came out of the shower and did not yet notice that our hero had already escaped, she said that Li Xingye could sleep on the bed. The girl was confused when no one answered her, and she noticed that Li Xingye had disappeared into thin air. Running outside, Li Xingye exhaled. He kept telling himself that he had to calm down, and here he wanted to release his energy. Peeking out from behind the bushes, Li Xingye did not notice his cousin and aunt at first. The boy kept telling his uncle that he knew it was his fault. The boy was noticeably surprised when, hiding in the bushes, he recognized the voice of Li Xingchen, his relative. Our hero's cousin and aunt knelt before his parents and shouted that they did not know that these Taoist priests were friends of Chairman Guo. The protagonist was delighted when he heard that his two students seemed to have dealt with his negligent relatives. Our hero's dad ordered them to get up because they were a family, and they shouldn't fight anymore, but warned them that next time he would not show mercy. Cousin Li Xingyi stood up from his knees and shouted, thanking his uncle several times for showing such mercy. Master Li's parents smiled at their relatives and said that it was getting dark, so they should go back and rest. Tao Xingming asked Dui Zhenren whether Master Li would be grateful to them, to which the spiritual master replied that Master Li had no need to thank them. Dui Zhenren felt awkward when the master suddenly appeared and clapped him on the shoulder, and the old man asked what he was doing here since he had rented a room for the whole night. Xingming asked the master if he wanted to get the secret formula from him, and our indignant hero was ready to give the guys a reward for their help. The spiritual master and the blonde man's eyes sparkled with delight when Li Xingye presented them with the innate pill in his palm. The next morning, our hero woke up to the screams of his girlfriend, Yu Wangqiu. She told him to wake up because they were in trouble. The main character, having spent the night on the floor on a mattress, opened his eyes and fearfully asked the girl what exactly their problems were. He was taken aback when Wangqiu reported that his aunt, uncle, and two Taoist priests had gone somewhere, which was confirmed at the reception. When the boy picked up the phone, he saw that his dad had written to him that they didn't want to bother them, so they left for Wenning with the craftsman. Yu Wangqiu and Li Xingyi felt awkward when they read this message, and the boy thought how considerate his father was. Walking up to the windows and calling Tao Xingming, the protagonist asked the student where they took his mom and dad. Tao Xingming smiled widely as he replied to the master that they were at Nanhu Manor and they had prepared a grand surprise for him. Li Xingyi was surprised because he heard that Nanhu was the most elite district, where estates cost from 100 millions. After talking with the student, the hero suggested that Wangqiu return to Wenning, saying that he would first take her to work and then go get her parents. Already on the threshold of the estate, Mom was outraged. She declared that she and Dad would not live here if Li earned money for the house through something illegal. The protagonist told his parents that they thought too much and claimed that he had simply hit the jackpot, but couldn't admit it before. He yelled at the students for buying an overly expensive mansion, and they explained that Guo Kong had given them a big discount and the pill he had given them was priceless. Li Xingyi looked at the house and decided not to argue anymore, thinking that his parents deserved to live in this mansion after so many years of work. He asked his parents to stay in the new mansion for now, while the boy went to his phone store. Soon, our hero's expensive red car, a gift from the Tan family, parked near the store. When Li Xingyi's foot stepped onto the threshold of the store, the boy immediately became wary because the aura here was somehow different. Looking up, the protagonist saw that the female ghosts he had sheltered long ago were chained to the ceiling. It turned out that the one who had burst into his shop was Qin Weiwei, the girl from hell, and she smiled evilly when she saw Li Xinghe coming. It was her first time holding a mobile phone, and she admitted it was pretty cool. And a puzzled Li asked her what she was doing there. With a grin, Qin Weiwei explained that she had already sent the souls of those girls to hell, so she decided to come for him. She gritted her teeth in anger and accused the guy of hiding 2 ghosts in his shop, which she didn't expect. Li Xinghe justified himself by saying that he didn't hide them. They were just the souls of girls who died an unjust death, and he left them here out of pity. Seeing the outraged ghost's reaction, Li told the girl that they would not go with her when she threatened to take them to hell. Qin Weiwei replied that it was not up to them to decide, and stood up, releasing a magical web trap to catch the ghosts. The ghosts were scared, and the main character stood up to protect them, covered them with his back, and destroyed the trap with a magical weapon. Qin Weiwei asked Li Xinghe how dare he do such a thing, and said that she would take him away if she couldn't take the ghost girls away. She tied the guy up under the ceiling and said that now Li Xinghe has no choice because he is only at the innate realm level. The protagonist decided not to make things worse because Qin Weiwei looked like she was the child of an official from hell. He offered the girl a deal. He would give her a phone and teach her how to use it, and in exchange, Qin Weiwei would allow the ghosts to live with him for a little while longer. Qin Weiwei let go of Li Xinghe, causing him to fall to the floor, and was happy to make this deal since the guy was so sincere. The guy started explaining to the girl how to use a smartphone. He showed her social networks where they could add each other as friends. Qin Weiwei asked the guy to download the land list to add each other there, and a puzzled Li asked what it was. The girl explained that this is an application that is used in hell. They can communicate there, complete tasks for points, and buy goods in the store. The guy picked up the phone and asked the girl if the Earth list was the same as the Heavenly list. Qin Weiwei asked how he knew about Heavenly list, and Li said that his phone was struck by lightning, and afterward, a madman called himself the God of Thunder, and that's how he knew about this app. The girl thought about it because the passage between the world of deities and humans had already been destroyed, and she did not understand how Lei Long got into the world of mortals. Qin Weiwei flew up, told our hero that she had to go, and thanked him for the phone. When Li Xinghe was alone in the phone store, he received a message from someone. The protagonist's face became worried when he noticed that the person writing to him was none other than the great sage Monkey King. The Monkey King wrote to the boy that he had something good and asked Li Xinghe if he wanted to have it. Li Xinghe was genuinely happy when he read this message and asked the great sage to quickly tell him more details. The great sage said that yesterday Taishan Laojun came to the palace and bought himself a textbook on one technique, and now he can sell it to him cheaply. Li Xinghe jumped up from his chair, replying that of course he wanted to buy it, because he was sure that this textbook was something special. The Monkey King praised the phones the boy gave him, and said that he wanted to get the same ones for Master Baz, his younger brother, and Xiaobai. Li Xinghe replied that the sage really valued friendship and promised to send him all the phones right away. In return, our hero received a textbook from the Monkey King, who materialized in the air in front of him, surrounding himself with spiritual power. The guy became noticeably wary when he read the title of this textbook. The book had the word firmament written on it in large letters, but he had to be distracted when a quest appeared on the land list in the city of Wenan. Someone's soul simply disappeared, and he needed to find out the reason. The guy became worried when he read that the incident happened in his city, so he decided to immediately figure it out and accept the task. The protagonist was stunned when he received a notification in response that this task had already been booked by Black and White. He was shocked that the task was taken away in a matter of seconds, realizing that even in the world of the dead, there is now fierce competition. Li Xinghe was not willing to give up so easily. He was determined to leave his shop, and before doing so, he took the sunglasses from the shelf. Putting on his glasses, the guy walked out of the store, put one hand in his pocket, and declared that he had to go and look anyway. After some time, the main character arrived at the right place. He stood in the middle of a wasteland. In front of him was a tall building. Seeing a dead woman in the bushes, the main character noticed that the stranger smelled strongly of alcohol. Li Xinghe walked closer and squatted down, which seemed strange to him because there were no wounds on the women's bodies. He analyzed and realized that all the woman's organs were in perfect condition, and there were no ghosts at all, that she was not alive. Horror appeared on our hero's face as he suggested that the girl's death might be related to the cultivator Wuhai. He became even more wary when the boy began to be surrounded by paper cranes falling from the sky to the ground near him. The origami cranes kept growing in number, and the boy ran forward, shouting and demanding that the man show himself if he was not a coward. When Li Xinghe ran to where the paper cranes were flying from, He chuckled because there was no one there. It turned out that the paper cranes had simply led our hero into a trap, and the rope had wrapped around Li Xinghei's leg. He cried out, asking who it was that had no honor at all to do such a thing, as the rope lifted him up off the ground. Undeterred, the boy shouted that the attacker was underestimating him because it was impossible to tie him up with a regular rope. The main character turned out to be wrong. A second later, he screamed in pain, asking what kind of rope it was that seemed to be giving him an electric shock. White's voice was heard nearby. She was about to ask her brother Black a question when they caught the guy. White told her brother that this was indeed the handsome man they had met before, and Black said that they could not let him escape. Hanging upside down, Li Xinghe, seeing White and Black, thought that the guys simply decided that he was a murderer, so they caught him. White asked her brother to take Li with him and praised the soul-binding rope he had lent her, while Black stated that Li's soul and body would soon be separated. Li Xinghe was lamenting the fact that the rope was so strong. It was no wonder that his head was spinning now. White was against taking him to hell for interrogation, because taking the soul of a living person is against the hellish law, and they will be punished. When her brother convinced her otherwise, White flew up to Li and told the handsome man that she was sorry, but he would go to hell with them. Black and White allowed him when Li Xinghe asked them to send a message to someone as his last word in this mortal world. The spirits of death briefly freed our hero, and he picked up his phone to write a message to someone. When he did, White informed her brother that someone had posted a new message on the land list. The brother and sister stared at their phones, thinking that a new job had come up for them. But they were wrong, because the app reported that Black and White were forcing the soul of a living person to be separated from his body. Users were angry at the shamelessness with which the sister and brother had shown in order to improve their academic performance. Black panicked. He screamed at his sister to ask the author of the post to delete it. Otherwise, they would be finished if this reached King John. Giggling, the protagonist apologized to the spirits of death and confessed, showing the phone screen, that he was the god, the author of that message. He promised to delete the post and explained that it was all a misunderstanding if they let him go. And Black decided to believe him this time. The next day, our hero was sleeping in his bed. He was forced to wake up when his phone rang loudly. When the boy suddenly opened his frightened eyes, he screamed, realizing that he had slept through the entire first half of the day. The young man jumped out of bed abruptly because he had promised his parents the day before that he would bring Wangqiu today to have lunch together. He looked at his phone screen warily when he noticed that Qin Weiwei, the girl from hell, was persistently calling him. She said that she wanted to see the protagonist tonight and told him to stay home today, otherwise she would hurt his girlfriend. The protagonist couldn't understand how this bandit from hell dared to threaten him, and decided that he needed to find a way to protect Yu Wangqiu. Turning to the flower fairy for help, she asked if he was trying to court a mortal lady, to which the hero promised to give her all the interest on the phones if she did not ask unnecessary questions. He thanked the fairy when she handed him a hairpin that would prevent demons and monsters from getting close to Wangqiu. At Li Xinghei's parents' new home, Wangqiu's mother warned her that she should contact them if their son treated her badly. Yu Wangqiu told the woman that her son treated her very well, showing her a new gift in the form of a hairpin. Xinghei's mother handed her a piece of grilled rabbit, her son's favorite dish, and the frightened girl screamed that she wouldn't eat that. The protagonist thought about whether to stew the rabbit to make it even tastier, and Miss Yu cried because she felt sorry for the cute rabbit. When the whole family was having dinner at one table, the room became very cool and a strong cold wind suddenly blew. Mr. Li told his wife that he had not touched the air conditioner when Li Xinghe's mother asked her husband why he had turned the temperature down so low. The protagonist was displeased when he noticed that the reason for the sudden coldness in the room was the appearance of Qin Weiwei. Yu Wangqiu began to feel very cold. She tried to warm herself with her hands and asked Li why she suddenly felt so cold. Through clenched teeth, Li Xinghe quietly asked Weiwei not to do anything and promised to talk at his store after he finished dinner with his family. The girl from hell replied that the guy ignored her to go on a date with Yu Wangqiu, so now she won't let them eat properly. The boy shouted at her to stop when Qin Weiwei wanted to touch the hairpin that was on Miss Yu's head. Weiwei jumped back in fear, screaming in pain and asking what it was as the hairpin released a blast of spiritual power towards her. Qin Weiwei was offended and shouted that she was leaving and wished everyone a pleasant meal, after which she left them alone and flew away. Yu Wangqiu didn't understand why all the dishes on the table that were hot just now suddenly became cold. Miss Li apologized to the girl, saying she didn't know what had happened to them, and Yu replied that it was nothing serious and was going to heat up the food again. The protagonist was furious with Qin Weiwei's behavior and was ready to show the girl from hell who was boss. After dinner, an enraged Lee Sing-ae parked his red car near the store and was about to return home. When he opened the doors, Qin Weiwei was already waiting for him inside. She was clicking on the phone screen, claiming that she had been waiting for our hero for a long time. The guy released a spiritual force, causing the girl to get scared and fly up to the ceiling. And Lee asked if she had any idea why he came back. Qin Weiwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she asked the protagonist why he came here. Lee Sing-hee shouted, replying that he came because he was considering whether to take Weiwei's life, and sent a blast of spiritual power towards her. Qin Weiwei tensed up when she felt such a powerful spirit energy and screamed, accusing Lee Sing-hee of being shameless. But our hero was not going to spare the girl from hell who ruined his dinner. He continued to direct the energy of the spirit into her. Qin Weiwei burst into tears and screamed that she didn't want to play with Lee Sing-hee anymore, and demanded that the freak let her go when he tied her up with magical cords. Having freed the girl, the main character demanded that she answer why she was looking for him today. The girl from hell demanded that Lee Sing-hee tell her the truth and admit whether he was behind the case in which the girl's soul disappeared. The hero was outraged that she suspected him, and Weiwei said that Black and White had reported him to hell and that reapers would soon be sent for him. Lee Sing-hee was taken aback and shouted that it couldn't be him and that they needed to investigate first since he wasn't that cruel. He knelt down in front of Weiwei and asked her to pass on the information to hell on his behalf that Wuhai was behind this. Hearing that the girl had already tried, but that hell didn't want to listen to anything, Lee Sing-hee began to say goodbye to a life that he hadn't really enjoyed. Weiwei couldn't help but laugh, admitting that she was just joking when Lee Sing-hee started complaining that he hadn't yet had time to have a wife, children, and take care of his parents. She burst into loud laughter because it turned out that Lee Sing-hee was afraid of death, and he was indignant because she joked about such things. The girl stood up, waved goodbye, and said that she was leaving, and promised to investigate the matter with Lee later. When Qin Weiwei disappeared, the protagonist was furious at the Hell Girl's cruel jokes, but he didn't say anything to her when he said goodbye. He was surprised when he heard someone calling him, looked at the screen and saw that it was Tang Xiaoxi who wanted to contact him. The blonde told Lee Sing-hee that there was a jewelry exhibition tomorrow evening, and her grandfather asked her to take the guy with her. She was furious when the young man apologized, saying that his store was having a sale tomorrow and he couldn't come, and then immediately hung up. The protagonist became wary when he received another message and noticed that it was from Captain Jang, who sent an address related to the previous case. Lee Sing-hee immediately got into his red car and drove to the address the police officer had given in the message. He entered the building and told the captain that he had arrived, and the police were already questioning the girl, asking if she had seen what the criminal looked like. The girl was outraged. She screamed, not understanding how many times she could repeat that she was nervous, so she did not see the face. Captain Jang decided not to interrogate her any further, and asked his subordinates to take the girl home to interrogate her again when she came to her senses. Suddenly, the girl stared at one point with eyes full of fear, hugged herself and screamed that she didn't want to go home because she was scared. The protagonist asked Captain Jang what happened, and only then did the policeman notice that Lee Sing-hee had come here. The policeman told the guy that this girl and the previous one worked together at the club, and they were attacked in the evening by someone who appeared out of nowhere. The girl licked her lips slyly, deciding that she wanted to have a good time teasing Lee Sing-hee, who, as she realized, was scary even for the police. The beauty walked up to our hero, wrapped her arms around his, and told the police that she wanted him to take her home. Captain Jang asked the victim to take this more seriously because she was in the investigation bureau. Lee Sing-hee told the police that everything was fine and agreed to take the girl home to look for some evidence in her apartment. Accompanied by our hero, the girl left the investigator's office and they found themselves alone in the corridor. The girl asked Lee Sing-hee if he wanted to stay at her house for a while, to which the guy replied that he had planned to do so. When the main character took the girl who had been attacked to her apartment, he roughly pushed her right onto the bed, but the girl did not become indignant in response. She obediently lay on the bed and admired the character of our hero. Lee Sing-hee sternly ordered the girl not to move and said that he wanted to ask the victim only one thing. Our young hero approached her, looked her straight in the face, and asked if she remembered what the suspect looked like. Worried, the girl confessed to the guy that she saw the attacker, but she was very scared then, so she cannot remember. In fact, the girl giggled slyly. Thinking that Lee Sing-hee couldn't do anything to her, no matter how strong he was, he decided to use spirit energy infusion and control over her body and soul against her to help the frightened girl remember everything. The victim asked the owner what he would order her to do, but she herself became frightened, not understanding why she suddenly started calling him that. The protagonist concluded that hypnosis, which is described in the book Communication with Spirits, turned out to be very useful. Li Xingyi told the girl to draw what she saw at the time of the attack, and she obediently began to draw something on paper. Having finished the drawing, the girl handed the piece of paper to our hero, again calling Li Xinghe her master. Li Xinghe wasn't even surprised when he saw a clear portrait of Wuhai on the piece of paper. The man was wearing a hat and holding a cigarette in his teeth. Having received the necessary information from the injured girl, the main character left her apartment and closed the door behind him. When Li Xinghe arrived in the corridor, the boy became wary and looked back, sensing something was wrong in this room. There was a loud sound and the guy perked up. He felt a very powerful spiritual energy coming from somewhere. He couldn't leave it alone so easily and was determined to find out where such powerful energy was coming from. When the guy approached the window, he saw a sign on the neighboring building that said there was a jewelry exhibition. The protagonist decided to call Mrs. Tang Xiaoxi on the phone and ask what time the jewelry exhibition starts. At the exhibition, Tang Xinyu, head of Tang Group, took the stage and said that this exhibition was an important event for Wenning City. The man greeted everyone on behalf of the jewelers of Wenning City, and Li Xinghe asked Xiaoxi why her grandfather had come to some simple exhibition. Tang Xiaoxi explained to the guy that the exhibition was unusual, but related to the elections of the Jewelry Association. And today it would be decided whether Hu Guisheng or Wei Xinde would become its leader. Tang Xiaoxi drew attention to the heads of large companies who could become the leader of the association today, which will depend on what kind of jewelry they present. The girl turned around abruptly when a woman approached her and asked if the person in front of her was Tang Xiaoxi from the Tang Group. Two people approached the blonde. One of them was He Guisheng's daughter, named He Rongrong, and the other was Wei Xindi's daughter, named Wei Zhenjin. It was obvious from Tang Xiaoxi that she was not very happy about this meeting. The girl sat there, not paying attention to them, and drank tea. Both ladies approached our hero and asked where they had seen him before, and Wei Zhenjin recognized him as the god of PR. Tang Xiaoxi stood up and asked to introduce the two socialites, He and Wei, to the guy, saying that they were both socialites in the city. When one of the ladies took a dig at the blonde, saying that she even has to attract bloggers to promote her jewelry business, Tan replied that the women in his videos are very beautiful. He yelled at Tang, saying that their jewelry at the exhibition would be far better than the ones from her family. When Xiaoxi said that Tang's jewelry was no match for her trash, the enraged He and Wei yelled at Tang Xiaoxi not to think that the Tang Group was invincible. But the girl felt confident. Li Xinghe realized that the three of them were having fun together, so he decided to go take a look at the place where the spiritual energy was coming from. When he entered the room where all the treasures were kept, he guessed that the spiritual energy was coming from the He family's products. The protagonist came closer to the object from which he felt strong energy and determined where exactly it was coming from. It was a huge blue gemstone that stood on a pedestal and really emitted a strong energy. Li Xinghe decided to take in as much spiritual energy as he could from this stone. Placing his palms in front of him, he smirked because he felt great after the procedure. His strength had now reached late innate levels. When He Rongrong entered the vault, she shouted, asking what Li Xinghe was doing here, and the hero perked up when he heard her. The girl screamed, accusing the hero of wanting to steal their family's treasure. But Li Xinghe quickly covered her mouth with his hand. The guy told the girl not to shout and to listen to him, still covering He Rongrong's mouth with his palm to keep her quiet. Li Xinghe said that he came to look out of curiosity because he heard that the He family's jewelry was very exquisite. He admitted that she thought Li was Tang Xiaoxi's boyfriend, to which our hero began calling Tang names and praising Rongrong, which flattered the girl. The girl became curious when Li Xinghe asked if she knew why his heart started beating like crazy when he came to the exhibition. The protagonist stated that it was because he had never experienced such feelings until he saw He Rongrong. Li Xinghe's words were so astonishing that the daughter of the He family was completely stunned. After falling, she asked Li if he thought she would trust him just because of a few pickup lines, and then Xinghe asked her what she wanted. She stood up, pushed the guy, and said that she might let him go if Li Xinghe continued to say such things to her. The girl was distracted when she heard the announcement that the exhibition was about to begin, and that the Wei Group collection would be presented first. Li Xinghe panicked and decided to continue to shamelessly praise the girl because he had not yet finished absorbing the energy from the stone. He began to circle around her and insist that this was not a jewelry exhibition, but He's personal fashion show, and that he was lost in her charm. He Rongrong squealed and blushed. She shouted that she had never heard such wonderful praise before, so she decided to forgive Li. The main character asked him not to judge because he had no other choice, and the girl at that time was drowning in dreams of love. When Lin Jing finally finished absorbing the spiritual energy from the stone, he walked out into the common room and breathed a sigh of relief. The guy walked up to the stage as the host announced the display of a treasure from the Tang group's collection, a painting by the artist Wuhai. The girls brought the painting onto the stage, and the host said that the artist had captured the moment of the Taoist's ascension to heaven. Li concluded that the painting was very valuable when the host stated that the artist was rumored to have looked at the painting for 100 days and entered it. The old Taoist depicted in this painting sat with his eyes closed and radiated streams of spiritual power. Suddenly, the old man depicted on the canvas suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. Some of the exhibition's guests began to shout, saying that this picture was a fake, because no one had seen this picture in the original. Turning his attention to his palm, the hero became wary and was pierced by the feeling that spiritual energy was seething in his body. The main character stared at one point and opened his mouth in surprise. His pupils narrowed, and his face sweated from fear. Suddenly, the guy was transported to a completely different place. He had no idea where he was. It was a green lawn. When he saw the old Taoist in the painting in front of him, he was shocked, thinking that his consciousness had moved there. The old man, without turning around, declared that after so many years he had finally met a man who was walking the same path. He asked the boy why he didn't stay here and cultivate in silence, and Li replied that he liked his earthly life and apologized. The Taoist suddenly changed and shouted, asking if Li really thought his secret kingdom was a place where he could come and go at will. The old man in the painting released his spiritual power and asked the protagonist if he thought he could escape from here. The main character was horrified when he realized that the old man from the painting was trying to seal the guy in this place forever. The last thing Lin Jing saw in this reality was the face of an angry old man who had directed spiritual power at him. Without noticing that he was back in reality, Lin Jing began to shout, asking the old man for forgiveness, and declared that he was ready to give him all the money. Worried, Tang Xiaoxi walked up to the protagonist, put her hand on his shoulder, and asked what money he was talking about. Panicked, Lin Jing fell to his knees and screamed, asking where the painting was, and Tang explained that it had been taken to the back room. The main character finally calmed down and came to his senses. He realized that it was all an illusion, and this made him wary. The host announced into the microphone that he would now show the most valuable treasure in the He family's collection. It was covered with a red cloth, and the host said that it looked like the He family would make headlines by showing off the treasure. All the guests stared at the jewel, expecting that the He family wanted to surprise them, and the cloth on the treasure began to be pulled off. The people in the hall felt disappointed, and they shouted indignantly, asking if this was not an ordinary stone in front of them. Tang was worried. She said that now whether her grandfather would become the leader depended on the price of the He family's purple jade. The head of the He family greeted everyone and said that he got this stone in Myanmar last month, and according to the experts, there is a high chance that it will produce purple jade. Tang Xiaoxi was nervous because she knew that her family would definitely lose if the stone really produced purple jade. Lin Jing smirked because the energy in this stone had been completely emptied, and he was curious about what was left inside. A special person in protective clothing approached the stone with a saw and began sawing it to see what was hidden inside. "Mr." he shouted, inviting everyone to witness the birth of the largest purple jade in the world. All the guests were very excited and happy when the stone revealed its insides. They hoped that there was purple jade inside. Tang Xiaoxi pressed herself against our hero and closed her eyes, screaming that she didn't want it, and Lin Jing calmed her down, saying that there was nothing there. When the stone was cut, it turned out to be completely ordinary, gray, and there was no purple jade anywhere near it. Shocked, Mr. He walked up to the stone to touch it. The man didn't understand what was happening. Mr. He ordered the master to continue sawing the stone, hoping that they would still find a treasure inside. The specialist continued to saw and saw the stone from different sides, but nothing was found inside. Only the outer layer was purple. The guests who gathered at the exhibition were disappointed. They knew that this was a great loss for them and the He family. The head of the He family was horrified by the disgrace. He shouted at the sawmaster, ordering him to continue sawing the stone. The craftsman sawed the round purple stone into two pieces right down the middle to make sure there was nothing there. Mr. He fell to his knees, his voice trembling as he asked how this was possible. Since he had entrusted the stone to experts for analysis before purchasing it, Tang Xiaoxi suggested that the defeated man sell the stone to the girl at a cheap price to recoup the transportation costs. When He Rongrong ran up to the girl and yelled at her not to dare mock her father, Xiaoxi just waved her hand. The girl ran to her father and screamed, asking what happened to their purple jade. But Mr. He didn't listen to her because he was in shock. "Madam." His face turned red with anger and she clenched her fist, thinking that perhaps someone had done something to the stone. After the exhibition, Grandpa Tan and our hero drank a glass of red wine together because the painting Ascension Day won first place. Li Xinghe asked Master Tang if he could give the boy a painting of that old Tauist. Grandfather Tang agreed to give the boy the painting because Li Xinghe saved his life, but the hero felt awkward and replied that he could not accept it for free. The protagonist handed the old man a pill and said that as gratitude for the painting he was giving him the innate pill. Mr. Tang looked at the large round pill that was emitting a bright, warm light, as if enchanted, and extended his hand towards it. The old man took the pill in his hand and brought it to his nose to smell it before eating it. Grandfather shouted that just by smelling it, he could feel the flow of qi and blood in his body, and asked what kind of divine pill it was. Mr. Tang asked Li if the pill was too precious, since it was clearly more expensive than the painting, to which Xinghe laughed and replied that it was fine. A look of worry appeared on the protagonist's face when someone called him, and he saw that it was the girl from hell, Qin Weiwei. She called Li to where she had figured out where the missing soul had gone, and our hero left, saying goodbye to Mr. Tang and his granddaughter. The He family watched everything. They realized that the Tang family was asking this guy for help, and the enraged Mr. He said that this guy should not live until the evening. Our hero's red car raced off-road, intending to meet Qin Weiwei. The protagonist had difficulty finding the right place, so he asked Qin Weiwei if she could clarify the address. Li Xinghe noticed that a girl ran out onto the road right in front of the car and started waving her hand at him. When he slammed on the brakes, the stranger walked up to the driver's window and asked the handsome guy if he could give her a ride. Having started flirting with our hero, the unfamiliar, beautiful girl promised Li Xinghe that she would reward him for it. Li Xinghe was indifferent to this. He apologized to the stranger and refused to give her a ride because he was in a hurry. The guy got scared when he tried to drive away and saw in the rearview mirror how the stranger took out a gun and pointed it at him. Incessant shots were heard on the street. A girl was firing a pistol, trying to hit our hero. Li Xinghe, terrified to the point of horror, tried to escape without becoming a victim of a stranger's gunshot. As he frantically tried to escape, the boy did not notice that he had driven out onto the road straight towards a huge truck. The main character tried to avoid an accident but still hit the hood of a truck with his front side. The collision caused Li Xinghe to lose all control of the car, causing it to crash through a fence and fly off the bridge. Realizing that his car was about to fall into the water and the boy was in danger, Li Xinghe clenched his teeth and became scared, but quickly pulled himself together to save himself. The red car crashed straight to the ground with a loud roar, but the young man managed to escape in time and jump up to a safe distance. After abandoning his car, Li Xinghe landed on the ground, but the chase did not stop there. After climbing back onto the bridge, the stranger continued to shoot at Li Xinghe while standing on the roof of the white truck. But none of the bullets hit our hero's body yet. Li Xinghe pushed off the ground again to jump forward. He did this to quickly close the distance between him and the girl and kick the stranger right in the face. Having gotten rid of the shooter, the young man jumped onto the hood of a white truck to find out who was responsible for the accident. Opening the driver's window, Li Xinghe got angry and grabbed him by the neck, demanding to know who sent him. Gasping for breath, the driver honestly admitted to the guy and repeated several times that he was sent by the He family. The protagonist was very angry when he heard who was coveting his life, and began to curse the negligent He family. He wanted to leave, but stopped when the driver shouted that he would drag Li Xinghe with him if he was destined to die anyway. Soon, a white truck, following our hero's car, broke through the fence and fell from the bridge straight to the ground. For the main character, the driver's actions were so unexpected that he only had time to open his eyes wide and freeze in shock. Soon the news came on TV that 2 bodies had been found and that a sports car and a truck had fallen into the river. Yu Wanqiu, who was watching TV, became alarmed when she heard the reporter call out the license plate number of Li Xinghe's car. The girl began to worry a lot about the guy. She immediately called him, but the number she dialed was unavailable. Yu Wanqiu couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She thought that something might really have happened to Li Xinghe. Luckily, Li Xinghe was okay. The guy actually fell into the river, but soon emerged from the water safe and sound. The boy managed to crawl out onto the grassy bank and crawled along the ground, coughing loudly after the water entered his lungs. He picked up the phone and saw that it was out of battery, and was worried that Yu Wanqiu was now trying to contact him. Li Xinghe saw the mountain in front of him that Qin Weiwei had told him about in the message, and he intended to go to that place. Meanwhile, Qin Weiwei sat on a rock in the forest, silently staring at the smartphone that our hero had given her earlier. While she was busy with her business on the phone, suddenly the girl from hell heard Li Xinghe calling her. The protagonist ran up to Weiwei, and the girl asked Li Xinghe what he was doing there, starting to act strangely. Li didn't understand why she asked that, since she was the one who asked him to come here and asked where the clues about the missing soul were. Xinghe noticed that the girl's manner of speech was now different, and Weiwei asked the hero to go home because she lied and there were no clues. Li Xinghe felt strange that the girl was now so polite because Weiwei had apologized to him for forcing him to come here in vain. The protagonist was horrified when he realized that the consciousness of the girl from hell was now controlled by someone else. The guy wanted to save the girl. He shouted that he would do it and pushed off the ground to jump and get closer to her. Qin Weiwei cowered and screamed in fear, telling the protagonist not to come closer to her. When Li Xinghe landed on the ground, he noticed that many tree roots suddenly emerged from the ground. The boy pushed off the ground and jumped up as the roots surrounding him began to grow rapidly before his eyes. When the protagonist landed at a safe distance from those magical roots, he looked at Weiwei. He realized it was indeed a trap when those roots intertwined and grabbed the girl from hell. A dark spiritual energy appeared around. A mysterious voice said that Li Xinghe was finally here, and our hero immediately understood who it was. Weiwei, who was trapped, screamed at Li Xinghe to run and asked him not to worry about the girl. When Wuhai asked if Xinghe was really going to leave the woman who was so worried about him, the hero asked the man what he had come to. Li Xinghe realized that he would also fall into a trap if he ran straight towards the girl now. And this was exactly what Wuhai wanted. Watching everything tensely from the side, the protagonist realized that this was definitely the array that Wuhai had installed. As he stood there looking at the trapped girl from hell, he noticed that the roots were starting to move towards him rapidly. An animal fear appeared on his face as he realized that this was a mass of withering ruins and not just a trap. When Wuhai showed up, he asked our hero to stop trying because the guy wouldn't be able to destroy his array. Meanwhile, Qin Weiwei, the girl from hell, was still unable to move due to her entire body being entangled in roots. The evil cultivator promised Li Xinghe to let him go if he promised Wuhai that he would not interfere anymore. In horror, Qin Weiwei screamed at Li Xinghe to run away because she was from hell, and a cultivator wouldn't dare do anything to her. In response, the protagonist only laughed and asked Wuhai if he was threatening the guy with such a trivial trick now. The guy had one trick up his sleeve. He took out his phone and thought that this should work. He was ready to use the flaming pill. Taking it out from his smartphone using the scanner, Li Xinghe shouted, declaring that he would crush the wood element with fire. Wuhai was visibly frightened as he was surrounded by acrid smoke, and the roots that served as a trap began to burn like firewood. The man screamed that it was impossible because mortal flames could not set his mass of withering ruins ablaze. Finally, Wuhai shouted to the guy that this was not the end yet and disappeared along with the trap. And Li Xinghe walked up to the girl from hell and picked her up. He asked Weiwei if she was okay, to which the girl began to get indignant and shout that she did not ask the guy to save her. Enraged, she screamed that the guy had ruined everything because she was going to delay Wuhai so that the people from hell could get here. The protagonist smiled because he was happy that in front of him was now the real Qin Weiwei, whom he knew. The girl waved her hand and screamed that it wouldn't work on her, and the guy had better take care of his girlfriend in the world of the living. Qin Weiwei left, and our hero remained standing in the forest, silently looking at the girl from hell. Li Xinghe realized that he needed to return home as soon as possible, because Wang Qiu must be worried because he couldn't contact him. Worried, Wang Qiu immediately went to her lover's phone store and saw that he was not there either. The girl began to worry a lot. She didn't want to believe that something had really happened to Li Xinghe. Miss Yu cautiously looked back as Wuhai snuck up on her and asked in an ominous voice if she was looking for Li Xinghe. After dealing with Wuhai in the mountains, our hero urgently returned to his phone store. He stopped abruptly near it and quickly got out of the car. A look of fear appeared on Li Xinghe's face as he approached his shop and noticed that the door was somehow open. When he walked inside, he saw his ghost girls lying on the floor, begging their master to save them. Li Xinghe had already prepared his flaming fist when the girls pointed their fingers at the one who did this to them. The offender turned out to be Wuhai. A man with a crazy look told our hero that he really knows how to have fun. Wuhai explained his words by saying that Li was keeping ghosts in the house. And Xinghe looked at Wang Qiu, who was tied up under the ceiling. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger when he saw that Wuhai dared to come to his house and harm Yu Wang Qiu. He freed Yu Wang Qiu. And when she came to and saw Xinghe, she said how great it was that the guy was alive. Wuhai pushed the girl forward and shouted, asking if this girl was Li Xinghe and calling her a temptress. The enraged boy ordered Wuhai to let her go, and the man said that in return the boy had to give him something. The man said that in exchange he wanted to receive the secret of Li Xinghe's cultivation, because 3 months ago he was an ordinary person, and now our hero is an elite Taoist. Yuan-Q was trembling with fear, and Wuhai demanded that Li Xinghe give him his secrets, otherwise he would harm his beloved girl. Wuhai used his spiritual power to lift Yuan-Q into the air with his hands, so Li immediately agreed to tell the man all his secrets. Wan-Q was against it because it would make Wuhai stronger and kill even more girls, but Li said that all his secrets were in his phone. Wuhai didn't believe it. He shouted, warning our hero that he would take Yuan-Q's life right now if it turned out that Li Xinghe was lying. Li Xinghe explained that one day an app appeared on his phone, and in it, he saw an old man with a white beard who took him on as a disciple. The man came up and grabbed Li Xinghe's hand to confirm, and the hero insisted that it was true and offered to see for himself. The fierce Wuhai once again warned the young man that if he dared to deceive the man, Yuan-Q would definitely die. Li Xinghe winked at the man and said that he sells mobile phones, so he is very good when it comes to deceiving others. The main character suddenly decided to apply the knowledge from the Sky textbook and screamed, casting a spell. The guy decided to use Heaven's Break against Wuhai. He punched him, causing him to fly straight into the wall. Wuhai's magic disappeared, so Miss Yu began to fall from the sky to the ground, shouting Xinghe's name, and he was ready to catch her. The protagonist was very happy, as was the girl, when he managed to successfully catch her in his arms, and Wan-Q was not harmed. Wuhai, holding his left arm which was injured after the fall, angrily asked our hero how he dared to deceive him. Li Xinghe shrugged and said that he usually didn't deceive other people when he did business. But Wuhai was no longer human. The evil cultivator was very indignant, he shouted, suggesting that our hero end this today once and for all. Li Xinghe told Wan-Q to run away from here, find Captain Jang, and tell him everything when he saw that Wuhai was about to attack. Wuhai smiled madly and held a clot of dark energy in his hands, which released sinister spirits. The main character wasn't scared by this. He told the man that he was simply carrying around so many offended ghosts. Looking at the cultivator with hatred, Li Xinghe declared that there would only be one outcome today, and that would be Wuhai's passing away. Wuhai called upon the spirits of all forms to converge upon him, and our hero activated the fury against heaven and earth from the firmament textbook. Our young hero asked the man how many vengeful spirits he had created when he saw a giant sinister ghost in front of him. Li Xinghe, charging up with spiritual power, apologized to the spirits several times, saying that he knew they were simply being forced to fight. The boy charged his fist with spiritual energy, a power that was similar to hundreds of lightning bolts, to defeat Wuhai. The protagonist activated the third fighting style that shook the sky and earth and rushed forward to attack. The guy's giant magic fist knocked Wuhai out cold, leaving him no chance to stand firmly on his feet even after the first blow. After the first attack, Wuhai no longer had the strength and health to continue fighting, so he screamed, begging Li to stop. Wuhai asked if Li wasn't afraid that he would get into trouble if he killed a man who was from an immortal family. The protagonist replied to the cultivator that he didn't care about any earthly or immortal people, because he was from the heavens themselves. Soon, there was a noise in Wuhai's house. Someone informed the patriarch that Hai's soul tablet had been destroyed. The patriarch looked sadly at the destroyed tablet and asked who dared to oppose the Wu family. The guy in the robe who brought the patriarch such terrible news agreed to find out who was behind his death. The main character managed to deal with the cultivator Wuhai once and for all, right in his phone store. Li Xinghe squatted in front of him and picked up the bell that was lying next to him, saying that it was a real treasure and thanked Wuhai. Soon, Captain Jang ran into the room, and Yuan-Q, who also came, asked Li Xinghe if he was okay. The hero told the captain that he would leave the body to him, and Jang replied that he would ask someone to send Wuhai to the investigation bureau. When Li Xinghe sat down next to Yuan-Q on the sofa to talk, he asked the girl what happened. The main character began to worry about the girl because she confessed to the guy that she felt very afraid. He hugged her, asking her not to worry because she was already safe. And Wan-Q shouted that she was worried about him. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. She confessed to the hero that she thought he had died in a car accident today. Li Xinghe apologized to her for making her worry, and Miss Yu asked him to hug her to sleep. He asked her again not to worry and promised that he would not leave her. He was surprised that Wang Qiu was so worried about him. Wang Qiu asked the guy to promise her that no matter what happened in the future, Li Xinghe would tell her everything. The protagonist promised Wang Qiu that he would never make her worry like that again. When Wang Qiu had slept and calmed down, our hero offered to take the girl to work. They went outside and the girl replied that everything was fine, and she would take a taxi because Li Xinghe had lost his car. The protagonist became wary when he noticed the dark energy hovering around him. He demanded that this creature come out. Qin Weiwei showed up and told the guy that she was returning to hell and only came here to say goodbye to him. Blushing, the hell girl asked Li Xinghe if he really didn't want Weiwei to stay here. Returning to the store, the guy waved his hand and replied that not a bit, because he would feel calmer if the girl was not here. Weiwei was indignant. She called him a meanie and advised him to take care of himself. Otherwise, she would report to hell that he kept ghost women. The girl from hell became curious when she noticed 2 bundles of paper lying on the table. Qin Weiwei decided to see what it was and unfold the papers, and Li Xinghe shouted at her not to touch it. She was stunned when she opened the scroll of paper, and the entire space around her was filled with strong spiritual energy. The main character began to fall, losing his balance, and the scroll of paper hung over the guys, forming a portal. Grabbing each other, the girl from hell and our hero moved through the portal into another space, screaming in fear. Qin Weiwei was outraged and began to accuse Li Xinghe of harassing her, and the embarrassed hero replied that he did not do it. The girl screamed that she didn't want to play with the guy anymore and told him goodbye, instantly disappearing, leaving behind a purple flash. The main character became interested in what secret was hidden in this painting, and took it in his hands to study it. Li Xinghe's gaze became frightened when he opened the paper scroll again, and something strange happened to him again. The guy moved to another space again. He jumped out of the magic squares, finding himself on a green lawn. He saw the Tauist in front of him again. The old man apologized for insulting Li Xinghe during their last meeting. Li Xinghe gestured with his hands in respect and asked the old master if he could explain the secret of this painting to him. The old man said that the painting was called the Map of the Country and that it had taken the soul of a Taoist when one day his enemies attacked him while he was flying. The protagonist realized that the previous title of the painting was incorrect and asked the old man why there was only a small part of land here. The Taoist replied that the inside of the painting could change at will, and Li Xinghe could not see everything due to his low cultivation level. Li asked if the old man could teach him how to cultivate using the painting, and the Taoist replied that this was only possible if the boy became its owner. The main character asked the elderly master how he could become the owner of this magical painting. The old Taoist briefly answered our hero, looking him in the eyes, that for this he must give his blood to her. When the main character dropped a few drops of blood on the lawn, he was transported back to his store, and the picture was floating in the air in front of him. He wondered if he was now the owner of the painting, but he had to distract himself because of his phone. The boy received a call from Mr. Tang, and the elderly man told Li Xinghe that he wanted him to go to the capital. The proposal was extremely unexpected, so Li Xinghe remained silent for a while, thinking about it. The main character agreed to go to the capital of the country, and after some time he was already sitting on the plane that was flying there. As Li Xinghe looked out the window, he recalled how Mr. Tang told the boy that he had already bought tickets to the capital for him. Then, when they met, Li Xinghe asked Mr. Tang why he suddenly asked him to go to the capital. Mr. Tang explained that he wanted Li to protect her granddaughter because she would be running a jewelry business in the capital, which is the He family's base. Li Xinghe then told his grandfather that he had his own business here in Wenning, so he was hesitant about agreeing. The hero became interested when the old man asked if the boy didn't want to know what he was willing to offer Li in exchange for this. The older man showed the boy a card and said that he could look at his new position in the capital. The protagonist was shocked when he read on the card that he was now the CEO of Tang Entertainment Network. Then Tan told him that entertainment was a new industry for their group, and now our hero had complete power over this sector. When Li Xinghe left the airport with a suitcase in his hand already in the capital, a red car met him at the door. Inside sat Tang Xiaoxi. A girl in dark glasses greeted our hero, saying that they met again. Already in the car, the blonde asked the hero why his grandfather sent him here, to which Li replied that he had arrived to take care of the entertainment network. Xiaoxi screamed indignantly because all the grandchildren wanted to have power over this industry, and Grandpa entrusted this matter to Li Xinghe. They soon parked and got out in front of a tall modern building, which the girl said was the Tang Group's branch in the capital. Li Xinghe was amazed by the size of the building and thought that even in the capital, where land was very expensive, the Tang family owned such a luxurious office. The girl suggested that the guy go upstairs because her fifth uncle named Tang was already waiting to meet him. Inside the building, our hero felt uncomfortable despite the fact that it was daytime. He felt a very ominous atmosphere here. Together they entered the elevator. Inside, besides Li Xingye and Tang Xiaoxi, there were also people who worked for Tang Company. Li Xingye felt very strange because there was not a single person in the corridor, and now the elevator was crowded. Horror appeared on the hero's face when he felt someone standing behind him and smiling evilly, clearly not with good intentions. The elevator was filled with spiritual power. The frightened Tang huddled in a corner and screamed, asking what it was. And Li, covering her, screamed that they were ambushed. The protagonist immediately turned to a textbook on communication with spirits, put his hands together, and recited a spell to disperse the spirits. Placing his palm on the elevator floor, a magic circle, a vortex, formed under our hero, emitting a bright blue light. Fortunately, Li Xingye managed to handle everything, and after going up to the 18th floor, Tang Xiaoxi happily greeted the fifth uncle. Tang Gawan greeted his niece with a smile on his face. He was glad to see her, and said that she was finally here. The worried girl, noticing something was wrong, asked the fifth uncle if he was okay, and he replied that he was fine. The protagonist, upon seeing Tang Gawan, immediately realized what was wrong with him. While his uncle praised his niece with a crazy smile on his face, Tang Xiaoxi screamed, asking her uncle what happened, when Tang Gawan pounced on his niece and squeezed her throat with his hands. Li Xingye immediately concluded that this man was possessed by spirits, so he was going to contact that spirit connection. The protagonist stopped when he noticed that Tang Gawan was surrounded by dark silhouettes of hands with long nails. The guy realized that with so many spirits, one book of communication with them would not be enough to get rid of them all. The distraught Tang Gawan continued to hold his niece by the throat, and the helpless girl begged Li to save her. The main character just stood and watched. He had no idea what to do in this situation. The guy remembered a moment from the recent past when he and his girlfriend from hell went to another dimension. A brilliant idea appeared in his mind that he could use the country map painting to save Tang Xiaoxi. The protagonist placed the painting on the floor and recited a spell to make it open. And then it began to suck the evil spirits into itself. Tang Gawan let go of his niece as the evil spirit that had taken control of his body began to come out through his mouth. Li Xingye smirked as he managed to absorb the last evil spirit with the magic painting. Grabbing the painting in his hands, the main character smiled broadly, realizing that the world map was truly a divine treasure. Tang Xiaoxi asked her uncle what had happened to him and why he had suddenly become so scary. But the man had no idea what had happened. The hero explained to Tang that her uncle was possessed and could not control himself. And Xiaoxi became angry and screamed, asking who dared to harm her family. For the protagonist, the answer to this question was obvious. He confidently replied that this was the work of the He family. Soon, the secretary brought Mr. Li to her new workplace. She showed him the office where he would work. Li Xingye sobbed as he thought that the privileges of a CEO were indeed different. The secretary reported that there would be an interview for female roles in the film New Journey to the West at 7 that evening, and Li needed to be there. Li Xingye's nose started bleeding when he heard about the interview for the female roles, and he suspected that he wouldn't be able to hold back in front of the beauties. The assistant, laughing sweetly, said that there was an old man downstairs who wanted to see our hero, and he claimed to be his student. The main character scratched his chin with his finger and wondered which of his students had come to visit him in the capital. It turned out to be Dui Zhenren. He fell to his knees in front of the master, and Li shouted, ordering him to leave because the old man had disappeared after taking his pill. The spiritual teacher explained that he returned to the Taoist temple to practice cultivation, and Tao went to the port city to do so. Li Xingye told the spiritual master that he encountered something strange when he arrived in the capital yesterday. The guy opened the painting and confirmed his words that the spirits were drawn into this magical paper canvas. The old man said that due to his limited level of cultivation, he could not understand the secret, and suggested that the master enter the painting himself and investigate it. The main character agreed to move through the portal in the painting on his own to try to explore it. When Li Xingye activated the mysterious painting, the space was filled with rectangles that looked like many mirrors. The spiritual power of the magical canvas captured our hero, and he was ready to go to another dimension again. A moment later, the guy found himself inside the painting. He successfully landed on the ground, and the surrounding environment stunned him. Now he was surrounded by a completely different landscape. The guy wondered when the world inside the map had managed to change so dramatically. A stranger flew up to Li Xingye and with a smile on her face asked the guy if he was the new owner of the painting. The protagonist looked up and replied that this was exactly how it was, and asked the stranger what happened to that old man. Li was taken aback when the girl introduced herself as Tianzong, the spirit of this card, and reported that Xiao Yao had fallen asleep. Li Xinghe's jaw dropped when he realized that the person in front of him was Tianzong, the girl who had frightened the old man back then. Smiling awkwardly, the hero asked the girl if she knew where the group of spirits that entered the painting had gone. Waving her hand, Tianzong invited the boy to see these spirits. A high wave appeared in front of them, on which they were floating. When Li Xinghe saw these sinister faces of the spirits, he felt uneasy and shouted to the girl that he didn't want to see them anymore. Tianzong guessed that it was Li Xinghe who had drawn the spirits here and explained that she had expanded the space and hidden the spirits here because they were annoying her. The protagonist understood everything and replied that it was not surprising that it seemed to me that this place now looked completely different. Turning around, the girl said that it was time for her to go to bed and allowed the guy to call her he from now on. When the protagonist returned from the country map to the mortal world, he grabbed his phone in a panic to check the time. He saw that it was already 6:30, and it was time for him to go to the casting of actresses, and he realized that time inside the map was flowing more slowly. When Li Xinghe went to the casting, he took a glass of red wine and drank it together with another entertainment network employee. Li Xinghe told producer Ma that he thought the setting was not suitable for interviewing actresses, but the man strongly disagreed. The project's producer clapped his hands and shouted, calling on the girls applying for roles in the film to come out. Several pretty girls with serial numbers came out into the room, illuminated by spotlights, and greeted the producer. Li Xinghe was indignant, saying that it seemed like they were choosing mistresses instead of actresses, and the producer asked what the difference was between actresses and mistresses. The protagonist tried to keep himself under control, realizing that the show business community is really like that. Deciding to move on to the interview, Li Xinghe asked actress number 1 to introduce herself. The girl sat on his lap, which made the guy feel incredibly awkward, and he shouted that he asked her to introduce herself. Not to do this, the actress admitted that she would like to play the role of the queen of the country of women, and asked if she was suitable for this role. The protagonist, blushing with embarrassment, answered the girl that he thought she was more suitable for the role of a fox demon. The girl put her hands on the guy's shoulders and screamed, capriciously, that she wanted to get the role of the queen of the country of women. Li blushed even more when the actress suggested that he take her to a room so that he could test her acting skills. The male lead and the female lead looked at the table where the phone was lying when someone started calling Li Xinghe persistently. Taking the phone, the guy apologized to everyone and said that he needed to answer the call. Li Xinghe was determined to run away from the casting because he definitely wasn't going to endure this any longer. Soon, in another building, the protagonist and the fact that Li Xinghe possessed a spiritual artifact were being discussed. The He family asked the Immortal Master if there was really no way to get rid of Li Xinghe and the Tang family. The irritated blonde guy in the robe asked them not to worry because he had ways to do it. The next day, the protagonist, accompanied by his personal secretary, returned to his new office. The guy opened his mouth wide and shuddered in fear when he discovered an uninvited guest in his office. It was the indignant Tang Xiaoxi, who shouted that she heard that Li Xinghe had proposed all sorts of things to the actresses yesterday. Li Xinghe was taken aback by such an unfair accusation and began to stutter, asking the girl to stop talking nonsense. Tang Xiaoxi came closer and shouted that she hoped it wasn't so, otherwise she wouldn't forgive him, and asked how Li was going to protect her. The protagonist was noticeably surprised when he noticed that the girl had spirit energy, and Tang Xiaoxi was now even at the innate level. The blazing energy surrounded the girl's body. Li realized that her grandfather had given her an innate pill, and that would make things easier. Li Xinghe asked Tang Xiaoxi to let him give her a gift and took out the bell he had taken from the dead Wuhai. The girl asked what it was and admitted that the gift looked disgusting. He explained that this would help absorb spirits, and the girl would not have to be afraid next time, and also gave her a book for communicating with spirits. Tang Xiaoxi was indignant and screamed, grabbing Li Xinghe's hand, because she had been taught this all her life, and our hero should do the same too. Our hero dressed up as an evil spirit and said that now he would pretend to be one, and the girl needed to attack him using the method from the book. Tang Xiaoxi activated the Spirit Communication Volume, Form 1, and released energy to identify the spirit. The protagonist praised the girl for how well she was doing with the task and asked her to continue. The girl made a gesture with her hands, crossing them over her chest, closed her eyes, and used a spell to remove the spirit from the book. Streams of energy, like sharp knives, were directed at our hero. Tearing his clothes, he barely stood, but was not surprised, because Xiaoxi was in the innate realm. Tang Xiaoxi's attack left the protagonist without the clothes he had been wearing to pretend to be an evil spirit, and an embarrassed Li said that he didn't think he could continue like this. Without listening to the teacher, the girl activated the third form of communication with spirits and placed her palms on the floor, forming a vortex of energy under them. The talented student cast a spell to bind the spirit in the form of her teacher, Li Xingye. The boy was bound by magical chains. He screamed, begging to be freed. And when Tan approached, he asked to free his legs first. Spiritual teacher Dui Zhenren burst into the room without knocking and shouted to his master that he had important news. The old man was stunned. He blushed from awkwardness and lost the power of speech. His mouth opened when he saw this picture in front of him. He ran out of the room, thinking how cool his master was when he saw him naked in Tang Xiaoxi's company. Soon, in the car, Dui Zhenren told the teacher that he had found the residence where the father and daughter of the He family lived. Li Xinghe asked why they didn't live in the city, to which the old man replied that he was cultivating in secret in order to attack our hero and the Tang family. Tang Xiaoxi asked the spiritual master if he meant that He's daughter and father had secretly contacted the Tauists. The spiritual teacher confirmed the girl's guess and said that He's power should not be underestimated and that one should be careful. As their car pulled up to the large glass building, Dui Zhenren informed them that the villa in front was the He cultivation base. Li Xinghe doubted that anyone lived in the villa with the doors tightly closed, and Dui Zhenren warned that it might be a trap. The elderly spiritual master channeled his power into the door to open it and enter the He family villa. The old man succeeded in this. He broke down the gate and invited his master and the second mistress to enter there first. Dui Zhenren hesitated, feeling ashamed and awkward when the evil Tang Xiaoxi asked who his first mistress was if he called her second. Li Xinghe became angry at his disciple and shouted, telling the old man not to talk too much, and said that it was not enough to kill him for this. The main character told the guys that he would look inside the villa and ask them not to go anywhere for now. Before entering the house, our hero stopped himself. Something alerted the guy on the threshold of the villa. Li Xinghe tensed up as he looked around and noticed that there was a formation here. He saw streams of spiritual energy. Dui Zhenren immediately guessed that his master had collided with the formation, and Tang Xiaoxi asked why Li Xinghe was not moving. The protagonist began to panic because he was trapped in the formation and lost the ability to even move. Suddenly, he heard someone else's voice. Someone laughed and asked Li Xinghe how his five-ghost mountain formation was doing. The boy screamed that the pressure around him was getting stronger and stronger, and if this continued, he would definitely die. Closing his eyes, the protagonist tried to concentrate and find a way to find the core of the formation. He realized that he had to rely only on his soul since his body could not move, and he put his hands together, releasing the power. He failed and assumed that the formation was so flawless that this demonic wind restricted his soul. Li Xinghe turned around when he heard someone's ominous voice, demanding that the boy hand over the firmament cultivation method to him in exchange for staying alive. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. He clearly had no intention of giving up the cultivation methods in exchange for mercy. The evil spirit swore an oath in the name of the noble immortal and declared that if he broke his promise, his Tauist core would be destroyed. Li replied that the firmament formula was in his head, and it was hurting him now so he couldn't remember the words, and he would ask the demon to remove the formation. The robed guy replied that he would leave the power of the five ghosts for now, and the formation would not be removed until Li Xinghe gave him the firmament formula. The protagonist began to feel freer when the enemy removed the shackles of the demonic wind from him. He decided that he had to distract him while he searched for the formation core. So he began to talk at length about the bright and sunny night that was associated with the origin of the firmament. Li Xinghe was hit by the evil spirit, asking how the guy dared to deceive him, since it couldn't be bright and sunny at night. Scratching the back of his head, the guy smiled awkwardly and said that the night was deep and the moon was high, justifying himself by saying that he was just nervous. While the hero was trying to talk his enemy into submission, he was simultaneously looking for the formation core, and finally found it. The protagonist saw that the core of the formation was underground, namely around the man in the dark robe. The man in the robe became angry and shouted that his five-ghost mountain would not spare him if Li Xinghe did not get down to business right away. In response, Li Xinghe shouted that there was no way he would tell him anything and ran forward to eliminate the formation core. He shouted, mocking the five ghost mountains, saying that they were more like turtle bricks. Dui Zhenren, worried about his master, suggested that Miss Tang Xiaoxi also go underground. The protagonist ran towards the entrance of the villa, and Tang Xiaoxi ran after him as the evil spirit said goodbye to him. When Li Xinghe, Tang Xiaoxi, and the spiritual master entered the house, the boys complained about the foul smell inside. Dui Zhenren discovered the source of the foul smell and shouted for his master to take a look at it too. The protagonist recognized the man lying on the floor as He Guixing, and the old man said that it seemed like the man had passed away a long time ago. Tang Xiaoxi was terrified when she saw the girl hanging from the ceiling with her long hair hanging down to the floor. Looking at the girl's face, Miss Tang immediately recognized her as He Rongrong, the daughter of the He family leader, who was also already dead. Li Xingyi said that they had lost their lives quite tragically, and the old man shouted that this was the result of collusion with the immortal Tauists. A strange voice was heard. It was a blonde guy in a robe, who laughed and told Li Xingye that he ran very fast. The protagonist turned his wary gaze to the side when he noticed him, and the robe-clad stranger advised Li Xingyi to forget about trying to escape. Our hero laughed and shouted that it was not his decision to make, and jumped high into the air to pounce on the robed stranger. Li Xingyi tried to punch him, but the stranger stopped his hand in midair and shouted, urging the boy to stay and keep the He family company. The main character himself was surprised when his fist still hit the evil blonde guy in the face. The guy was perplexed when, after the very first blow, his opponent turned into a stone statue broken into many small fragments. He became even more angry when he realized that he had just fought not with an opponent, but only with his clone. After leaving the villa, Li Xingye told the disciple that this man in black was now their target, and they needed to find out which faction he was from. They were forced to stop abruptly when they saw a whole crowd of clones of that guy in the sky, shouting that they could tell everything themselves. The distraught blonde man in the robe introduced himself as Wu Shengtong and stated that he had come here to avenge Wuhai. Li Xingyi realized that there was another person from the Earth Immortal realm in front of him, closed his eyes and folded his hands together. The protagonist was ready to fight, while a crowd of Wu Shengtong clones were also ready to pounce on Li Xingye, wanting him to end his life. The boy suddenly opened his eyes and turned to the book Firmament, deciding to use the fourth form of attack. Li Xingyi raised his hand and pointed his finger at the sky, shouted a world-destroying spell, and released a huge burst of spiritual power. One of Wu Shengtong's clones laughed and admitted that Firmament was indeed impressive because his body had already been mangled. Finally, Wu Shengtong shouted to our hero that he would definitely destroy the guy soon, since he had destroyed his clones. The next day, the main character yawned from boredom because he was forced to spend time in his office. His secretary came to him and reported that they had rejected the previous actresses in accordance with his instructions and gave him a new list. The protagonist was stunned when he looked at the list of potential actresses for a role in the company's new film. What surprised the guy was that in the list of actresses he found his friend Lin Jing, who had recently signed a contract with Lu Kui. He asked the secretary if he could invite this Lin Jing to come over, to which she asked if he meant the girl from New Entertainment. The secretary promised that she would immediately contact the manager of the actress, whose name she believed to be Lu Kui. The girl with glasses walked to the window and called Lu Kui in front of her boss, saying that an employee of the Tang Entertainment Network was on the line. Li Xingyi was outraged when the excited secretary said that all the celebrities from that company refused to work with them. The guy realized that Lu Kui was trying to intimidate him by demonstrating his authority, and he wanted to visit the New Entertainment office in person. Soon, Li Xingyi arrived at the New Entertainment office and asked if Lin Jing was there, but they told him that the girl was not here today. The main character pretended to be an ardent admirer of the girl and said that he had traveled thousands of kilometers, so he needed to know where she was. The girl at the reception decided to tell our hero that Mrs. Lin Jing had a dinner scheduled for today. A happy Li Xingyi ran away, thanking the miss, and she asked the guy not to interfere in the actress's personal life. At this time, in the hotel room, the men were discussing how to show the simpleton Li Xinghe that he could not enter the capital's show business industry. Producer Lu Kui and Lin Jing were also there. The woman asked her subordinate to go and drink with those bosses. Looking down, Lin Jing became very worried and confessed to the producer that she didn't know how to drink at all. She nevertheless sat down next to the bald-headed man, and he put his arm around her and said that the contents of this glass were not wine, but opportunity. The man said that his company would be holding a small casting, and they had not yet decided on the lead actress. Lu Kui told the girl that director Fang was good at promoting celebrities, so if she got the role, she would be able to become more popular. The girl felt uncomfortable when the bald-headed man approached her face and stroked her chin with his fingers. An indignant Lin Jing suddenly stood up from the sofa and screamed, asking director Fang what he was doing. Producer Lu Kui was furious at her subordinate's behavior and shouted, asking how Lin Jing could be so insensitive. Suddenly, Li Xingyi appeared in the room, hiding his identity behind a mask, pretending to be a delivery man who brought food. Lu Kui was confused because all the dishes they ordered for room service had already arrived before this. The main character took a plate of food, poured it right on the bald man's head, and declared that this dish was free for them. Director Fang, clenching his fists in anger, stood up and yelled at our hero, asking the brat who he was. Li Xingyi took off his mask and proudly introduced himself as the CEO of Tang Entertainment Network. A dumbfounded Lin Jing screamed, asking Mr. Li why he was here. Lu Kui was clearly not happy about the guy's appearance. Adjusting her glasses, the woman was very unhappy that it turned out that Li Xinghe was now the director of the Tang Entertainment Network. Director Fang said he heard that the Tang Network was making a new film and shouted that without his approval they would not find a single production company in the city. Li responded that the man was underestimating him because he had already found a team, and he urgently wrote to the gods, begging them to send selfies and videos in exchange for a phone. Lu Kui asked the guy to stop pretending because she knew his background, and the capital was not a tiny place like Wenning. The protagonist was delighted when many on the land list happily agreed to provide their photos and videos in exchange for a phone. Li Xinghe's smartphone began to explode with incessant messages from the gods, who sent him selfies and videos. One of them asked Xinghe how he liked the styles and offered to take other photos in exchange for the phone if he didn't like these. The protagonist was overjoyed when he saw that Erlang had spoken out against this deal in the chat, and now he was the first to send him a photo. Lu Kui suggested that the guy should kneel down and apologize to the director, and then drink a toast to the bigwigs of the capital so that they might forgive him. Li Xingyi showed the girl the screen of his phone and said that here were the photos of the actors he had already found. Producer Lu Kui was shocked and looked at her phone screen with surprised eyes when she saw the cast. The guy turned on a video of the Monkey King arguing with a pig, telling him to be serious because they were filming a video. Lu Kui and director Fang admitted that the costumes and makeup were very good, and they were impressed by the acting skills. The main character was giggling because they were in front of the characters themselves, so it couldn't possibly be acting. Trembling, director Fang offered the boy a small stake in the capital's entertainment industry if he would introduce him to the new Journey to the West team. Li Xinghe gritted his teeth in irritation and replied that he didn't care about this dirty show business community and didn't need any small share. He folded his hands together, stared at the man, and ominously declared that anyone who dared to contact the Tang Entertainment Network could completely forget about the fate. The guy took Lin Jing's hand and announced that Tang Company had signed a contract with this girl, and she would be playing the lead role in their next film. The protagonist pulled Lin Jing along with him, and the two of them left the hotel room, leaving Fang and Lu Kui standing there in a stupor. An enraged Fang asked Lu Kui if she was really going to let the guy who took her actress go so easily. Li Xinghe brought the girl to the residence that Tang Entertainment Network arranged for him and said that she could stay here for now. The hero became wary when Lin Jing complained about the cold and asked why he didn't turn off the air conditioner when he left. The guy was surprised to see Qin Weiwei above him. The girl from hell shouted that Li was a scoundrel because he was chasing skirts behind her back. The girl asked if he was angry that she had ruined his fun, and Li Xinghe, irritated by her presence, asked what she wanted this time. Weiwei decided to honestly admit that she came in search of spirits because she had not yet completed the mission for this month. The hero put his hands on his belt and replied that this was only the girl's concern and that he had no spirits here. Li Xingyi started shouting at her to be careful and not damage the painting when Weiwei took it out, thinking that she had noticed spirits there last time. Weiwei threw the painting on the floor and the scroll of paper opened. A magical portal immediately appeared in it, filling the entire room with spiritual power. The girl from hell and Li Xinghe were in the painting. Weiwei was amazed by the large space inside and said that her dad also had a similar magical treasure. She was amazed to see how many spirits there were and asked the protagonist where he got so many of them from. Li Xinghe justified himself by saying that it was not he who killed these spirits and allowed the girl from hell to take them all so that he could clear the place here. The girl took out a large bag and magically sucked out all the evil spirits living in this painting. The protagonist was shocked to see how powerful a magical tool Weiwei had, assuming it was the universe pouch. Li Xinghe heard someone calling for help. Some guy was almost sucked into the bag and was calling for the general's help. The general jumped high above the ground and saved his subordinate, grabbing him so that they could land on the ground together. The boy suggested that the general run away, but he did not agree because Chu Renwang wanted to fight to the end. The main character was shocked when he saw these guys. He wondered if the spirits had really gained intelligence. Qin Weiwei screamed that she would tear apart this general's soul if he dared to challenge the girl from hell. The general shouted back, declaring that he would rather have his soul destroyed than face the prospect of surrender. The general's subordinate also did not want to give up. He shouted, offering the man to fight together. A whole crowd of warriors on horseback appeared in the clearing. They shouted that if the formation perished, they would perish, and if it remained, then they would remain. The girl from hell began to attack the troops ahead of the curve, piercing them with magical arrows, causing some to fall from their horses. The hero was shocked to see such loyal soldiers, he thought. Why not keep this army for himself? The protagonist stopped the girl from hell and declared that he wanted to keep these warriors for himself. The girl from hell smiled, spread her arms wide and agreed, saying that she was ready to show respect to the guy. The general knelt down in front of Li Jing and declared that he had sworn to serve no one else after their young master died in battle. Li Jing thought that this old man would not agree, and Weiwei asked why the guy didn't allow her to take them since they wouldn't listen to him. The protagonist asked the general, looking sternly down at him, what their young master's name was and what he did. The warrior replied that their young master's name was Liu Chang, and that he was in the business of ruling the state of Shuhan. When Li Jing heard who the real commander of this army was, the boy blushed, barely holding back his laughter. The indignant general asked why he was laughing, to which Li Jing apologized and said that their young master did not die in battle but surrendered. The general held out his sword and shouted, accusing Li of talking nonsense and disrespecting their lord, and threatened to take his life. The man dropped his sword onto the grass when the protagonist replied that they could find out the truth when they visited their master's grave. The general had already begun to doubt whether their master had really died in battle. But the young warrior admitted that they knew the whole truth and did not tell it so that the man would die in peace. Li Jing waved his hand and left, saying that the man should change his name to Idiot Chu, because he didn't need such a stupid subordinate. As the boy turned to leave, the general stood up from the grass and extended his hand forward, trying to stop Li Jing. Li Jing smirked as the warrior once again introduced himself as Chu Renwang and declared that he and his men were willing to follow him faithfully. The girl from hell confessed to our hero that she had no idea that Li Jing could provoke others so well. Soon the main character returned to his reality again. He spent the whole night inside the painting and sighed with relief. A genuine smile of joy appeared on Li Jing's face as he took out his phone and saw that it was Yu Wangqiu calling him. He asked the girl why she was calling him so early in the morning and laughed, suggesting that Wangqiu missed him. Panicked, Yu Wangqiu screamed, asking what Li Jing had done in the capital because the guy was already trending in searches. He was furious when he came across news online that Entertainment Network CEO Tang was spending nights with an actress from New Entertainment. In the morning, Lin Jing, in a good mood, walked into Mr. Li's room with a tray in her hands and announced that it was time for breakfast. Jumping out of bed, an indignant and embarrassed Li shouted, asking the girl why she entered his bedroom without knocking. The girl approached his bed and justified herself by saying that the door to Li Jing's bedroom was not closed. The main character realized that it was his mistake, because he completely forgot that a woman now lived in his house. He decided that something needed to change because he couldn't stand the presence of such a beauty in his home every day. Li Jing said that he is now Lin Jing's boss, and she is an actress, and they should remember this because people on the internet are already gossiping. Lin Jing replied that she knew about it, but she didn't mind gossip, and Li Jing thought that he didn't mind either. But he was worried about Wangqiu's opinion. He decided to ask the student to find a solution, assuming that it was New Entertainment trying to discredit him so that he would not stay in the capital. Dui Genren answered the call and asked why the guy still had time to call him when he had a hottie keeping him company. Blushing with embarrassment, Li Jing shouted, asking Dui Genren what the old chatterbox even knew about this. He asked the old man what he knew about New Entertainment and whether he could find channels to expose the company's scandals for revenge. A week later, there were screams in the capital's office building as news broke that New Entertainment's stock price had fallen due to negative news. CEO Chen Gong, smoking a cigar, was furious when he saw the news in the newspaper, believing that they were being forced out of the capital. Lu Kui apologized to him, admitting that she had underestimated Li Jing and revealed that he had bribed many internet celebrities. Chen Gong asked the woman to forget and said that she could not be blamed for it, and suggested that they have a leisurely drink to discuss everything. With a wild look, The man suggested that they just make Li Xinghe disappear if they couldn't drive the guy out of the capital. Lu Kui was shocked because the director had said earlier that it was enough to just send the guy away without taking any other measures. He stood up, leaning his hands on the table, and declared in an ominous voice that Li Xinghe could not be allowed to live. But Lu Kui was categorically against it. The producer suddenly felt unwell. The woman complained of dizziness and fever, not understanding what was happening to her. She held the glass of drink in her trembling hand and immediately realized that it was Mr. Cheng who was to blame for her poor health. When producer Lu Kui fainted, a man with a devilish look asked her if the woman thought she had a choice. Having poisoned his subordinate, the man looked at the unconscious girl and laughed loudly and evilly. Director Chung invited Master Wu into his office. The door opened and a blonde man in a black robe appeared on the threshold. The man asked Master Wu if the boy was sure that Lu Kui was the woman he was looking for. Master Wu replied that it was because Lu Kui had the spiritual power they needed to make medicine for the third brother. Mr. Chung agreed to send the woman to their mansion right away and asked the master to remember to eliminate Li Xinghe for him and help his company become the industry leader. The blonde put the girl on his shoulder and left, asking the man not to worry, promising that Li would be eliminated that very day. The next action took place in the Wu family mansion. Shangtong came and told the third brother that there was a gift for him. Lu Kui had already regained consciousness when she woke up. She was chained to the bed. The woman screamed, asking who they were and what they were doing. The Shu brothers approached the woman with evil smiles. Shangtong declared that he had finally found a person with spiritual power. The blonde approached the woman and touched the tip of her nose with his finger, praising the delicious aroma that emanated from her. Smiling madly, Shangtong asked his brother to take his time and let the woman make the call because he wanted to deal with Li Xinghe's brat. Wu handed the woman the phone and told her to call Li Xinghe to ask the guy to come here. Lu Kui flatly refused to do this. She screamed that this was not right, and even though she hated him, she did not want to kill him. Wu Shengtong asked the woman why she felt sorry for the handsome boy instead of feeling sorry for herself. He touched her face and said that if his finger slid down, her face would rot until she no longer looked human. Smiling evilly, Wu Shengtong said that he was giving the girl one last chance and that she should think carefully. Lu Kui still agreed. She panicked and greeted Li Xinghe when he answered, and said that she wanted to talk to him. Earlier in the evening, Li Xinghe's residence was noisy because the guy was yelling at Lin Jing, telling her not to wash his clothes anymore. The girl sweetly apologized to the guy and said that she just wanted to do something useful for Li Xinghe. The main character turned away. He was very sorry that he could not go towards the girl, because he considered her so sweet. Li Xinghe was startled when he noticed the phone lying on the table nearby start making sounds. He was very surprised when he answered the phone and heard the voice of producer Lu Kui on the other end of the line. The main character immediately ran outside and ran to his car, because the call from the woman had made him very wary. In the conversation, Lu Kui said that she wanted to talk to him about the negative news on the internet and asked him to come over. Li Xinghe immediately went to meet with producer Lu Kui. He got into the car and drove through the streets of the capital. When the worried guy arrived at the scene, he got out of the car and looked up to where the building was. The protagonist noticed that there was very strong yin energy in this place, so he had a bad feeling about it. The guy was enveloped in an evil energy, and a dark silhouette appeared behind him. He called Lu Kui and asked if she was there. He heard Wu Shengtong's ominous voice. The blonde man flashed a crazy smile and said that they finally met again. Li Xinghe turned around and forced out a laugh, saying that Wu was definitely up to something bad to call him here at such a time. Wu Shengtong declared that it was time to settle their differences, and then released a horde of evil spirits and wished death on the hero. The protagonist quickly pulled out a map and threw a scroll of paper on the ground to activate a portal to another dimension. Li Xinghe was confused when he saw that nothing was happening, and the map was no longer working as a portal. Wu Shengtong said that he had strengthened these ghosts, so our hero had no chance to defeat the spirits. Director Fang appeared nearby and shouted that Li Xinghe would die today for resisting new entertainment. As the ghosts approached Li Xinghe, the puzzle in his head came together and he realized that New Entertainment and Wu Shengtong were in cahoots. The protagonist shouted for Chu Renwang to come out, and a general teleported out of the painting with a sword in his hands. The general mounted his horse and the rest of his team's warriors followed him out of the portal into reality. Wu Shengtong was horrified when he saw a horde of warriors appear out of nowhere. He was speechless at what he saw. General Chu Renwang and two armed warriors plunged their swords into the evil ghost to eliminate the spirit. Chu Renwang and his soldiers began to deal with all the purple evil ghosts one by one. A dumbfounded Fang asked what was going on and reminded Wu that he had claimed he could finish off Li Xingye. Wu replied that he didn't even think that Li could summon a powerful spirit. And Fang, before he could say anything, was struck by a sword. Falling to the ground, Mr. Fang screamed that he had trusted the wrong person, and Wu abandoned him, intending to tell his brother to leave as well. Wu Shengtong stopped abruptly, startled. When our hero stopped him and asked if he was going to run away, Wu proposed to Li Xingye to cooperate since the boss was no longer there, and promised that they would dominate the capital's show business industry together. Shooting a demonic gaze, the protagonist replied that he did not need Wu's help to achieve what he wanted. The protagonist decided to use the knowledge from the firmament, released spiritual power, and directed it against Wu Shengtong. Using his spiritual power, Li Xingye slapped the man straight across the face with his palm. Meanwhile, producer Lu Kui was still in the Wu family's mansion. The woman was chained to the bed. One of the Wu brothers sat in the bedroom all the time to make sure the woman didn't run away. Spiritual power began to accumulate around the third brother, and he heard Wu Shengtong calling for the boy to flee from here. A look of fear appeared on the third brother's face as he felt that he and his relative were now in danger. The general bowed before our hero and reported that the ghosts had been destroyed and the mission was complete. The angry protagonist praised the general and ordered the man to take the bodies of Wu Shengtong and director Fang into the map. After dealing with the offenders, Li Xingye entered the Wu family mansion and shouted, asking if Lu Kui was there. The boy was scared when he found Lu Kui in one of the bedrooms and saw that the woman was chained to the bed. Li Xingye raised his head and noticed the huge hole in the ceiling. He realized that someone had just escaped from here. The main character was about to catch up with the escaped man, but stopped when the woman begged the guy to save her. The boy was at a loss and shouted out asking what was wrong with Lu Kui when the woman began to beg Li Xingye not to leave. Soon, the protagonist's car was already racing along the capital's road after he saved producer Lu Kui from kidnapping. The woman complained about how hot she was, and the hero asked her not to worry, promising that he would now take her to the hospital. Lu Kui screamed that she couldn't do this anymore. She laid her head on the guy's shoulder, which made Li Xingye very nervous. The protagonist checked the woman's temperature and said that she was burning all over, and concluded that she was poisoned. Li Xingye shook the producer by the shoulders and shouted, asking the woman to calm down. She screamed, begging him not to do it when Li Xingye said that he would now remove all the toxins from the girl's body. The protagonist became wary when he realized that something strange was happening, because this poison could not be removed from her body. Lu Kui pounced on the guy, screaming that she felt really terrible and begged him to save her as soon as possible. The woman could no longer hold back her tears. She screamed, begging him to kiss her, and Li thought that this might be the only way to remove the toxins. The hero's nose started bleeding from embarrassment. He decided to kiss the girl, because saving a life deserves it. The girl who was riding a motorcycle past our hero's car was outraged, complaining about the morals of the youth. Soon, Lu Kui, when she came to her senses, apologized to Li Xingye and said that she was very sorry and admitted her guilt in what happened. The woman, blushing with embarrassment, asked the guy not to worry and swore that she would not tell anyone about it. The protagonist asked Lu Kui to rest. He was not angry with the producer after everything that happened between them today. After sending the girl home, Li Xingye returned to his place, parked near the residence, and got out of the car. Li Xingye opened the wide door and stood on the threshold of his temporary home in the capital, which was given to him by old man Tang. He was startled when Lin Jing met him at the door with a tray in her hands and asked where he had been for so long. Noticing the girl's mood, the protagonist asked Lin Jing why she was so nervous. The reason for this was Yuan Q, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea and glaring at our hero with an evil gaze. The enraged girl asked if the rumors on the internet were true, and Li shouted that it was not what she thought. Yuan Q calmed down and told the protagonist that she hadn't even told the guy how she felt about this situation. Pretending to be friendly, she said that he was now a director and it was normal that he had an assistant for his personal life. Sweating from the strain, Li Xingye shouted that it was so, and Lin Jing was just his personal assistant. Li Xingye was dumbfounded when Yuan Q took out his underwear and asked if personal assistants wash their boss's underwear. He got angry and yelled at Lin Jing, asking how many times he had told her not to do this. Yuan Q said she came to Beijing to surprise her boyfriend, but he disappointed her because he took a mistress in just a couple of days. She left the guy's house with a suitcase and said at the end that she thought they needed to reconsider their relationship. Lin Jing began to loudly apologize to Mr. Li and admitted that it was her fault. The main character calmed the girl down, saying that everything was fine and it was not her fault. and he would think about how to solve this problem. In the evening, he lay in bed and thought about his relationship with Wan Qiu and the incident with Lu Kuai, finding all these events on the same day a strange coincidence. Unable to figure things out on his own, Li Xinghe picked up the phone and decided to ask Yue Lao for advice. After writing to Yue Lao, the old man asked the boy how he could help him. Since our hero was now the most popular person in heaven, Li Xinghe asked him to check his fate with the girl, to which the old man said that it was easy. You just need to find out if they were connected by the red thread. Yue Lao hesitated and wrote that personally, investigating fate was against the rules of heaven. But Li Xinghe immediately promised to give him a phone. When the guy promised him a new phone, the old man's mood improved and he immediately agreed to help him. The protagonist jumped out of bed when he received a message from Yue Lao, saying that the test result was ready. The smile disappeared from his face. Li couldn't believe it when he found out that all 3 threads of the boy's fate were not connected with Yu Wangqiu. Worried, the young man asked the old man if there was any way to solve this problem. When Yue Lao hesitated again, the guy got angry and promised to give him another phone, cursing the old fart. Li Xing's mouth opened wide in surprise as his red thread of fate, a bright streak of magical light, appeared in front of him. Yue Lao advised the guy to simply tie this thread of fate to the lady who interested him so much. The protagonist smiled, intending to personally tie the thread of fate onto Yu Wangqiu the next time he saw her. The next morning, the action continued to develop at our hero's residence in the country's capital. Lin Wan entered his bedroom again without asking, holding a tray of food in her hands, and asked Mr. Li to get up for breakfast. She became indignant when she found no one in the bedroom and said that Li Xinghe should have at least warned her when he left. At this time, Li Xinghe was sitting in front of the bodies of Fang and Sheng Tong. The old man asked the master who these 2 were, to which the boy replied that they were just bad people. The boy was surprised when he found Wu Shengtong's universe pouch and took it because there might be treasures inside. He took out a scroll of paper from there and realized that it might be a technique manual, just what Li Xinghe needed. Inside were 2 techniques: teleport for instant movement and great summoning for controlling spirits. Li Xinghe also found the secrets of the infinite yin-yang inside, which allows one to absorb the energy of the blood and souls of living spirits. The protagonist became angry because this indicated that the Wu family was cultivating with these evil techniques. Dui Zhenren was frightened and asked why Master Li was burning them, to which the boy replied that these terrible methods were contrary to the principles of Taoism. The boy took 2 scrolls of paper with him and said that he would only cultivate those 2 techniques and asked the student to take care of the bodies. Tao Xingming began to loudly and persistently knock on the door of the residence. The guy shouted, calling for Li Xinghe to open the door. He was surprised when Lin Jing met him at the door and told him that Mr. Li was not home at the moment if he was looking for him. Tao Xingming thought that his teacher was certainly a good man, because he saw that Lin Jing was already living in his room. The girl was frightened and screamed, asking how the gentleman got there. When our hero appeared and invited Tao to come in, Li Xinghe became angry and shouted at Tao to get away from him when Xingming grabbed onto the master's legs and confessed how much he missed him. Tao Xingming told Master Li that Zhang Wuwei asked him to take the boy to Maple Mountain. Already in the car, Tao said that the police had found traces of suspicious individuals on the mountain, and they suspected that this was related to the He family father and daughter case. While driving, the blonde man revealed that the suspect was using extremely sinister methods, and that 2 of the investigation department had already disappeared. Li Xinghe became wary, realizing that Tang Xiaoxi and Zhang Wuwei were now in grave danger, and suspected Wu Yuan of being the cause. The protagonist shouted that Zhang Wuwei should wait for him there and ordered the disciple to quickly go to Maple Mountain. Even though it was night, Maple Mountain was crowded today. There was a whole crowd of people standing near the cliff. Among those who came to the mountain today to investigate the matter were Dui Zhenren and the police officers. An indignant Ma Xiaotong, head of the investigation department, asked Jang if they were going to continue to wait and do nothing. The spiritual master told the chief that he knew he was worried, but Li Xinghe asked him to wait here, so he needed to be patient. At that very moment, Li Xinghe and Tao Xingming came running, and our hero first asked the spiritual mentor what had happened. Dui Zhenren was genuinely happy to see his master. He shouted that his teacher was finally here. The head of the investigation department was very surprised to see that teacher Dui Zhenren was a very young man. The spiritual mentor was at a loss when the protagonist asked him where Mrs. Tang Xiaoxi was now. Panicking, the old man shouted that Madame Tang was just here, and now she was missing and he didn't know where she had gone. Grandfather clutched his head, and our hero decided to ask Chief Mei if he knew where Mrs. Tang Xiaoxi had disappeared to. Dui Genren was lamenting, he screamed, claiming that it was all his fault, and Tao boiled the old man because the old fart had lost sight of her. The main character, remaining calm, did not scold his students but suggested going to look for the girl there. Li Xingyi had promised Mr. Tang that he would protect his granddaughter, so he was prepared to take Wu Yuan's life if he touched Xiaoxi. As the crowd roamed Maple Mountain looking for the girl, the police officer asked the chief why they still couldn't find any leads. The boss yelled at his subordinate to stop being so impatient and ordered him to continue the search. As the police officer continued searching, he stopped and froze when he shone his flashlight and noticed something strange. The guy yelled to the captain that it looked like someone was there and pointed to the thing. And the boss asked his subordinate to stop talking nonsense. Someone flew right over the head of the frightened policeman, and our hero asked the team not to panic and stay in the group. The member of the investigation team shouted again, pointing his finger at something, and the boss indignantly asked why he was shouting like that. The policeman's discovery turned out to be terrifying. The guy discovered a man who was tied up with ropes in the forest. The policeman pointed his finger at the tree on which the man was hanging, as if in a cocoon, and asked the captain to look there. The police recognized the man hanging on the tree as Xiao Guang, and the captain gave the order to quickly get up and save him. The police guy was about to do it, but our main character ran out and abruptly stopped him. Li Xingyi told Senior Ma that he knew he was worried about his comrades, but he needed to take a closer look to see if this was really the Xiao Guang they were looking for. Chief Ma responded with a dissatisfied shout, asking who else it could be, and asked Li Xingyi to mind his own business. The boss ordered his subordinate to quickly lower Xiao Guang down, and the boy climbed the tree to carry out the order. When the police officer climbed onto the branch, he extended his hand and asked Xiao Guang if the man was okay. Xiao Guang didn't respond to his colleague, and suddenly the guy lost his balance and fell from the branch straight to the ground. The main character immediately ran up to the guy who fell to the ground and screamed, asking what happened. It turned out that it was not Xiao Guang sitting on the tree at all, and the stunned policeman shouted that it was a paper doll. Enraged, Chief Ma fired several shots at the paper doll with a pistol and shouted that to hell with all this hocus pocus. Li Xing put his hand on the chief's shoulder and said that he had warned him that the man was not Xiao Guang, but the policeman had not believed him at the time. He got angry at the guy and shouted that this didn't make Li Xinghe special, because he was still young and had better eyesight. Tao confessed to the master that he did not like this Chief Ma, and suggested that they split up so that he could look for Lady Tang with the spiritual mentor. The policeman shouted, reporting to Chief Ma that he had found another person in the tree, also hanging like a cocoon. Chief Ma was already feeling irritated, thinking that they had stumbled upon another paper doll again. The subordinate shouted and reported to the boss that he had found several more, and then declared that these paper dolls were everywhere here. Ma took the gun and shouted, ordering the criminal to come out here and stop playing these mysterious games, and warned that he would shoot everyone he saw. The main character decided to stop this chaos and covered potential targets with his body, saying stop to the boss. Chief Ma was furious with our hero and shouted at Li Xinghe to get out of his way, but Li Xinghe did not leave. He warned the policeman that if he shot, his missing colleague would really die. The police finally found the real Xiao Guang, who was under a tree among many paper dolls. They untied him and lowered him to the ground, and the main character reported that his pulse was weak and the guy was clearly not feeling well. Chief Ma apologized to our hero for his reckless behavior and asked if he thought Xiao Guang could be saved. Li Xinghe said that half of the guy's soul was exhausted, and he thought it had something to do with the formation in this area. Ma was horrified when he heard about soul exhaustion and formation, because it was the first time in his life that he had encountered something like this. The protagonist told the police to take Xiao Guang with them, after which they would continue searching for the missing people. Genie said that these paper dolls are also used to intimidate people and destroy their psychological defenses. Looking up, Li Xinghe saw a formation in front of him and stated that it had been activated as soon as they entered the valley, and it was too late to leave. At this time, the man in the dark robe who was behind this whole thing was sitting on the edge of the cliff in a meditative pose. Tao Xingming found him. He pointed his finger at the stranger and told the spiritual teacher that there was someone sitting there. When the boys approached the stranger in the robe, Tao Xingming looked sternly at the man and asked if he was Wu Yuan. Wu turned around and said, his red eyes flashing, that mere mortals were unworthy of calling him by his earthly immortal name. Indignant, Tao asked what difference it made how immortal he was, since he was going to grab him now, and suggested that do I do it together. The boys gathered to attack him with weapons, declaring that an immortal villain cannot call himself immortal. The robed guy laughed loudly and shouted that they were both only at the innate realm level. and were just trash to him. Tao Xingming and the spiritual master stopped when the image of an evil spirit appeared above the man's silhouette and began to fill the surrounding area with its energy. Tao Xingming shouted at the old man that they were surrounded, and Dui Zhenren admitted that he seemed to have underestimated this Wu Yuan. Wu smirked and declared that his 9-yin soul tier array needed 2 core souls, and the 2 of them would make excellent materials. While wandering through the forest, Ma admitted that he only learned that formations existed today, and Li said that they had existed since ancient times. One of the policemen shouted, reporting to his superior that there was a woman hanging from that tree. The protagonist became worried when he heard about the woman because he was just looking for the missing Mrs. Tang Xiaoxi. When Li Xingyi got closer, he was startled to see that it was Miss Tang Xiaoxi. The girl was unconscious. Chief Ma ordered his subordinates to act quickly and get the girl down from the tree, and they immediately rushed forward. The policeman didn't have time to do anything because our hero got ahead of him and ran ahead faster to save the girl. Li Xingyi put the girl down on the ground, picked her up in his arms and shouted, asking Tang Xiaoxi if she was okay. The police were stunned because they didn't even understand what happened. But in a split second, Li Xingyi had already saved the girl. An officer ran up and asked the hero how Miss Tang was. Li Xingyi replied that half of her soul was empty, and that it needed to be returned quickly, otherwise it would be lost forever. Nervously, the protagonist admitted that he had not yet found a way to destroy the formation that was preventing them from saving the victims. Chief Ma carefully asked Li Xinghe what they could do in that case. Lai mentally addressed the girl and reminded her that he had promised his grandfather to protect her, so he would definitely destroy the formation. The guy picked up the phone because he had no choice but to ask the gods for help again. Xinghe wrote a post asking the gods if anyone knew how to break the formation and offered 100,000 merit points in exchange for help. The police were puzzled when they saw the main character sitting on a stump, simply staring at the phone screen. The policeman asked the chief why the guy was just playing on his phone when people's lives were at stake, and Ma told him to shut up because Xinghe wasn't playing. Li Xinghe was in despair when the gods replied that they would deal with the villain with one blow, and the Monkey King advised the boy to swing a bat at him. The upset boy answered the gods that he too would like to be as strong as they were. But now his powers were limited. The protagonist was very happy when he received a message from Tianqi, and hope settled in his soul. He frantically asked the old man if he knew how to break the formation, to which Tianqi replied that formations were his specialty. Li Xinghe begged him for help, saying that in exchange he could offer him 100,000 merit points right now. Tianqi replied that breaking the formation was a grueling job with consequences, and this amount was not enough. Enraged at the old man, the boy had no choice but to suggest that Tianqi name his price. The old god laughed and told the young man that he didn't need money this time. The old man wrote that he heard that Li was going to direct a movie and asked if he could get a role with a good amount of screen time. Li Xinghe replied that there was no problem and he could change the script for that, and was surprised to hear what the old man wanted. Tianqi was happy. He agreed to help the guy for this and asked him to describe the phenomenon of this array in order to find a solution. While Li Xinghe was texting, a police officer ran up to him and asked if the master had found a way to destroy the formation. Chief Ma expressed concerns that people would suffer if they did not solve the problem as quickly as possible. And Li responded that he had almost come up with a solution. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when Tianqi finally explained to him how to destroy the formation. The old man suggested that the formation should be an attribute of pure yin, so it should be attacked with an object of pure yang. The protagonist thought about it and became interested in what object could be considered to have the attribute of pure yang. After receiving the old man's answer, Li Xinghe turned to the police team and asked which of them still retained their innocence. Ma pointed at Xiaolei, remembering that he was still single, to which the guy bragged that he had a girlfriend last month. It turned out that none of the police officers in the team could help Li Xinghe with this, and Chief Ma tried to hide his anger about this. Looking at the sky, the main character remembered, going through the names in his head, that Lei means thunder in Chinese. Li Xinghe then concluded that thunder must be an object of pure yang energy, and decided to use it. He thought that in this situation, the thunder amulet he had recently bought might come in handy. Meanwhile, Wu was still sitting at the cliff, surrounding himself with spiritual power, while Dui Zhenren and Tao Xingming stood behind. The spiritual mentor shouted at the boy that persistence in evil leads to self-destruction, and their teacher will certainly avenge them. Turning around, Wu asked if the old man was talking about Li Xinghe, and stated that there would be no one to avenge them, because by that time the guy would already be gone. Indignant, Tao shouted that their teacher Li was all-powerful and had 1,000 ways to destroy this stupid formation of his. Wu stood up and walked closer to the guy, asking who this Li Xinghe was, since Tao thought he could destroy the formation. The guy in the robe stopped being so self-confident. His expression changed as lightning struck nearby. He panicked and screamed, not understanding where the thunder came from inside his formation, knowing that it was extremely dangerous. The sky above Maple Mountain was covered with a dark thundercloud. Master Wu was at a loss and very angry. Tao Xingming, on the contrary, was jubilant. The boy laughed, asking Wu if he was now afraid of his teacher, who was already breaking the formation. With his red glowing eyes, Wu asked Tao if he thought a few claps of thunder could scare him. At this time, our hero was sitting on the ground, surrounding himself with amulets. He took a meditative position. Having accumulated spiritual power, the protagonist directed all of his thunder amulets into the sky, working to destroy the formation. The policeman asked the chief how Master Li creates all this lightning. Ma replied that he didn't know either, but was in shock. Li Xinghe thought that he had already used up 10 thunder amulets, but the formation had not yet collapsed, which made him worried. He wondered what the effect would be if a guy used 90 amulets at once. Wu mocked our hero's delusional attempts to destroy his formation with just a few claps of thunder. He returned to Dui Zhenren and Tao Xingming, directed his spiritual power against them, and declared that it was time to sacrifice them both. The robed boy walked up to Master Li's disciples and grabbed them, and Tao Xingming and the old man's faces began to turn blue from lack of oxygen. Wu stated that all he needed was to merge the two of them into his formation and continued to mercilessly torment them. The guy turned his wary gaze to the side when he heard a sound that came from nowhere. After letting go of Li's students, Wu approached the cliff. He did not understand what was happening and why it had become so quiet around. Master Wu panicked as dozens of lightning bolts appeared in the sky at once, instead of just one like before. Confused, the robed boy was speechless as he saw multiple bolts of lightning destroying his formation. The formation was destroyed. An explosion formed in its place, and Li Xinghe now waited for the souls to return to their bodies. The guy decided to deal with the owner of the destroyed formation. He turned to Wu Yuan and loudly shouted his name. The protagonist shouted loudly, advising the guy in the robe to stay here. A look of great fear appeared on Master Wu Yuan's face when the hooded, fair-haired boy heard Li Xinghe's voice. He turned into a black silhouette and shouted at the end that Li Xinghe should forget about catching Wu. In order not to miss the villain, the main character decided to cast the compression spell, and a magical portal opened in his chest. In a split second, Li Xinghe transformed from a human into a tiny bee with a human head, reducing his size by 1,000 times. A dumbfounded Tao asked his mentor how their master had become so small, to which Dewey replied that Tay had used the Heart's Desire amulet. Wu Yuan, hiding behind the rocks, was glad that he escaped so quickly. He wanted to restore a couple of days so that he could take revenge on Li Xinghe later. A bee with Li Xinghe's face flew towards Wu Yuan and screamed, asking why he didn't stay where he was when he looked tired from running around. When Wu Yuan saw Li Xinghe in front of him, he was shocked. The boy screamed, asking how he turned into such a small insect. The protagonist asked Wu Yuan why they didn't make a deal, and the guy asked what kind of deal he was talking about. Returning to normal size, Li offered to let Wu tell him about the realm of the Earth's immortals, and Xinghe would give him a couple of amulets. Li knew that the Earth's immortal realm was very secretive and had developed for tens of thousands of years, and it was useful for him to know information about it. Wu Yuan accused Xinghe of looking down on him for only offering a few amulets in exchange for valuable information. The robed boy knew that the information about the Earth immortal realm must not be passed on to outsiders. Otherwise, his entire Wu family would be destroyed. Li Xinghe stated that he wanted to give Wu a chance to stay alive, and it was okay if the guy didn't say anything because the hero could dig into the villain's memories. Wu Yuan shouted that Li Xinghe was left to dream if he wanted to get this information, and he would not get the memories by taking his life. The protagonist instinctively covered himself with his hands when suddenly a loud explosion thundered in the place where Wu had just been standing. Li Xinghe was shocked because he was actually bluffing and couldn't dig into a person's memories. But Wu decided to get away like that out of fear. Looking up, our hero saw a vortex of dark energy and heard a scream. Wu said that he would never forgive Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe was furious when he realized that Wu Yuan, who was in front of him just now, was also a clone and was actually alive. Tang Xiaoxi was delighted when she saw Li Xinghe. The girl sincerely thanked him, to which the guy replied that it was his duty. The phone in the protagonist's pocket began to ring. He looked there warily when he realized that someone was trying to call him. Li Xinghe was visibly startled when he looked at his phone screen and saw that it was Grandpa Tang Xiaoxi calling him. Grandfather told Xinghe that he had just arrived in the capital and could not reach his granddaughter Xiaoxi. The protagonist replied to Old Man Tang that he would bring Xiaoxi right away, and the girl felt better and could already stand on her own feet. Xinghe, Dui Zhenren, and Grandpa Tang met. The old man said that it was an honor for him to meet such a great master as Dui. Mr. Tan made a gesture with his hands and said that he would like to swear brotherhood with Xinghe and Dui and make it official today. Tang Xiaoxi, who was also present at this conversation, opened her mouth wide in surprise and indignation. The frightened granddaughter thought that her grandfather had probably gone crazy and didn't know how to address Li Xinghe now. The protagonist stood up and asked Old Man Tang if his idea of brotherhood was not inappropriate. Dui Zhenren was not happy with this idea either. He confessed to Grandfather Tang that Tang Xinghe was his teacher. The old man felt awkward because he didn't know that Li Xinghe was Dui Zhenren's teacher, and he admitted that it was his fault for suggesting such a thing. Grandpa stood up and told Li Xinghe that he had another idea, and the protagonist looked at him puzzled. The gentleman sat back down on the sofa next to his granddaughter and said that Xiaoxi was quite a mature girl. But then Tang interrupted him. The granddaughter interrupted her grandfather. She got angry at him and asked who he took her for. Almost crying from resentment, Tang Xiaoxi shouted that Mr. Li already had a girlfriend. Li Xinghe was surprised that Mr. Tang was so determined to give him his granddaughter, and said that it was okay because he was not married yet. The protagonist looked curiously at his phone screen during a conversation when he received a new message from someone. It was Lu Kui, who wrote that she felt terrible and invited the guy to her home, and the hero immediately arrived. Lu Kui, who was at home at the time, allowed Li Xinghe to come inside when the hero approached her door. The protagonist opened the door and screamed in surprise when he saw a stunning picture in front of him. Li Xinghe was amazed by the beauty of the girl in front of him, and the embarrassed Lu Kui asked if the guy had really come after all. The guy was stunned because it was dark in the car the last time they met, and he didn't notice that Lu Kui looked so good. The girl screamed that Li shouldn't think he was special to her just because they kissed. Lu Kui was visibly startled, as the glass of wine she had just been holding in her hand began to fall straight onto the floor. The protagonist shouted at the girl to be careful when he saw her drop the glass of wine from her hand. Producer Lu Kui was stunned when an unknown magical force returned a glass of red wine straight into her hand. Li Xinghe was startled when he saw that the girl had just used telekinesis to remotely control the glass. The guy asked her how she had just done it, to which she admitted that she didn't know either, and that such strange things had started happening after their last meeting. He analyzed her aura and realized that the girl was one step away from the innate realm, and it was no wonder that the Wu kidnapped her, because she was truly unique. With sadness on her face and in her voice, Lu Kui admitted that she quit her job, and Li replied that it was okay that she quit a shitty company. Lu Kui admitted that she couldn't come to terms with this because she was upset to learn that she was hired for a leadership position because of her unique body and not her abilities. The protagonist decided to console the girl and offered to join his company if Lu Kui wanted to prove himself. Feeling hopeful, Lu Kui asked if the boy was really willing to trust her, and Li coughed and said that he believed in her abilities. The protagonist turned around and said that he was going to leave if that was all Lu Kui wanted to tell him. Suddenly, the girl caught up with the guy, hugged him from behind and asked him to stay to keep her company. Li Xinghe did not agree and walked towards the exit, saying in the end that he did not want to make any more mistakes. The girl asked the hero if he didn't want to cultivate with her, and Li remembered that she was suitable for it. Lu Kui pushed the protagonist, preventing him from escaping, and suggested that they begin cultivating together to improve their abilities. The boys sat on the cushions on the floor and took meditative poses. Li Xinghe knew that the girl really had a rare body physiology. Just when he thought that his strength had increased after cultivating with her, the guy suddenly received a call from someone. It was Dad. He told Jingyi that he and Mom were planning to come to the capital tomorrow, and the son asked why. Li was taken aback when his father suggested that they discuss his son's wedding tomorrow, since Yu Wangqiu was also in the capital. It was a sunny day. Wangqiu was indeed still visiting the capital. The girl was walking along the city street. She became noticeably wary when she saw a car in front of her, which suddenly stopped near her. The girl was surprised when the head of the spiritual mentor looked out of the window, and Duyi waved his hand, addressing Wangqiu. Yu Wenqiu immediately told the spiritual master to go back because she didn't want to see Li Xinghe anymore. Grandfather began to scream and beg for help. He did not leave Madame Yu alone and begged her to come and save the old man. Wangqiu ran up and asked him what was wrong, to which the old man explained that the teacher had taken out his anger on them, because he could not see her. Yu Wanqiu was furious to learn that Li Xinghe, that monster, was bullying even the elderly. Tao Xingming also complained about the teacher. He said that Master Li would threaten to beat them to death if Wang Qiu did not come to him. The girl believed the guys and decided to get into their car. She was angry at the guy and threatened to give him what he deserved. Tao Xingming and Dui Zhenren looked at each other. They were satisfied with the work done, and the mentor praised the guy for his magnificence. When the gray car parked near our hero's house, Li Xinghe went outside to meet the boys. A wide smile appeared on Li Xinghe's face when Yu Wanqiu stepped out of the car, and he was very happy to see the girl here. Miss Yu was furious at the guy. She pointed her finger at him and screamed, calling Li Xinghe a monster. The main character asked the girl to be quieter and suggested talking about them more until she could no longer hide her anger. Entering the house where his parents were already sitting, Li Xinghe told Wanqiu that he had called her here for something very important. Li Xinghe's mother was happy when she saw her future daughter-in-law. She invited her to sit down at the table with them as soon as possible. Yu Wanqiu felt awkward, but she tried to show her joy and asked her aunt and uncle when they had arrived in Beijing. Tao Xingming decided to court his master's mother and took the plate from her with a sweet smile to wash it. The girl was now furious at Tao, and the spiritual master, she screamed, asking the boys if they were hurt. Yu Wanqiu screamed at the protagonist, accusing the guy of deceiving her again, while Li Xinghe tried to keep a smile on his face. Dinner finally began. Li Xinghe, his parents, Tao Xingming, Dui Zhenren, and Yu Wanqiu gathered at the same table. Our hero's mother was looking after her future daughter-in-law, and she handed her a piece of meat so that she could eat some more. The puzzled protagonist asked his mother why she had served them breakfast if it was already noon. Mr. Li also began to insist that Yu Wanqiu eat more. He handed her a plate of cabbage and oranges. The main character asked his father what this plate with vegetables and oranges on it meant. Seeing the plate of orange and cabbage, Yu Wanqiu felt uneasy and realized that her aunt and uncle were hinting at something. The protagonist was completely at a loss, and Tao Xingming asked the teacher if he really didn't know. The spiritual guide explained that breakfast, orange, and vegetables have a similar sound to the call to get married. Li Xinghe felt uneasy. He finally realized that his mom and dad were indirectly encouraging him and Yu Wanqiu to get married. Yu Wanqiu decided to stop pretending to be Li Xinghe's girlfriend and shouted that she was not going to marry him. A shocked Mrs. Li asked Yu Wanqiu what she was saying. As the girl's statement came as a complete surprise to her, the father shouted at his son, asking what he had done to Wanqiu, and said that he would not forgive him if he had abused the girl. Confused, the main character tried to explain that he had done nothing to her, but the father continued to blame him and point his finger at his son. Li Xinghe guessed that Wanqiu was still angry about that incident, even though he had already asked Jinglin to move out. The girl got up from the table, took her bag, and said that Xinghe hadn't done anything wrong. They were just busy and didn't even have time for each other. The spiritual master intervened and shouted that he could confirm that Li Xinghe was busy with work and definitely did not take a mistress. Tao Xingming also sided with him, saying that his master would definitely not spend money looking for other women. Deciding to have a glass of wine before leaving, Wanqiu apologized to Li Xinghe's parents and said goodbye to them. She asked what Li Xinghe was doing when he grabbed her hand and stopped her, and then asked her to let him give her a gift. The guy said that he didn't mean anything by it and just hoped that everything would be okay with her. And Wanqiu noticed a new bracelet on her arm. The boy's parents were upset to the point of tears. They thought that their son was a disappointment, and Yu Wanqiu was a wonderful girl. Miss Yu's mood suddenly improved, and she asked her aunt and uncle if they could talk about the wedding again after they returned to Wenan. A glimmer of hope entered the woman's heart, and she asked Yu Wanqiu if the girl had changed her mind. The protagonist was surprised that the red thread he hung on the girl's wrist worked so quickly. He felt awkward when the girl sat back down and asked the guy if they hadn't discussed their marriage before. Tao Xingming suggested that everyone show off the port city in honor of the upcoming wedding of Master Li and Lady Wanqiu. Yu Wanqiu said that she agreed because the work in the capital was finished and she had time to rest. Li Xinghe's parents were also not against taking a break. His mother said that they had never been to a port city before. Only Li Xinghe was not thrilled with this idea because he was sure that his disciple Tao was definitely up to something. A week ago, in a port city, Tao was shouting, advertising his medical class for 100,000 yuan per semester, urging everyone to hurry and take up the available seats. A mysterious man, his hair covering his face, walked into the room and asked how a fraudulent clown could call himself a master. People who came to Tao's medical lectures were alarmed when they heard that they had paid for lessons from a fraudster. Red with anger and shame, Tao Xingming shouted, ordering whoever had just said that to get out of here. The man got as close as possible to Tao and asked the master why they didn't compete. Tao Xingming was ready to fight with the impudent stranger. He shouted that he agreed because he was not afraid of him. With his first blow, the stranger knocked Li's disciple down, sending a charge of spiritual power against him, sending him flying far back. Our hero's student fell to the ground and groaned in pain. He tried to rise back to his feet, spitting out blood. The stranger turned around and left, calling Tao trash and saying he never wanted to see him in the port city again. All the people who paid money for the medical class started shouting and complaining, demanding that they get it back. Tao now told this whole story to Master Li, and added that he had never seen those two Taoists in China before, and it seemed that they had returned from another country. Li Xinghe was unclear about the disciples' true motive for inviting him to the port city, assuming that Tao wanted Li to take revenge for him. Tao Xingming burst into tears, begging his teacher to have pity on his student. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to live in the port city. The protagonist did not refuse to help the student, but said that he first needed to keep his parents and Wanqiu company in the port city. In the car, Yu Wanqiu told the boy to help Master Tao, while she showed her parents the port city. Li Xinghe smiled and blushed, thinking that old man Tianxi had not deceived him, since Wanqiu had become so understanding. Dui Zhenren asked the teacher not to worry and promised that he would protect the parents, and Li replied that he would count on them. Li Xinghe asked the girl not to tell his parents the real prices when they went shopping because they were too frugal. When the entire group of heroes arrived in the port city, they got off the plane at the airport to go about their business. Li Xinghe waved to Wanqiu and his parents as the girl put them in the car and said she would take her uncle and aunt to the hotel. The protagonist asked Tao Xingming if he hadn't ordered a car for him, and a smug smile appeared on the master's face. He gave the teacher a thumbs up and reassured him, saying that he had prepared a whole grand welcoming ceremony for him. Li Xinghe's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock when the disciple asked him to look in that direction. The main character was in a stupor when a whole team of fans came out to him with a poster and bouquets of flowers. One of them approached Master Li, handed him a bouquet of red roses and confessed his love. It was the guy who used to be a fan of little Yue. Disgusted, Li Xinghe stopped him and shouted that the ceremony should not be so grand. Already in the car, Tao Xingming told the teacher that tomorrow was the 70th birthday of the richest man in the port city, He Dongqing. Li Xinghe asked if he meant the old man who always does charity work. The guy replied that he should choose a gift for Mr. He and go to his mansion, because those mysterious two Taoists would be there. At the store, Tao doubted that they would find anything suitable for Mr. He. Even though he loved antiques, Li Xinghe saw a retro robot on the shelf that looked ridiculous and agreed with the student that it might be difficult to choose a gift here. The protagonist angrily yelled at the owner, asking why they called it antiques, and the man indifferently replied that these things had been lying around the house for years, so they were antiques. Li Xinghe put his hand on Tao Xingming's shoulder and suggested that he leave here because they were only wasting time. The guy stopped when he noticed one interesting thing in the store that caught his interest. He shouted, asking the shop owner if he would sell him the jade pendant that hung around the man's neck. The owner replied that it was a family heirloom, so it would be disrespectful to his ancestors if he sold it. When Tao casually mentioned that Teacher Li had a lot of money, the owner quickly changed his mind and said that he would betray his ancestors. Tao Xingming slammed his hand on the table and shouted, asking how much the man wanted for the jade. The curly-haired guy remained silent. He only looked at the buyers and showed them one finger, hinting at the price. The protagonist assumed that the man was asking for 10,000, and Tao Xingming asked if the price was really 100,000. Disciple Li Xinghe was already scared when the man still remained silent. And then he guessed that the price was 1 million. It was even scarier than Tao Xingming had imagined, because the man said he was asking 10 million yuan for the pendant. The protagonist and his student almost choked on their own blood when they heard the price for a small jade. Tao suggested that the teacher go, especially since he had a whole mountain of good things at home. And our hero had an idea. He approached the salesman again and told him that the man had been irritable lately and had also had bleeding accidents. Li Xinghe decided to expose the man. He shouted, asking if it was true that he bought this jade and did not receive it from his ancestors. The man was stunned when everything that Li Xinghe said was absolutely true, and he asked how the guy knew this. Li Xinghe replied that the item on his neck was cursed by evil beings, and he would be in danger if he continued to wear this jade. Taking the pendant, Li Xingyi stated that the decoration was capable of accumulating spirit energy and radiating earth energy. The merchant fell to his knees and begged Li Xingyi to save him because he had been blinded by greed and had dug up the jade from the ground. The protagonist stated that if a mortal continued to wear jade, he would be haunted by evil creatures. The owner of the antique shop asked the boy if there was any way to solve this problem when he heard that he might die. Li Xingyi replied that he could use a secret art to transfer the evil creatures into this jade, and then the man would be safe. The man realized that this scoundrel just wanted to take his jade for free, but he was ready to endure it for the sake of his health and life. The main character was about to leave, and the shop owner shouted, promising that he would do everything that was required of him. Already on the street, Tao Xingming, holding the pendant in his hands, asked his teacher whether this jade was really so valuable. Li Xingyi replied that it would be valuable when the boy took out the evil substances from the pendant and gave it to Mr. He as a gift. The next action took place near the gates of He's mansion. The house was guarded by 2 guards. When Li Xingyi and his disciple approached, the guard apologized but stated that the boys could not enter without an invitation. Angry, Tao asked the guard to look more closely because in front of him was He, a person who could not be invited so easily. The guard apologized to the young master again and explained that young master Jianqian had ordered that Mr. Tao be stopped at all costs if he showed up. Tao Xingming was furious. He didn't understand why Mr. He's eldest grandson wanted to stop him if there were no hard feelings between them. Just then, Jianqian's grandson came up and asked Tao why he had the courage to ask. Since last time, Jingming had humiliated the entire trading city by losing the battle. The guard perked up when he saw the young gentleman in front of him and meekly greeted the birthday boy's grandson. The protagonist was surprised when he saw Mr. He Xiaoxi's grandson accompanying him and asked the girl why she was there. Tang Xiaoxi crossed her arms in displeasure and asked why she couldn't come to the port city if the guy could. The young master asked Xiaoxi how she knew him, to which the girl replied that he was a friend of her grandfather named Li Xinghe. The man ordered his guards to let Li Xinghe and his disciple in, since our hero was a friend of Mr. Tang. When Li Xinghe and his disciple were let in, they went to the gift area to place their present for the birthday boy there. The family members were shocked when these uninvited guests placed only a modest jade pendant on a saucer. They began to mock the gift, one of them asking how Li Xinghe had the courage to give Mr. He a present of such quality. Tang Xiaoxi shouted, ordering him to shut up because this gift was chosen by his teacher, and they didn't know anything. The protagonist turned his interested gaze to the side when the entire street was loudly announced that Mr. Van had arrived. Tao approached his teacher and complained that this Wen was the very person who had bullied him back then. The hero of the occasion himself decided to come out to the guests. Grandfather. He walked along accompanied by a whole team of guards, leaning on a cane. Tang Xiaoxi greeted her grandfather and said that her old man sent her here to celebrate his birthday. The guests began to whisper, discussing what a good couple Tang Xiaoxi and his eldest grandson would make, and how the girl had become prettier in a couple of years. Xiaoxi felt irritated because she did not want to marry into a rich family and regretted coming here. Jianjin informed grandfather that Mr. Wen was already here and asked the guests to quickly enter the house. Sitting down on the sofa, the bald-headed man told the birthday boy that his teacher had made a pill and instructed him to give it to his grandfather. He presented him with a pill, saying that it contained the energy of the spirit, and after taking it, the grandfather would get rid of all diseases. Grandpa. He happily took the magic pill in his hands and asked the man to thank the teacher for him, because this gift was a real treasure. Tao told the teacher that he heard that he had recently almost died and only recovered after taking a pill made by Master Wen's master. According to the man, the pill in Grandpa He's hands actually contains spirit energy, so mortals will definitely benefit. Li Xinghe, who was sitting nearby and drinking wine, took a close look at the pill in Grandpa He's hands. He became wary when he noticed that the last layer of the pill contained something else, and it was definitely not spirit energy, but a black and red stain. Grandpa. He was about to put the pill in his mouth, but the protagonist rushed forward and shouted, trying to stop him. Li Xinghe managed to snatch the pill from his grandfather's hand and shouted that a man shouldn't eat it. Tang Xiaoxi was outraged by his behavior. She asked Li Xinghe what he was doing, and Grandpa He said that it was absurd. Old man. He asked Xiaoxi if she knew this guy, to which the girl introduced Li Xingyi as her grandfather's friend. Grandfather asked everyone to calm down because he was confident that Li Xinghe would not harm him if he was Mr. Tang's friend. The protagonist explained that he suspected that there was something inside this pill that took control of a person's consciousness. Mr. Wen's disciple was furious and shouted, asking where Li Xinghe came from and how dare he speak ill of the pills. The bald man urged the old man not to listen to Li Xinghe's nonsense, because his teacher only helps the weak and creates pills to save people. Grandfather. He said that Master Wen would definitely not give him a bad pill since he had already saved him, and he assumed that Li Xinghe was wrong. The protagonist replied that there was only one sure way to find out the truth, and that was to test how the pill would work. The intrigued birthday boy asked Li Xinghe how exactly he was going to test this pill. Li Xinghe suggested feeding it to a random cat or dog, guaranteeing that they would see the results very soon. Grandpa. He was shocked when he heard that our hero wanted to feed the precious pill to some dog. The shaved-headed man was furious. He didn't understand how they could still tolerate a creature defiling his master's high-grade pills. Li Xinghe threw the pill to the floor, sending it to hell, and declared that the spirit energy contained in the jade piece was enough for 100 of these pills. The birthday boy didn't object. He wanted to believe the guy, so he allowed Li Xinghe to test the pill. The representative of the He family announced that the dog was ready, and there was already a dog in the yard that was needed to test the pill on it. Li Xinghe walked over and asked what the dog's name was, to which the man replied that his name was Eddie, and picked up the dog. The protagonist knelt down next to the dog to check if it could follow commands and ordered Eddie to sit. The dog only stared at Li Xinghe with a puzzled look, but did not follow our hero's command. Master Wen's disciple came out onto the street. The bald-headed man shouted, calling Li Xinghe a brat, and asked what he was doing. Li Xinghe stated that everyone could see that he was completely unfamiliar with this dog Eddie, so he shouldn't listen to his commands. He handed the pill to the guy from the He family and asked him to feed it to the dog, and he agreed to do so. The man gave the dog a pill and asked him to eat it. Eddie swallowed it with pleasure, licking his lips. Grandfather. His grandson shouted that he didn't see anything happening to the dog, so Li Xinghe should already think about how he would compensate for the pill. Li Xinghe asked the boy to calm down and promised that they would see the results in a few minutes. 5 minutes later, Tang Xiaoxi asked the guy why nothing was happening to the dog, and Li Xinghe said that everything was ready. The protagonist gave the command to the dog to come to him, and Eddie immediately followed it, running up to the guy. His family was shocked to see that the dog began to obey him. They said it was very strange. Li Xinghe smiled cheerfully and gave Eddie his next command. He ordered the dog to bite the man. Eddie also carried out the command, attack, without question. He jumped and pounced on the bald-headed student of Master Wen. The man was very angry at the dog that wanted to attack him and was ready to fight back. The guys concluded that the pill could actually control a person's mind since it worked on the dog. Li Xinghe said that the testing of the pill had been completed, and he was confident that everyone could understand whether it was good or bad. Master Wen's disciple shouted at his grandfather that this pill was made for humans, not dogs, so Li Xinghe shouldn't be trusted. Mister. He replied that he thanked Master Wen for saving his life, but that was all for today, and asked the man to leave. The angry, bald-headed man did not argue, but as he left, he advised our hero to be careful. The grandson gave his grandfather the following gift. He gave him a pendant and said that this jade was a gift to the master from Li Xinghe. Grandpa. He took the green pendant in his hands and was surprised when he looked at the accessory closely. The gentleman shouted that the energy of this jade was indeed 100 times stronger than that of the pill. The old man said that this gift was too valuable and concluded that Li Xinghe was not an ordinary person. When Li Xinghe was returning home, Tao asked him why he let that bald guy go, and the hero replied that he didn't want to ruin the celebration. The main character became wary when he noticed something strange on the way home. His face became sullen. Li Xinghe, looking at the scenery outside the window, said that they didn't pass this road when they went to the birthday party. Tao Xingming also felt strange. He said that he couldn't see a road near the ocean anywhere. The boy realized that something was wrong and shouted, ordering his student to stop the car immediately. The student braked urgently, and our hero's car ended up meters from the cliff, beneath which the ocean rages. Tao Xingming ran out of the car and shouted, asking the master what was going on and why they were suddenly on the ocean shore. The protagonist replied that it was obvious that someone had installed the array to mislead the guys. Li Xinghe shouted, ordering the owner of the array to come out, and asked if this was how the Earth Immortal Realm treated guests. He heard a voice from the vortex above his head, calling him a scumbag and asking how he dared to ruin the grand plans of their sect. The fog cleared, and the sect representatives appeared before Li Xinghe. Among them was the man who had beaten Tao earlier. This guy with long hair, who was the leader of this gang, was called Yang Ziyang. He was Mr. Wen's teacher. Tao Xingming immediately recognized him as Yang Ziyang. He told the teacher about it and said that they had bullied him and driven him out of the port city. After analyzing Yang Ziyang's aura, the protagonist realized that this person had definitely reached the Foundation realm. Yang Ziyang walked over and said that he was willing to give Li Xinghe a chance since he was still young, and asked him to stop dealing with the He family in exchange for forgiveness. Li Xinghe was not frightened by the ultimatum. He smirked and asked the man what would happen if he refused. Wen's bald-headed disciple ran out and shouted that his master was showing respect to Li Xinghe, so he had better agree. Li Xinghe sent their unlimited sect to hell and accused them of trying to control people with evil pills. Tao Xingming supported and encouraged his master when Li Xinghe declared that he would not get involved with their filthy sect. Yang Xiang replied that since Li Xinghe insisted on losing his life, he was willing to grant his wish. The protagonist was surrounded by a whole crowd of sectarians. The guys were ready to attack Li Xinghe, holding swords in their hands. Li Xinghe became wary because he saw that there were quite a lot of opponents, which meant that the fight would not be easy. Yang Xiang ordered his subordinates to attack our hero. The guys with swords in their hands rushed forward. The protagonist remained motionless, needing a few more seconds to decide how to confront them. Tao Xingming ran forward because he was afraid for his master. The boy shouted, calling for Li Xinghe to be careful. The guy failed to protect his master because he received an elbow to the face from a bald man. Our hero decided to turn to the country map for help, he shouted, ordering General Chu Renwang to come out. A whole crowd of warriors on horseback teleported from another dimension to the mortal world. They were already ready to protect Li Xinghe. Yang Xiang was completely at a loss when he saw an entire army of valiant warriors appear out of nowhere. The main character pointed his hand at the opponents and asked the warriors not to hold back, but to take the lives of all these sectarians. The sect leader surrounded himself with a magical dome to protect himself, as the warrior on horseback ran towards him to strike with his sword. Making a gesture with his hand, the man cast the barrier spell, hoping that it would save him from the horde of strong warriors. 3 soldiers with swords tried to strike at Yang Xiang, but they couldn't because he was completely surrounded by an impassable dome. Unlike the leader, the rest of the sect members were not protected. So soon the first guy from Yang Xiang's team was hit by a sword. Then, a warrior who was under Li Xinghe's command took the life of another of Yang Xiang's henchmen by fatally striking him with his sword. The general had his sights set on a larger victim. He rose up above the ground and screamed, looking his enemy in the eye, wishing him death. The shaved-headed man didn't even have time to blink when he noticed the general about to attack him. Seeing his disciples being attacked, Yang Xiang, who was still hiding in the dome, asked his minions to be more careful. But a few seconds later, another of the man's students was injured, and General Chu Renwang easily dealt with him. The protagonist asked if this was how the unlimited Yang sect worked. When he saw that the man didn't care about the lives of his disciples, Tao Xingming was ready to fight against the offender. He shouted, calling for the old fart to come out if he dared. Yang Xiang sat in a meditative pose. He admitted that this was humiliating for him, so he decided to take extreme measures. Suddenly, a large explosion thundered in the place where the man's barrier was, and Li Xinghe and his disciple appeared nearby. Tao Xingming walked up to his teacher, put his hand on his shoulder, and informed him that the old fart had run away. Li Xinghe replied that he should leave, because at the very least, Yang Xiang would no longer dare to return to the port city. As Li watched the setting sun on the ocean shore, he heard an ominous voice claiming that the boy had insulted the realm of the Earth's immortals and would face cruel retribution.